When did your feeling about something is very wrong here turned out to be true? I hadn't been feeling well for a few weeks. Shortness of breath despite being pretty athletic, and could feel my heart pounding. I saw my doctor who suggested anxiety, prescribed some meds, and sent me on my way. But I just had this feeling. A few days later I woke up and had trouble walking to the bathroom without losing my breath. I don't know why it even came to mind, but all I could think was something is wrong, this isn't anxiety. I need to go to the ER. So I walked myself to the hospital and asked if it was possible I had a blood clot. Was reassured that if it was a clot in my lung there was no way I could have walked to the hospital. Convinced them to test me anyway, and it was a pulmonary embolism. Listen to your instincts, friends. Edit. This is long, so feel free to skip. Since my comment has a lot of replies and questions, I wanted to clarify some things. Sorry I couldn't take the time to respond to you all individually, but I have pregnancy-induced carpal tunnel. Yep, I'm a lady. Lots of you asked, and I think typing that much might actually make me want to cut off my own hands. So my story is obviously quite simplified, and for those of you worried about dropping dead tomorrow from an undiagnosed pain, rest assured that I think my particular situation was fairly atypical. That being said, I think if you have a health concern it is always better to have to checked out. Worst case scenario is it will be nothing, and you will be reassured and can stop worrying. My saga actually started out as right-sided arm/chest pains. Because I was a pretty avid swimmer, my doctor initially assumed, as did I, that I had injured a muscle/tendon. When it didn't get better, he ordered some blood work to check for vitamin deficiency, but crucially, not edema. When that came back clean, but my pain was getting worse, I started to get quite worried that something more sinister might be at play. It was at this point my doctor decided my issues were down to anxiety, and although I returned a few times to insist something else must be wrong, all I ended up with was prescriptions for Zoloft, Ambien, Valium and hydrocodone. The opioid epidemic is real, folks. I don't think I'm a particularly anxious person, or at least, I wasn't before this, but I tried to accept that my symptoms, which were getting worse despite my zombie cocktail of medicines, might be physical manifestations of anxiety. What really woke me up was the morning I had trouble walking to my bathroom. In weeks I had gone from someone who swam several miles a day to someone who became out of breath walking down a hallway. That was the morning I went to the point in regards to the back quote, "You can't have a blood clot if you walked in here." This was some paraphrasing on my part. The longer version is that, because I walked in there and already had a diagnosis of back quote anxiety in my patient file, the assumption was that I was probably just a hypochondriac. I think the fact that my resting heart rate seemed normal, although I knew it was high for me, seemed to support this and me asking back quote, could this be a clot? My cousin had previously had an estrogen-induced clot, probably sent up some back quote, this girl reads too much WebMD flags. What I did appreciate was that the PA assigned to me did not make me feel like I was wasting time. Although he also suggested it could be anxiety, he agreed if that was the case then ruling out a clot should in theory help me feel better. This reasoning may have saved my life. The first thing they had me do was walk around while hooked up to a heart and oxygen monitor. They could see my heart rate rise alarmingly just walking around the room, and, I don't remember for sure, my blood oxygen may have been dropping. This prompted him to order a D-dimer, and they ended up sending me for a court angiogram before the results even came back. The court annoyed me at the time. I was worried my crappy insurance would try and fight me on it. The stuff they give you makes it feel like you've wet yourself, but it is ultimately what diagnosed my PA. I was very lucky. My PA had been caused by the undiagnosed clot in my upper arm, an uncommon spot and the cause of all of my pain. It was still small and may not have gotten worse, but it also easily could have, or more, or the original clot could have broken off. I didn't have any of the usual clot symptoms in my arm, no swelling or redness, and no one thought to check my D-dimer before I actually asked if it could be a clot, even though I had just recently switched to an estrogen-based birth control and had taken several back-to-back international flights. I spent the next few months on blood thinners and visiting a hematologist and thrombosis clinic to rule out genetic factors. because my clot was probably in part precipitated by estrogen. I don't have to be on blood thinners for life, but I also can't take hormonal birth control. I'm pregnant now and back on blood thinner injections, but I should be able to stop these 6 to 8 weeks postpartum. Point to those of you who lost a loved one to a pen. I am so very sorry for your loss. Since this happened to me, I have read a lot of stories where people were not so lucky as I was. I feel incredibly fortunate that I listened to my instincts. I also want to address the fact that I'm a woman. Just from all the comments, it's easy to see that chest pain in women and young people is too often attributed to things like anxiety without ruling out other things first. Although my doctor made some initial attempts to find a cause for my symptoms, after 2 guess agains, that was what he jumped to. Because of this notation on my file, it made me really have to push at the to be taken seriously. Anxiety can absolutely have physical symptoms, but I would still say it is important to always trust your gut in these matters. Even if you turn out to be overreacting, the worst that can happen is that you'll go home feeling reassured. When I was in college, I had a really weird class and work schedule that resulted in me usually taking my dog for her nightly walk around 3 or so in the morning. There was a giant parking structure for the college right by its baseball field, and I would usually cut through there and let my dog run around on the field before circling back to my apartment. One night on the way over, I heard a faint humming in the parking garage, followed by some sort of weird, almost alarm sounding noise. Being the horror movie victim that I am, I started walking towards the sound, which meant walking down to the lowest level, which was 1 below street level. When I got down to the ramp, my dog started to get visibly stressed, whining and sort of bouncing around, looking at me repeatedly. I started to really get stressed out at this point, but pressed on point. When I got down the ramp, I looked around and saw behind it a small golf cart, which on its own wasn't that weird because the school's maintenance staff use them all the time. This golf cart, however, was on and running, which was producing the humming noise, but with no driver. I walked over to it, and behind it was one of the Home Depot buckets tipped over, with trash scattered around. Before I could really wonder what was going on, I heard the alarm sort of sound again, only this time I recognized it. I went a little further around to the elevators, and found a man unconscious inside one, blocking the door, which was repeatedly tried to close but couldn't. Once I was down there near it, I knew what the sound was, because we used to block it in the dorms all the time waiting for friends. At this point my dog was going nuts. I put her leash over one of those parking poles to stop people from hitting things, and approached the man. I didn't know CPR at the time, but I checked if he was breathing. He was, so I quickly called 911. Fortunately I had service, and the campus police station was literally a 2-minute walk from their. A couple police officers arrived quickly and began to administer CPR, and an ambulance arrived shortly after. I had to hang around for a while and explain what happened. The stressful part was not finding out if he was okay until several days later. I called the campus police station, and they said they couldn't share his specific medical situation, but told me he was okay and would likely return to work at some point. I'm guessing he had a heart attack, but I'll never know for sure. I never saw him again. Edit. Thanks for all the stuff. This isn't my story, but my mom's. This was back in the 1970s. My mother was married to my father in India after having done medical school and her residency, and shortly after immigrated to the US, and they both left their entire families behind. They knew very few people in the US, and they were both dirt poor. My mother had to also redo her entire residency, and when she finally landed a residency position, she was the only female resident at the hospital in upstate New York at the time. The other doctors were also very racist and looked down on her because she was from India and not used to standing up for herself against a bunch of white male egotistical physicians. Needless to say, she was already kind of depressed and missing her family terribly. She would cry a lot and told my dad she wanted to go back home to India. Anyways, one day my mother just got more and more agitated, and it got to the point where she was crying her eyes out insisting something was wrong and she had to immediately go home to India. She thought something had happened to her dad. Keep in mind, again, my parents had no dollar sign at all. They were barely surviving here in the US, and whatever extra money they did have, they were sending home to India. There simply was no dollar sign for a flight back to India. Anyways, my mom is hysterical and starts packing a bag insisting she has to go back. Something happened. She just has a terrible feeling. My dad thinks she's basically Looney Tunes and just having a serious breakdown at this point, but lets her go, since he thinks she will not get better until she does. She catches the first flight back home, which has a connection in New York City. While in New York City awaiting her flight to Bombay, my mom's cousin's husband calls my dad at home from India and tells him that her little brother and his fiancée were in a bad motorcycle accident and she needs to come home to India right away since they might not make it. My mother later called my father from New York City to check in before she got onto her next flight to Bombay, and he had to tell her the news. By the time she landed in Bombay, the cousin's husband picked her up and told her that her brother and his fiancée had already passed away while she was flying over. Somehow, my mother had known that something was very wrong. My uncle and his fiancée were on his motorcycle when they were hit by a drunk driver, who then fled the scene. They lay there bleeding on the roadway for hours until someone finally found them and took them to the hospital, where they both later died. To this day, the whole thing still weirds my dad out completely. He's not the superstitious type and still does not understand how my mom knew something terrible had happened to her beloved baby brother. That story #1. Story #2. Circa 2002, my mother had a dream that I was pregnant. I was only 19 at the time. She told my uncle, who lives in Houston, about this dream. He told her she's nuts. No way I'm pregnant. She said in the dream she saw a little boy playing in the living room, and my deceased uncle came to her in the dream and told her this was my son and that she was going to be a grandmother. The child also looked just like me. So my mother tells my uncle about this dream. He laughs at her and calls her crazy. Suddenly, my mother is pestering me about birth control like crazy. I kind of blow it off and tell her she's nuts. 2 weeks later, I find out I'm 6 weeks pregnant. When I'm about 18 weeks pregnant, my mom tells me he'll be a boy, not a girl, and he'll be born on 9/18. I'm like, okay mom, whatever. The following week we confirm he's a boy and pick out his name. I then kind of forgot about her prediction for the day of his birth. My due date was 9/11, and I felt like it was a bad luck day and didn't want him to be born on that day. My mom told me, don't worry, he'll be born on 9/18, not 9/11. I completely forget all about this until the evening of 9/18, after he was born. After my kiddo was born, I'm lying there holding him when suddenly my mom reminded me, see, I told you he'd be born on 9/18. I'm completely astonished and asked her how she knew that. She told me my deceased uncle had told her in the dream she had 9/18. My son's due date was the death anniversary of the uncle I never met. That's how she knew what day my son would be born. Eater. Some people asked me to post this on the main page. It's my maternal's grandfather's story about how he died. Some Indians, like my family, believe in psychics and psychic readings. We use this and astrology to assign good luck things to people. One day, my maternal grandfather went to the psychic and was told that he was going to die on a certain day. As it turns out, he spent the next several months going to see friends he had not seen in years and years to say goodbye. He told them all that he wasn't going to live much longer. My grandfather was hit and killed by a police car the exact day he was told by the psychic that he would die. In fact, he died crossing the street after leaving a friend's house to say goodbye. After he died, many friends told my parents that he had been going to everyone's houses to say goodbye. He said goodbye to people he had not spoken to in many years. My grandfather died when I was 4ish. At the time, my grandmother was living with us in the States. She missed being home and didn't really enjoy being in the US. The only reason she was there was because they had both been told by a psychic that when I was 6, I would become really sick to the point where I may die. He begged my grandmother to stay with my parents in the US and help take care of me. That prediction came true also, and I became very sick with Crohn's disease when I was 6. Nearly died, but am much better now. Anyways, my grandmother was here in the US helping to raise me when my grandfather was killed. My poor grandmother had to bury both her son and her husband within a decade. My mom and uncle lost their brother and father, and they still mourn them both to this day. Edit. Sorry guys, I faked up my grandfather's story a bit. I just got off the phone with my mom, and I brought it up and clarified this. My grandfather did not know the exact day he would die. He was just told that it would be within a few months of the psychic's prediction. The psychic had said that based on his stars it was inevitable that he would be dead soon. So he did not know exactly when he was going to die, he just knew it was going to be soon. Many families went to the funeral and told my mom and uncle that they had just seen him within days of his death because he had come to say goodbye and give small gifts, etc. 2 instances. First one happened when I was 16 or 17. My cat Milo got out at night and was hit by the first car that went by. I had gone to bed early that night because I was feeling anxious. I woke up to a car slamming on its brake and screeching its tires. I literally didn't have any in between from asleep to alert, and I was already up. I met my mom in the hallway as she had just done the exact same thing. All I said to her is, "Where's Milo?" She called down to ask my dad. Long story short, it was the worst case. Rip little man. Hope you're playing fetch with the other weird fetch playing cats up in heaven. Second is more freaky. Happened a year ago when I was 21. Me and my best childhood friend were babysitting her 2 cousins. One of which was 3 months old. Her aunt was going to be gone for 1 hour and 45 minutes at the doctor, and her uncle was on his first business trip since having the new baby. My friend is going to school to become a pediatric nurse, so she was excited for the practice with a little baby. Aside from the 3-month-old, there was her older sister who was 4 at the time. She was a handful, so most of my attention was devoted to her, while my friend had been dealing with the baby. She put the baby down to sleep, and we were with her sister when all of the hairs stood up on my whole body, and all of a sudden the house seemed to quiet. Then I realized I had stopped breathing and my eyes started to well up with tears for no reason. I look at my friend, and she said, "What's wrong?" And I literally just got up and ran into the bedroom where the baby was sleeping, and she was blue, not breathing. I screamed for my friend and literally remember nothing until the paramedics got there, as I was having a panic attack, so they were trying to attend to me as well as the baby. Baby is fine. 20 more seconds of her being left alone how she was, and she would have been dead. Apparently what happened is I screamed "She's not breathing," my friend's name, and then broke down into absolute mania and started hyperventilating. My friend promptly ignored me. Thank God, clearly I'm no help, and she began infant CPR on the baby. She then grabbed my phone from the floor and dialed 911 and put it on speaker. Within 2 minutes the ambulance was there, as there was one responding to a call nearby and was diverted. Paramedics arrive and one is trying to calm me down, and the other is with my friend and baby, who is now responsive. They took baby in ambulance with friend. One paramedic stayed with me and talked with me. I told her that I just literally had no control over myself and I had a crazy intuition moment, and she said it wasn't the first time she's seen that happen. It's usually someone who can't handle stress who finds the stressful situation. Baby is fine, minus the fact that due to this, her mom refuses to ever leave her side again, and I don't blame her. And she doesn't blame us. She is so grateful we were there, as if I wasn't my friend might have noticed too late, or if my friend wasn't there the baby wouldn't have been resuscitated properly, as I didn't know infant CPR at this point. Took a class the next month. Seriously, everyone should do it. I never plan on having kids, but shit, I still needed it. Even then, I cracked under pressure, but my intuition was a big help in saving her. I was talking on the phone with my husband while his dad's girlfriend, and their 2 dogs were returning from a road trip to see husband's grandpa, who had just suffered a stroke. Suddenly, the phone cut out. Rather than thinking it was to bad service, I had this rotten feeling in my gut. They were supposed to be home in about an hour, so I went to meet them, hoping it would calm my anxiety. It didn't. An hour went by, and I couldn't get through to my husband. I drive to my mom's house. I open my phone and scroll to the news app I never used. The front page was that a car had been hit by a truck. One man was dead, the other was in critical condition, and the woman was fine. No mention of the dogs, so I hoped I was wrong. My mom turned on the news while trying to drum up conversation, and the news was covering the situation. Now, it had been about an hour and a half since I spoke to my husband. I started to panic because the news description was so close. My mom began calling hospitals and soon found a man with my husband's last name. We didn't know if it was his dad or him who had died. We rushed to the hospital and were greeted by the chaplain, who began explaining that it was my husband who was in the hospital and that he was crushed in the accident. The Flight for Life paramedics had to induce a coma because he was so alert. He was in surgery for something like 18 hours, and we were told his chances of making it were slim. After the surgery was declared a success, my husband remained in a coma for 2 more days before finally waking up. He's got titanium in both femurs, his hand was detached from his wrist, and his skull was split completely down the middle. Those are only his worst injuries. He had several other broken or fractured bones and a lot of internal bleeding. One of the dogs had gone through the window and died in the ditch nearby. The other saved my husband's life. She was laying in his lap and absorbed part of the impact, protecting his heart. The girlfriend turned out to only want money, and my husband's mother is a nightmare. He was left with so little of his family. Luckily, he has since recovered for the most part and is quite successful in his field. This one is a double whammy. My mother had a friend who was in the final stages of ALS. He could barely walk and feed himself, lost basically all motor function in his hands, so they were useless. Well, it started to get really bad, and he needed an extra caretaker, so my mom and I went up there to see if we could get my mother in the program, so he wouldn't have to pay out of pocket. I would make him food, mix him drinks, and help him get to the bathroom. He had a bidet installed, so no one had to help him with that. While we were there was this older woman who was his current caretaker. She made me very uncomfortable, very sneaky, and would skulk around. I always felt like she was stealing things, but I couldn't just come at her about it without evidence. Fast forward a few days, Brent, our friend, was having a hard time sleeping. Crazy lady told him he needed to take this sleeping pill that he hated taking because he was afraid that he wasn't going to wake up again if he took them. I felt dread, and I wanted to say something but didn't. I felt I was just overreacting. After all, he had taken them before. What harm would it be now? Guess what happened? He slept the whole night, and the entire time that my mother and crazy lady were gone, they went back to the government office to sign paperwork for the program. And the moment they walked back into the house, I was standing next to Brent, and he let out a very deep, unnatural breath and his whole body went white. He died right in front of me. We call the police. They show up, and the officer needed my help getting him out of his chair. He was 300 pounds, and I was the only man other than him. The officer didn't even have to ask. He looked at me with the most sorrowful eyes, like he was apologizing for needing my help. They get him to the hospital and he's pronounced dead there. Not even 2 hours after he's gone, she tells me to look through his wallet for any cash, and that she wouldn't tell anyone. I flipped the fuck out. We made her leave, and she called his parents saying that we were stealing things from his home. The police came back, we left without incident, and then this little bitch proceeded to steal everything he had. After they found out what she done, they did nothing. They were just happy to have him gone, and didn't care about anything he had. I noticed an odd looking couple walking down my street. They looked kind of trashy, and were in a hurry. The guy was pulling a large suitcase and the girl was carrying a gas can. They walked past about 6 houses and then got into a large, plain white, unmarked container truck. My boyfriend and I joked to each other that we should remember what they look like, because they are probably up to no good. It was just one of those things that seemed off. Nothing in my neighborhood, lots of college students and all sorts of random crap happening all the time, had ever made me stop and take notice like those two, even though they weren't doing anything particularly unusual. Several weeks later I'm home, and I hear lots of police sirens, a helicopter, and a cop on a loudspeaker on the street behind my house. I walk out the back. There's a canyon in the back with a clear view of that street, to see a large white container truck surrounded by many cops with guns drawn. 3 individuals, one at a time, are instructed at gunpoint to put their hands above their heads and walk backwards to get arrested. With the flashing backlighting from the police car lights and the distance, it was a little difficult to see the people, but I did think they sure look familiar. What are the chances that 2 of them are the same couple I saw those weeks back? I thought to myself, once they're all in custody, the cops release a dog to check the van and pull the back door up. As soon as they do, I see the exact same suitcase and gas can. That's when it all clicks. They are the same couple with the same van and the same items, and they are deep in some shit now. I decide to walk around and talk to the cops. When I get there, I ask, by any chance are those 3 being arrested for theft? The cops give me a weird look and tell me yes. Apparently they stole the van several weeks back and had been systematically robbing tons of houses in the area. We had had an uptick in robberies and car break-ins in the last couple of months. A campus police officer had run their plates and saw the van was stolen, which resulted in a crazy van chase, which ended in a police standoff right behind my house. When I looked the main guy up, he had a record a mile long and his girlfriend had a couple of charges. Both of them did drugs. The third guy, who I didn't see the initial day, only had 1 or 2, so I don't know how involved he was in all the theft, but he was still charged. They were all arrested and charged with several things, but I haven't checked in a while to see whatever became of them. This was earlier this year, so it's all still ongoing. I'll link the article about their arrests below. I'm just so amazed at the chances of happening to notice this suspicious couple, since nothing like that had ever caught my attention to that extent before, and then by chance, being able to witness the culmination of their crime spree directly behind my house several weeks later. Of all the places they could have been pulled over, it was right where I could see it, and I was home and awake as well. We had an older guy, late 50s, that used to hang out in our restaurant during the day. He only drank Diet Coke and rarely ordered any food. He would just sit at the bar looking forlorn while trying to get our attention. He creeped out everyone and would stare at female staff and do the whole sigh, yep, verbal tick, or rub his hand over his face and sigh for attention. So you knew he was about to try to drag you into conversation about his A1C levels, the weather, his motorcycle, working out, etc. He was not fit. He sort of looked like Teddy from Bob's Burgers, but much less lovable and a lot creepier / rundown. We always felt relieved when he left. One afternoon, there were 2 girls in their early 20s sitting at the bar near him having drinks and appetizers, and they exchanged pleasantries with the guy, as you do when you end up sitting near strangers sometimes. The girls left, and less than a half hour later they came back. Old guy was still there, saying that one of the girls couldn't find her keys and wondered if she dropped them inside or outside. He offered to help look for them, but no one found anything. She left her phone number with our staff in case the keys show up or anyone finds them outside, etc. The next day, creepy guy comes in with the girl's keys. He starts telling this bogus story that when he left yesterday he found her keys inside the saddlebag on his motorcycle. He was asking us for the girl's number so he could call her to come get her keys from him at his apartment. 2 of us exchanged uncomfortable glances. There's absolutely no way her keys could have fallen into the closed bag on his motorcycle. Parked 3 cars away from the girl's vehicle, we could see the parking lot from the bar. After further questions, we found out he actually had the keys with him, and we confronted why she would need to go to his place. Why couldn't he give them to us and we call her to come to the restaurant to get them? Or we can call her and she can come get them from him here. He didn't understand why we thought it was weird that he wanted her to go to his apartment. The restaurant owner was present as creepy guy was telling us about finding the keys. We already told her about the previous day's events, and she immediately told him that she did not believe a word he said about where he found the keys, and that he's behaving in a very creepy way. She told him to give the keys to us, or he can retell his unbelievable story to the police. A bluff. Not much they could have done. We refused to give her phone number to him and talked him into leaving the keys with our staff, and we called her after he left. Thankfully after that he stopped coming around. I think he came in once mid-November in 2016 to gloat about the election results. We had a lot of new staff by then, but everyone had been told the story. He hasn't been back ever since, thankfully. There's a thing called mechanic's intuition. One of the most profound and common "there's something wrong here" feelings in my experience. I work on aircraft, so I'll start with the fact that in my career I used to work on aircraft that were due for maintenance based on highly accurate life limit terms. These are aircraft that won't maybe fail, but are guaranteed to fail, usually within 10 hours of the predicted replace by date. That's why I'm there to work on them, to replace them, and get the aircraft back in service limits. Aircraft do not fail because a part timed out, but because someone messed up. Please do not think, after reading my story, that parts are unreliable. Someone messed up and sent us an old part. Aircraft are incredibly safe. The checks I did were to ensure safety. Anyway, we put a new engine on a regional jet and were about to take it out to break it in. This is kind of a misnomer, as engines usually come ready to fly, but the air carrier wants us to gather performance data and ensure reliability within their standards. Pretty standard stuff. No flying, just full blast on the run-up pad for a few minutes. After a while you get used to the sound of things. Car engines sing their own song, and so do jet engines, particularly when starting. This engine, the CF-34, makes a really deep howl that sounds like a cave troll achieving orgasm when starting. But this engine didn't sound like that. It made noise, but it just didn't sound right. I brought it up to the mechanic running the aircraft, and he said it would be alright. So we went on our way. But the engine just didn't sound right, and I had a really nervous feeling about running it, or even releasing it. Jet aircraft sync their engine speeds in order to decrease vibration and oscillation. That's why they kinda make a smooth humming or singing sound from in the cabin. It's also why you hear/feel a pulsing when taking off. The speeds fall out of sync. About 20 minutes into the run I started hearing that pulse. I checked the vibration monitor on the instrument panel and saw nothing, but the pulse was still there. I let the others know, and they said they heard nothing. So I walked back in the cabin to get a better listen. At that point the pulse was getting noticeable, like two tones slowly going out of tune with each other and beginning to fight. But the mechanic in charge was finished and shut the engines down, and we taxied back. They had passed, but I still had a really bad feeling about the engine. I mentioned it to my supervisor, who said I didn't have the experience to make that call, and that the aircraft would be released pending QC sign-off. I've never wanted to go over my own boss, but this time I was certain something was wrong, so I submitted a safety net report anonymously on the job and aircraft. This gets management involved, and they are required to investigate. I was immediately placed on administrative protection. This is to prevent retaliation, and CAB began to inspect the engine based on my report. People were interviewed and everyone was found to have been doing their job as asked, so no gross negligence, but the engine inspection failed spectacularly. Turns out the carbon oil seal in the turbine had failed and was causing oil to leak into and combust in the turbine, making it run faster than the other engine. Had it been released it would have failed and likely caused a malfunction and failure in flight. Certainly not a crash, but definitely a rough ride. The supplier of the engine messed up and sent a used engine that was way older than their records indicated. The company self-reported to the FAA, and I was thanked by the company I worked for. Lots of safety nets were missed, but that's why mechanics like myself are trained the way they are. If I didn't write that report, someone else would have before that aircraft left. Edit. Finally able to get this off my chest. Hopefully, I can post full story to LNM soon. Screenshots and whole story is in the comments. Oh man, I'll never forget this feeling. When I first truly experienced it, I really thought people got this eerie feeling only when they found a small reason to be suspicious in the first place. But when I felt it, it was purely instinctual, and every red flag was waving in my head with voices telling me to run. A friend of mine had gone off and moved to California for a while. I had known for about a year and never had any problems with him. He was nice. He was funny. He was polite and respectful. While he was in California, I know he started doing a lot of Xanax and other drugs. He would call me and tell me his neighbor he was fighting with was in a gang and waving his gun around while yelling at him. He called me to say he was lost in the streets somewhere completely faked on Xanax. Just all kinds of crazy shit. He ended up coming back to New York to visit after about 7 or 8 months, and when I saw him, He was completely different. He looked the same, sounded the same, made the same jokes, but he felt different to be around. His energy was off. I felt uncomfortable to be around him, and I didn't know why, so I ignored the feeling altogether. He was staying with a mutual friend and his girlfriend and their two daughters about ages 5 and 10. They sent the girls off to stay with their bio mom for a week, so that my friend could use the youngest daughter's room as a guest room. Her room wasn't really decorated like a little girl's room, because they had just set it up for her have the room instead of rooming with her sister. But, either way, you could tell it belonged to the daughter, because she had her art up on the wall, and a box of toys in the corner. When I would come to spend the night and hang out them as a group, my friend would let me use the room, while he took the couch, only he wouldn't try to take the couch at the end of the night, he would try to get in bed with me instead. At first, I would politely reject his advances and he would stop. I would say, no, I really don't want to. And besides, this bed belongs to a child. I would feel weird. So, I didn't feel that uncomfortable coming over to spend the night again, so I can get in as much time with them all while he visited. Eventually, I started noticing that the room would be a little bare when I came over. He was setting up, so it looked less like a little girl's room. My friend would anticipate me coming over by hiding everything in the room that seemed like it belonged to a child. He covered the toy box in his clothes. He took down the art and put it into the dresser drawers knowing that I wouldn't snoop. I didn't notice that he was deliberately doing this at first. He then began getting even pushier with his advances. He really pushed it to the brink of sexual assault, but he didn't quite go that far, as he would back off right after prying my legs open or after pushing his hand down my pants. In his mind, because he set up the environment to look less like a child's bedroom, he thought I would be more comfortable to have sex, even though in reality I knew it was still a little girl's room. I realized this when he would say things to me like, "She's not even here, and her stuff is put away, she's not ever going to know." One day, I messaged the girlfriend and told her I wanted to return some clothes she let me borrow. She came over, and we began talking. She brought up that she wasn't mad my friend and I had sex in her stepdaughter's room, but maybe to take it to the shower. I stopped her and told her that we weren't actually having sex. She gave me a weird look and agreed, saying that she didn't really believe it when my friend told her that we were, because she read my body language and could tell I wasn't interested in him flirting with me so heavily. She told me that he was telling her that I was letting him come in me every time I went over there, and that he promised to her that I would be pregnant by the end of the year. I was floored. The alarm bells ringing in my head got even louder after hearing this. Afterwards, he mentioned to someone else that he was going to get me drunk, tell me we were going on a road trip, and then just leave the state with me and convince me that I agreed to leave with him in my drunken stupor. He also began threatening anyone who hung out with me. He told one of my friends that he was going to send shooters to their house if they mentioned he messaged them. Yeah, makes a lot of sense, right? Why not just, yeah no, not message him then? And then he will never have to tell me about it. I still have the text messages from our mutual friend where we are discussing all of his newfound disturbing behaviors. It looks like a faked up hot gossip version of a psychological thriller. TLDR at the end point, when I was about 15 my mom got me violin lessons. I loved the violin, and this was a small town so finding a tutor was difficult and this was the only guy in town who could do it. They were solo lessons, and they took place in the recreation hall of a small church. I'd drive myself there every Monday after school. Guy was well respected in the community, married, 2 kids, one of which was adopted, music minister, had several other students ranging from tiny kids to teenagers. Everyone liked him. In the beginning, he was great. He was kind, helpful, and clearly knew what he was talking about. I learned a lot. But about a year into my weekly lessons with him, I started to get weird vibes. I can't even really put it into words. I just got this icky feeling, and I started to become reluctant to go to these lessons that I had previously loved so much. I tried to brush it off, thinking I was overreacting. Then he started touching me. Nothing super obvious at first. I mean, it's not uncommon for a music teacher to position their students' hands/arms/posture/etc. But his touches became more lingering, and he would accidentally brush his hand over my bottom. He started doing this thing, where he would stand directly behind me like, chest touching my back, and he would work the bow, while I did the fingering. He said it was to help me concentrate on getting the fingering down and not be distracted by the bow. I believed him, but it just felt wrong. He started doing that a lot, and these little accidental lingering touches became more and more frequent as the months went by. By now I dreaded going to my lessons. I didn't say anything because I thought I was overreacting, that I'd been watching the news too much. I was afraid I was being narcissistic, and I didn't want to tell my mom I wanted to quit these lessons she'd worked so hard to get me and had been paying for. What was I gonna say? I didn't know what grooming was because that's exactly what he was doing to me. I just kept thinking, well, it's not like he's grabbed my crotch or anything. Inevitability. The day came when he finally pounced. He texted me saying he had an opening Wednesday if I wanted to come in for some extra free practice. I was very wary, but I convinced myself it was all in my head. I shouldn't turn down a free lesson. So I went. 5 minutes in, he kept asking me if I was tense. I didn't know why he kept asking that, and I just kept telling him, no, I'm not, but he didn't acknowledge it. He took my violin and set it down on a table, then went behind me and started stroking my back, shoulders and arms, and his fingers kept progressively getting closer and closer to my breasts. I just stood there in shock as he began full-on groping my breasts, hugging all over me, breathing against my neck, trying to get me to hug him back. I actually almost laughed out loud at one point because I thought, wow, I was right. I can't even explain how much I was psychologically faked up over what was happening. At some point I finally managed to step away, and he started apologizing and said, have ever just been so obsessed with something? I didn't respond. He gave me my violin back and continued the lesson like nothing happened. I was just stunned, in a state of complete shock. It's like I just checked out mentally. When I got back in my truck and started driving home is when it all hit me, and I started faking bawling my eyes out. I didn't tell my mom until a day later because I was afraid and also felt guilty about losing these violin lessons I couldn't get anywhere else in my tiny town. Honestly, the only reason I spoke up was because I was worried about his other students, especially the small children. He did end up getting arrested, but I have no idea what happened to him after that. My mom never told me, and I never asked. I just wanted to move on. TLDR, my violin teacher groomed me for months before he finally molested me. My mom's ex-fiance, I didn't like him the minute I met him at age 10. There was something horrible about him, and I got such a bad heavy feeling from him. When I was 12 I noticed he was sexually looking at me, my friends and all 3 of my younger sisters, the youngest being 7 at the time. I told my mom. She didn't believe me and made me apologize to this guy. The whole thing was incredibly traumatic for me, and apologizing was especially horrible cause I knew what he was doing. When I was 15 my youngest sister found hidden cameras in our bathroom. It was the bathroom that my sisters and I exclusively used. I don't have all the details, but he basically set up a website with a friend with webcams of all 4 of us girls. As far as what I was told, is since it was 1997 there were not a lot of laws in place for this type of voyeurism and sexual crimes on the internet, and not much could be done. The fiance's friend got rid of all incriminating evidence and his computer, and since it was mostly done with the friend's computer there wasn't much to charge him with, and not much was found. So my mom's ex got like child endangerment and something else for it, and basically nothing much else happened to him. As soon as my mom told us what had happened, while in the car taking us away from the house I broke down and started screaming at her, I told you. He hurt the girls, my sisters, cause you just didn't listen to me. I tried to protect them, and you didn't listen. My mom was not the best parent and our lives were not great to begin with, so this event made everything 10 times worse for us. The whole thing was just a clusterfuck. My mother handled it poorly, and she just got more neglectful and abusive as a result of this fact, that guy and this whole situation. This is a little long, but it took place over time. I lived in a house on 8th Street in Pacific Grove, CA, and the kitchen had a big picture window with cafe curtains. Every now and again, I would hear something that sounded like someone walking around the house. It had a concrete walkway that surrounded it and ended up on the patio. I dutifully called the cops and they were great about showing up in less than 10 minutes. This happened about 5 times. Each time they told me it was raccoons. I wanted to believe them, but I didn't. I kept having dreams about someone hiding in my kitchen watching me. It was weird. One night I had a party, and it ended about 2 AM. After I said goodbye to the last guest, I locked the door, thank God, and went in to wash my face. I heard a knock, and went to the door, but didn't open it. I asked who was there. No answer. I walked back to my bedroom, and heard someone trying to pull open the window, so I ran down the hall through the kitchen, and started knocking on the second bedroom door, where my stepsister and her boyfriend were sleeping. I hissed through the door. There's someone outside. And as I looked over my shoulder, I saw this guy staring at me through the cafe curtains. At that point, I stopped hissing and started yelling. My stepsister came running out of the room in nothing but her underpants, and ran straight out the front door. What she thought she was going to do to him, whilst half naked, was beyond me, but he disappeared almost immediately and all we could do was tell the cops that it wasn't faking raccoons. Okay. Fast forward 6 months. My stepsister is home alone, and I was spending the night at a friend's. Call comes to my friend's house at 2 AM. It's my sister. She's panicked because the peeper is back, and he knows she's there. I asked if she called the cops. She said she called me first. I told her to get off the phone with me and call the cops. She did so. The cops showed up, but one of them had been to my house several times and he knew I wasn't crazy after the peeper call, so he sent one car to the top of the street with lights flashing, and another to the bottoms of the street, dark and silent. Sure enough, peeper boy comes running down the street right into his arms. Turns out he lived right around the corner and could get home before they could get to my house, but not this time. I was in eastern Afghanistan. I had been called out for a rocket that the local police had found near their compound. It was found on the bank of a steep wadi, basically like a canal or gulch. It was just sitting there with the wires to a blasting cap sticking out of the end meant to fire it. No big deal. They fired these things at a nearby base now and then. We came to pick it up, but I wasn't about to completely half-ass things. After clearing the area best we could, I wanted to remotely move the rocket in case of booby traps. The robot couldn't get to the rocket without toppling into the wadi, so I figured rope would be fine. I would say that I lassoed it, but reality is that I made a slipknot and chucked the loop in the general direction of the rocket and happened to get lucky on the first try. I spooled out enough rope to take cover nearby, then yanked the sheet out it. After waiting a solid 10 count, I poked my head out and saw that nothing had changed. The rocket was just moved around. Cool. Time to pick it up and roll out. So I get down to remove the blasting cap and got a little resistance. Weird, because it should have just slid out. Then I saw some of the threading on the motor section, where someone had unscrewed it. This is not something that insurgents do, as it might fuck with the propellant. Suddenly those wires are looking a lot more threatening. I'm already on top of it, and I need more information, so I just start unscrewing the sheet out of the end of this rocket motor. Out falls an old cell phone connected to 4 blasting caps, with the 2 wires I saw coming out of the rocket engine instead being connected to the cell phone's antenna. The entire rocket motor was filled with homemade explosives rather than propellant. My hand was already reaching down to just yank the sheet out of it when I saw that the battery had fallen off of the phone. Just kinda froze with my hand there for a few counts before I composed myself. Fortunate thing that battery had fallen out, as there was a cell phone tower not 100 meters from my position. If the dude was watching and waiting for me to get next to it or pick it up, he screwed up, because that amount of explosive would have obliterated me from the distance it took to lasso the damn thing. But it was the caution to violently tug the rocket in the first place that likely knocked the battery loose from the phone. So the event that clearly rings in my mind is one I actually shared a few days ago. Like most of the stuff causing issues in my life, this occurred at work. After 3 years of being there, I'm starting to get the feeling of you need to run from that place, but I don't know. I'll see how it continues a bit longer. Anyway, I digress. The event happened this year. We had a huge integration project at work. We were setting up a call center, and due to some early departures we had to bring in a contractor. I worked with this man for 8 maybe 9 months. He was a character, but when it came to data and developing software, the man knew his stuff. We had a project to complete, so I let most things slide, as did management. This man talked very poorly about minorities. Funny, since we work for the largest minority employer in my area, women, gays, and anyone not aligned with his ideals. He believed the government ruined his life. Once in a while I would try to start talking with him to understand why he thought like that, but it was difficult to follow his reasoning. I once brought up flat earth and the man literally came in the next day trying to prove how the earth is flat. Anyway, about 5 months in he starts become unstable. He is constantly asking for advances on his pay, $300 one day and then ask for another $300 the following. This went on 4 days. We always had an issue with his smell, but it started to get worse. He would wear the same clothes and come in with what I thought to be toothpaste stains on his clothing. He started pacing the floors, coming in late, talking under his breath, and crying in the bathroom. Told my boss that he had caught because a cop planted heroin on him. At this point red flag nukes are going off in my head. I'm scared of how he is acting, and so are my co-workers, but management has refused to hear us. They just brushed it off. Point then, that Wednesday rolled around. I couldn't take it, so I begged my boss to send him home. He finally agreed and told me to go tell him to take the rest of the day. I searched the 4-story building, but couldn't find him. I figured he left as I finished my day and went home. I came in the next day and management walked into my office and says so he got arrested. Turns out that when I had asked for him to leave, a female cop had come and arrested him at the same time. Being the systems admin, I started checking locations on devices and started to go through the phone to see if I could retrieve them. No. The answer is no, I couldn't. He had been using the devices to commit his crimes. I will never forget what I saw. Point. After speaking with the FBI and getting them access to the content, the man has now pleaded innocent in regards to 30 counts of unlawful surveillance and rape. These were the hand-picked cases out of many. The court is also trying to decide if they want to charge him for child born. I just hope the female interns we had and he would give rides to are no way involved. Watch for those flags, people. I was in Turkey with my friend on a family holiday at a Christian resort. The friend looked much older than her age. We were both 14. Big lips, boobs, bum. You get the picture. We went over to the bar and were immediately offered shots. The friend, Lena, had clearly been able to get free drinks before and knew how to go about it. I stood there unsure of what to do, just drinking what was given to me. About 20 minutes had gone by and it had maybe 6 shots. For a young non-drinker, this felt like a lot. Point. The guys from the bar came out in front of it and started dancing with us. One of them began dancing behind me and twirling me round. I felt uncomfortable and asked my friend if we could please go to the pool. She agreed and we drunkenly ran over to the pool, filled with excitement as it was our first night abroad. Point. We were in there for at least an hour, splashing, diving, just being generally silly. As we got up to leave I heard my friend scream. Looking to where she was I saw the barmen crouched in the bushes. We fled back to our villa. Naively, as soon as we got back we forgot about the men and decided to go and chill by the beach. Once we settled on the beach lounges, 2 of the barmen approached us. They spoke very broken English, but were basically saying there was a white sand beach nearby, with huge cliffs, that we could jump from into the sea. My friend seemed amazed at this, saying how she hadn't seen white sand beaches in years, since her hometown in Japan. She got up from the chairs and began walking away with the men. I reluctantly followed, not wanting to seem uncool. I suggested doing it the next day in the light. My questions went unanswered as I jogged to keep up with the friend. Point. We walked away from the light of the resort to a darkened car park. The men suggested that they drive us as it will be quicker. I don't know which car belonged to them, but I saw a couple vans, and as we got closer the men seemed as if they were completing some sort of mission. They were silent, only saying one or two words to each other in a militant type tone. I felt sick to my stomach. I suddenly got the idea they were working for someone, and that there was no white sand beach at all. I grabbed my friend's hand and sprinted away from the car park. We didn't stop running till we got to the villa point, but I knew something still wasn't right. I looked us in the bathroom and grabbed the toilet brush as a weapon. I know, but it seemed like the best option at the time. Moments later there was a knock at my door. It was the men. They called out to us saying girls in an attempt to lure us outside. One of the men put his hand through the air vent and tried to open the bathroom window. I called my dad, who was staying in a nearby villa, and after a bit of convincing that no, I was not joking, he came and caught them in the act. All men were fired that night, and we had the option of getting the police involved. I still cannot imagine where it'd be right now if we'd got into their vehicle. When I was studying, we were struggling by living in one room flat with my mom and my sister. As my sister was not studying, my grandma offered to buy a small flat for me close to her and grandpa to make it easier for me to finish the studies. During the whole process of looking for / buying a flat, my mom acted strange, like she tried to manipulate the people and the decisions about the flat, but she was still nice for me and never done anything bad before. I didn't know that she went to my grandma and told her that it would be much better and safer to make her, my mom, an owner, as I'm young and the tax will be much higher. My grandma agreed, and they bought the flat without me even knowing when, and after that I checked that the tax for me being the new owner was exactly the same as for my mom. I started feeling that something is not really okay, but I had to move in, so I spent most of my savings for new floor, repainting the walls, a big bed, etc. I was living on my own for like 2 weeks and suddenly I felt something really strange, something like you need a backup. I took a small box and packed all the documents, including those of my bank account, rest of the money I had in cash, some basic clothes and shoes, and asked my grandma if I can leave it for a while in her place. She agreed. The next day I was going out with my friends. When I came back home past the midnight, I saw lights on in my flat. There was a guy changing the locks and my mom sitting in my searched and devastated flat. All my things were packed for her to take. She just told me to get out of her flat. I became homeless with only a few things that are left at grandma's house. Next morning I called bank to not let my mom take my money, and they told me that she tried but didn't have the necessary documents. So many questions till this day, and it's really sad for me as I will never ever be able to afford my own flat without taking a big credit, but I know I wouldn't manage without this backup I made the day before. Back in 2003, got married in June, and then she'd got weird with my mom. Or about my mom. I don't know. You judge. The first time this word was right after the wedding on the honeymoon. I was talking to my husband, and out of nowhere I said, "I'm so glad my mom lived long enough to see us get married." He rolled his eyes and said, "Your mom is 58, she's going to live a lot longer." And I said, "Of course." No idea why I said that. And I really didn't know. Then a few months later she had her birthday. I sent her a really nice gift. My husband complained because we were broke. I said I wanted to splurge for her last birthday. He got weirded out and shut up about it. No idea why I said that or felt that way. Christmas rolled along and unfortunately it was my in-laws' turn. I got very upset while we were there and started crying. My husband asked why and I said, "It's my mom's last Christmas and we should have spent it with her." He got weirded out again and said, "She's healthy, she's not going anywhere." Logically I knew he was right, but I also knew he wasn't. In the spring she called me around my birthday. She was being weird and I said, "It's okay mom. I know you had the cat put down." She was baffled, as was I. How did I know? No faking. Clue. But she had indeed had my old cat put down. Then we got to talking about my birthday. I was going to turn 26, and I was feeling old. So I said, "I'm just going to turn 25 again. I'll always be 25, and you will always be 59. Forever." Faking weird. Then she told me that for my birthday she wanted to buy us a window AC unit and to just put it on the credit card. I still had her credit card. There was no Amazon back then, and she hated paying to ship stuff, so if she wanted to get me a gift for birthday or whatever and couldn't visit, she would just tell me to put it on her card. I immediately said, "You won't be around to pay it, so I'm not going to put it on the card." Dead silence on the other end of the phone line. Then, what? Cue profuse apologizing on my part. I had no idea why the fuck I kept saying that point. Well, about a week or two after my birthday we went to visit my in-laws for Mother's Day. Got a call on Saturday from my dad. He was in a bad way. Mom was in the hospital and I needed to be there right away. I got there at 2 AM Sunday. She was awake. I got to talk to her. It was cancer. I talked to her for an hour or two. She seemed okay. She was preparing a DNR, but hadn't signed it. I left. She passed away within 15 minutes after I left at about 4 AM. But she had not signed the DNR, so they resuscitate her. She was a goner, but the rest of my family couldn't do what needed to be done, so I had the plug pulled. She died a week after Mother's Day, about 3 weeks after my birthday, and about a week shy of our 1-year wedding anniversary. Point. Still don't know how I knew, but I did. It doesn't make any sense to me. I recently started working as an English instructor at a school in Korea. I'm the only non-Korean person at the school, and everyone else's English is fairly limited, so any conversation is a nice break from a usually isolating day. One of the Korean English teachers had lived in the US for a few months and his English was the best out of any of my coworkers. He made an effort to speak to me every day and make sure I was feeling comfortable. The first few weeks were great, but gradually he started making comments or suggestions that made me super uncomfortable. They were usually about my appearance. For example, he would ask me how much I weighed, how small my waist was, etc. He started taking it further by telling me every day how beautiful I looked and how lucky I was to be born beautiful. Point. He was also extremely Christian, and he constantly asked me to come to church with him. At first I figured he was just being friendly, but I turned him down enough times. I'm not a religious person that it became uncomfortable when he would quote Bible sayings and ask me to transcribe English Christian music. Point. Basically from week 2, my intuition was telling me something was off. He would always do subtle things to isolate me from other teachers, and when he offered to drive me home, "It's so cold out, you're too delicate for this weather," etc. He would fight to make me say yes even if I refused, get the other teachers to insist as well, etc. One time he took a huge detour into the countryside while driving me home, and I could have sworn he was going to attempt something. He ended up driving to his church parking lot to show me where it is, so I could come this Sunday. Point. Fast forward a month, I'm avoiding him as much as I can / refusing rides when I get a message from another foreign English teacher in the same town as me, telling me he's been fired for sexual harassment of female students. My school never admitted to me why he left, but going into work every day is 100x easier now, and my intuition has never proved to be right so quickly. I was the store manager of a tech shop last year, and a few days after Christmas I went in early to clean up before day of trade began because the store was left an absolute mess the night before. Point. I got in around 8 AM, walked to the back of the store, and when I came out, there was a guy standing there with a knife and he robbed me. Took all my store's money and way over $10,000 worth of stock and left. I called the police, went to the station, and gave my statement, and had my roommate come and pick me up to take me home, because I was in no state to drive. Point. A few hours go by and the 2 leading detectives of my case come and knock on my door to check up on me. My roommate was actually the manager of another one of the stores in the chain I worked for, and she trained me, but recently resigned a few weeks prior due to a court case she was already involved in. Everything seems fine, and they are asking me if I remember anything more, which I do, and I tell them. My roommate is an avid weed smoker and was high the entire time, and you could tell she was paranoid. Doing dishes, had about 3 cigarettes in 10 minutes, went upstairs and had a shower, and then came down to do laundry. Point. The detectives noticed her behavior and went up and started questioning who she was and why she wasn't at work, and she explained her court case and blah blah blah. She was getting charged for quite a bit. Long story short, she had custody of her niece and the father had visitation and wouldn't bring the niece back to the agreed spot, so my roommate and her sister went to his house and jumped the fence and the changes went from there. But the first words out of her mouth when explaining to the detective what her charges were break and enter. Immediately my heart sank and I got the most awful feeling that something bad was about to happen. About 6 hours later, my roommates and I are walking outside so they can drive me to get my car and so I could go and see my mum. Next thing, 6 cars pull up, about 7 detectives and police officers get out and they slap a warrant in my hand and say they are searching the house. They took quite a lot of my roommate's clothing and took all our phones for 2 months. For the first 6 months of this year, I was terrified that I was going to get arrested as the detectives kept telling me that I was the #1 suspect in the robbery, and so were my roommates. Then one day in May, I got a call from my roommate and the whole thing was closed. Never got any answers. When I was in college in 2010, I left a very important class almost as soon as I arrived because my girlfriend had a headache at home that seemed suspicious. I knew she felt bad before I left home, but for some reason I started to panic as class was about to begin. I left frantically, came home, and kept quiet on the computer while she rested on the couch. About 45 minutes later, she woke up, sat straight up, grabbed her arm, and said, "I think I'm going to have a seizure." She had several very violent seizures. I called 911 and kept her from hurting herself on furniture or falling off the couch. After what seemed like a half hour the EMTs came, and so began the journey point. She had a stroke at age 22, and a somewhat unusual one. A cerebral venous sinus thrombosis. This means the veins in the brain clotted up, not the arteries. So blood continues to build pressure in the brain from the arteries, but it can't be drained away. The pressure built up to the point where arteries started to bleed into her brain. This meant blood thinners to treat the clot caused more bleeding, and vice versa. She also developed an allergy to the strong blood thinner they were using, which complicated matters. Organ donation papers were prepared on day 4, and a very desperate treatment method happened to work, and she pulled through. She had to relearn to walk and use her left hand, brush teeth, etc., but has had a mostly complete recovery. She was a dental hygienist and had just enough hand dexterity damage to have to change careers. She started all over, went to school, and is now a registered nurse. We attend her graduation, and when her mom met one of her instructors, she recognized her as one of the nurses that came to visit my wife when she transferred to the ICU. She had been her teacher for years, but neither person ever realized it. We are married, bought a house, and she's actually asleep on my chest right now. Honestly, I almost forgot what we've been through until I wrote all of this. One day when I was younger and still in high school, I was home alone on a rainy day watching some TV while my mom was at work. Those days I would just kind of watch TV for hours uninterrupted after getting home from school, but this day I felt sort of paranoid for no reason, kind of just off, like something weird was going to happen. For no apparent reason, I decided that I was going to get up from the couch and look out of the windows behind me. My house has a long bow window behind where the couch is, and there's this guy waking kind of near the neighbor's driveway looking confused. I wouldn't have thought anything of it, except he was wearing a white t-shirt and basketball shorts in the rain. So basically, my first instinct is to wait a bit and see if he goes away. He does not, then decides to walk around in the woods behind my house, still visible to me. I called my mom and asked her what to do. I was already thinking about calling the police before she told me, but didn't really feel like starting something when it was nothing. So my mom instructed me to call the police, and at this point he's sitting in my actual backyard on a big rock point. When I call the police, I start explaining that there's a strange guy in my backyard. I included what he was wearing as I thought that may be important, as he was standing soaking wet in the rain with a white shirt and shorts. They frantically ask me my location and tell me that they've been looking for an escaped felon in my area and they are going to send a couple of squad cars to my location. Instructed me to lock all the doors and windows and try to keep an eye on him while staying out of sight. They arrive. I explain what's going on and tell them which way he went through the woods. The cops then proceeded to run with dogs through the woods in the direction I pointed them in. I don't know if they ever caught him, but that was one of the scarier moments of my home alone time. Throughout 2016 I would, every few months or so, wake up excessively exhausted and, strangely, with not enough body strength to stand up normally or even, say, lift my leg to rest it on my other knee with its own power. I would also be extremely nauseous and couldn't keep food down and had a pounding headache. Didn't know what it was, but the first time it happened was after a night of semi-heavy drinking. So given that, and those last two symptoms, I just thought I was hungover something fierce. Before Thanksgiving that year I had another one of these, and realized at some point that I massively craved sugar. I tore through a couple of full packs of Jello, and it turned out to be the only thing that made me feel better. Also had a numb tongue tip. Doctors told me either I had epilepsy or possibly a panic attack due to my history with anxiety. Thing is, it would happen usually in my sleep. I didn't want to believe I had epilepsy and certainly didn't have it before that year. Shortly before Christmas that year, however, I was having some weird feelings in my forehead as if now and then my brain was trying fiendishly to recall something, bringing up memories I forgot I ever had. It was cool, but something made it feel unpleasant. As I was leaving work that day, luckily I was with a coworker, because as I was walking down the stairs with him, wait, what? I feel like hell again, and in the same way too. And I'm apparently in the back of some vehicle. EMT tells me I had just had a seizure. It was a grand mal seizure, and according to witnesses it started at the top of a flight of stairs. The coworker I was walking with caught me before I hit the floor. That strange feeling in my head, I would learn, would from now on always precede a seizure, which would happen several times over the following year as my neuro would try to figure out how to properly dope me up. So I get a literal bad feeling whenever it's about to happen. Lots of brain and spinal scans. Nothing shows up. No blood problems, no heart problems, no diabetic anything, no brain problems, nothing at all shows up. Completely identical to someone who should be fine, but I'm not. No triggers for the epilepsy either. Not photosensitive. Docs doped me up huge. Nowadays much of my brain and thinking is or feels shot, but at least I'm not seizing. At least whenever I did, a 32 ounces milkshake was the absolute bomb. Medic cannabis was just legalized here, so I'm looking forward to that, since I think it too has helped me from seizing, but I miss drinking. Can't because of meds. Happened about 6 months ago. Was hanging out at my girlfriend of the time's house with a bunch of friends the night before my GF's brother's graduation. Everything was going great, and I was a little under the influence, so while our friends all left I decided to spend the night. We were hanging outside for a while before the friends left, and eventually turned to go back inside, but on the walk back to GF's store we find her dog laying around. I started to get a funny feeling, because her dog was never out of the house that late, let alone just laying around in the yard, so we started to try and get him in the house. My girlfriend kept trying to get him to get up and come inside with us, but for some reason he just didn't wanna move, and at one point, after we got him to stand up, he just lay back down. At this point my stomach is dropping, and honestly I was freaking out, because it didn't seem right, but didn't want to worry my girlfriend in case it was just me being under the influence that was making me worry so much. We eventually got him to stand up and come inside, but he didn't really seem off or in pain or anything, so I just brushed it off and headed upstairs to go to sleep. Morning comes, and I decide to stay in bed for a bit longer while my girlfriend goes downstairs to get ready, and I start playing on my phone. A few minutes later I start to hear a commotion going on downstairs that I couldn't quite make out, but before long I realize what I'm hearing is actually my girlfriend screaming and crying because she found her dog laying in the bathroom, having passed some time in the night. My stomach dropped, just like it had the night before, as I realized why her dog was acting funky at the time. I loved that dog despite not knowing him for long, And honestly he reminded me of an older and sassier version of my own dog. The worst was seeing the look on my GF's brother's face when we told him the news. Through a friend I found a summer job to build fences on a farm near my house. The guy was apparently pretty well off and was paying people $100 a day in cash for their work. I received the farmer's contact info and gave him a call. He didn't respond, so I left a typical message with my name and contact info and waited for his response. A few minutes later he rang and sounded extremely excited. He asked if my father was in the military and if I had an older sister. When my sister was younger, and this guy had run away together for a few months, and my family only discovered this due to my sister getting in a car accident and needing to contact services that were under her name. Small world. But this is where my story really got interesting. I ended up heading over to his farm the next day despite my parents telling me how shit of a human this guy was, because I was more interested in his money. I get there, and after meeting him, he explains that I won't actually be constructing any fences, but he has a insulation installment job that's 5 hours away, and he would like me to go in his shitty van that's definitely not up to any safety standards, and probably shouldn't be driven on the road. I was super hesitant, but he ended up taking me into it, and I was sold. I began cleaning out the trash can on wheels, when he suddenly walks over to the van and hands me a pistol. He stated something along the lines of how it was for just in case and you never know what's gonna happen, so it's just a safety measure. I was pretty dumbfounded and seriously began contemplating getting in my car and leaving. Then I met who I would be riding with. I told him the situation was making me nervous, but he really didn't give me a chance to leave, so I hopped in the van with his friend and we drove to Home Depot. During the car ride this guy starts telling me his life story. He explained that everything in his bag was all he owned and that his wife left him because she said he was abusing her. He also explained that when he was young his stepfather would abuse his mom, so he snuck into his room at night and hit this guy on the head with a baseball bat so he would stop hurting his mom. I remember exclaiming, "Well, that's nice." I was pretty faking sketched out at that point and ready to leave any chance I got. Once we got to Home Depot I exclaimed to him in front of employees in the store that I didn't feel comfortable driving 5 hours with this guy for beating some dude's head with a bat, and on top of that being given a gun for no reason. I turned around and walked away while he screamed at me that I was really faking him hard. My dad came and picked me up a few minutes later. It was my third week selling cars. I was still considered to be in training learning about the different models and trims. Despite that, my manager told me to get in front of some customers and start making some sales. I was working with an older couple interested in a luxury vehicle, and a man came by and I asked if he needed some assistance. He replied yes, so I asked if he'd like me to grab another associate as I was busy with the couple. He states he will wait for me. Alright, kind of weird, but if it turns into a sale I'm all fine with that. I finished up with the couple and went to give him my attention. He wants to test drive a sedan. I grab the keys and we go out to check it out. I'm sitting in the passenger seat. He in the driver's seat, and he starts the car with the push button. I tell him we can't leave unless we stop by the office, and he states he just wants to circle the lot. Red flags, of course, but I was fairly naive and doe-eyed, thinking I don't want to upset someone who may be making my commission. He ends up taking the car off the lot into a lower end neighborhood, tells me to get the fuck out or I'll beat you out. I ended up not complying, and after a wild 5 minutes of him stopping, trying to punch me, taking off, continuing throwing punches, opening my door, and unbuckling my seatbelt, and trying to eject me from the moving car, all the while I'm trying to give more than I get, I end up landing a decent chokehold on the guy. After he almost passes out, he jumps out of the car and runs away. I hop into the driver's seat and take the car back to the dealership covered in blood. I parked the car, blood covering my face and clothes, and walked up to my manager asking me what the hell happened. My first words? So, when does my health insurance start? Also, we are gonna need to get this car detailed. I managed to take photos of him driving when he stated his intentions, and he was caught around a month later. I believe he was charged and given around 6 years. Ooh, this was a total case of the Neanderthal prey part of my brain kicking in. Long post, sorry, but totally what this thread is asking about. I was on a solo road trip through the Pacific Northwest, camping in campsites, usually bud sleeping in my car, not a tent, for warmth, safety, and ease of unpacking/packing up. I generally chose the most isolated campsite in the campground for peace and privacy, and this one, off the 101 along the Oregon coast, backed right up against a big, thick, dark forested canyon point. Right from the beginning I felt really uneasy there, like I was being watched, which I chalked up to these two sketchy guys in another part of the campsite who had watched me super closely when I showed up, since usually the scariest thing as a woman camping alone is men. But it got dark quickly, and I ignored the feeling, while I cooked a nice dinner, and had a mellow evening. I even put in headphones, to listen to a podcast, while I cooked and ate, so I was sitting in a little patch of bright light, surrounded by dark, and I couldn't hear anything. Brilliant, I know, but at this point in the road trip I was bored with my own company, so headphones it was, and as I was doing the dishes, I looked around, and noticed some raccoon eyes in the bushes. They're a nuisance in Oregon. I was finding. So I shone my headlamp around the woods, and stopped suddenly, when I saw a different pair of eyes, wider set than a raccoon's, and reflecting a different, more golden color, perfectly still and looking right at me. My insides totally clenched up with this instant animal fear, before my brain even caught up. I grabbed a brighter flashlight, and shined it at these eyes, and it was a faking mountain lion, less than 30 or 40 feet away, scarily close. I could see it clearly, and it was just staring straight at me. It didn't move an inch. Even when I shined a bright light at it, I didn't turn my back on it, but I left my dishes and food where they were, grabbed my phone and my water, and jumped in the car. Man, I was so glad in that moment that I wasn't sleeping in a tent 45 minutes or so later. I really had to pee, so I carefully opened the door and shined the light, and it was still in the exact same spot, staring right at me. I peed right next to the car, hopped back in, and when I went to sleep a while later, I checked again, and it was still in the same exact spot, still staring right at me. It never moved. Holy shit. I didn't have a dog with me, and I doubt it wanted to attack me, since tangling with a human is a pretty risky move for a big cat that they'd rather avoid if they can help it. But it sure was watching me, and I was so vulnerable, it could have snuck up on me super easy. The feeling of being watched I had when I showed up at this campsite, the foreboding I felt about the dark forest I was up against, the permeating feeling of unease. It was absolutely that ancient evolutionary prey instinct. I spend a lot of time alone backpacking and hiking in the wilderness solo, and this wasn't the first time I've had that feeling. But it is the first time I've had it validated in such an alarming way. In the morning, raccoons had totally trashed my cooler and dishes I left out, and ate every last morsel of food I had. Little fakers, but whatever. I'm glad I jumped straight in the car. I talked to some rangers the next morning, and they were super interested, saying mountain lions had been seen occasionally in the area, but not ever so close to campsites. I was on vacation in the Caribbean when we decided to rent a canoe for the day and row around the coast for a bit. We spent most of the day rowing and swimming at a leisurely pace, but we had heard that there were some nice semi-underwater caves around. The kind where the main entrance is submerged, but parts of the cave are above water. It was supposed to be really beautiful, and we'd heard it was easy to reach by ourselves with just snorkeling equipment. It was getting late in the day, and it was the last thing we wanted to do before it got too dark to safely row back. So we jump into the water and swim around to see if we can find it. I take a dive, and in front of me is one of the most strangely ominous things I've ever seen. I don't know why. Maybe it was that particular way the twilight sunbeams hit the entrance, or that the sea was starting to liven up, but the submerged mouth of that cave looked like the gaping mouth of death to me in that moment. A shiver went up my spine, and I took a few moments to gather my courage. I swam around a bit and almost changed my mind, but every time I took a look at that cave I couldn't help but feel an uncharacteristic pang of fear. Eventually I had dallied too long. It was getting dark, and the choice was made for me. My friends didn't seem too disappointed to have an excuse to head back either. When I got back from vacation I was reminiscing with a friend who sent me an article and jokingly asked whether I had done any cave diving recently. Apparently a diver had drowned right in that exact cave. He was out with a tour group and got separated. The article was dated one day after we were there. This story is strangely applicable because I wasn't the one who got the feeling. I've already told the full story from the first person on here before. When I was in elementary school, I had very boring summer vacations, doubly boring when staying at my grandma's. One day, me and a likewise bored kid from that neighborhood decided to go on a very long walk in the afternoon. We get to this very large and rarely populated gardens area facing the city stadium. We were going to walk around the back of the stadium, where there is a go-kart track, and see if there were any races or anything going on. I'd gone on my bicycle previously, and never had problems. Well, while we were walking through the gardens, we get caught up by an adolescent, probably late teens, who grabs us, tells us to keep walking, and not make a sound. He tells us that he has a knife, and explains to us the horrible shit he's gonna do to us. At this point we are just doing what he says, pretty much scared shitless. Within a couple minutes, and before he can track us somewhere away from visible streets, all three of us get caught up by a couple of older boys from my neighborhood, not my grandma's, but the one where I actually live, who grab the dude, ask what's up, then proceed to apprehend him. Those two were the ones with that something is very wrong here feeling. They were also walking around bored when they spotted me from afar and decided to follow us, expecting to catch us hiding away to do something improper. As one of them told us, he expected to find out we were going to smoke cigarettes or something. Amazing that was the concern, I now reflect. Either way, he told us to never speak of this again. I don't think they permanently hurt the assailant, but I'm sure they roughed him up well. Just for clarity's sake, I should probably point out that in the town I grew up in, racial tensions were not entirely uncommon. While my friend, myself and the two older boys are white, the guy who grabbed and threatened us was not. When I was 6 years old, we had a big snowstorm, which is fairly uncommon here in AL. My two older brothers had a friend over, and my mother had to go on into work. Schools were closed, so we were all home. My oldest brother and their friend were old enough to drive, and before mom left, she told them they weren't allowed to get on the roads, and that she'd take the friend home when she got back after lunch. They decided to go to the nearest convenience store to get some snacks and stuff, and to just do something they weren't supposed to do. They got me in the car, and as we are backing out, I threw a fit to stay home. They tried bribing me and threatening me, and everything else they could do, but I wasn't having it. I kept saying they were going to break their hands. Since I was staying, it meant someone had to stay with me, in case my mom called. They argued about who would stay and ultimately, my older brother stayed with me. An hour later, we saw the friend's car on the news, and we got the call from the police. My brother had died in the crash and his arm had nearly been severed from his body in the wreck. In college, I was in class. This was way before cell phones, and in the middle of the session, I felt like I needed to go home and call my parents. We had a family business at the time. I called the office first, even though the office was closed for a holiday, and then the house since no one answered. Mom had left a good bit earlier, so she was home and answered. I asked about dad, since they didn't answer the phone at the office, and mom called, didn't get an answer, so she went back to the office to see what was up. Dad had had a heart attack and couldn't get to a phone to call for help. The EMTs got there pretty fast. He ended up having a quadruple bypass and was okay for many years after. Just for context, my mom is very gifted with the whole gut feeling thing, so am I don't know if it's because we overthink things / have anxiety, or if it's an actual gift. Either way, when I was 14 my older brother worked at a hosting company and invited me to do an internship over the summer there. It was my first job, and I was super excited. I worked in the server room setting up servers and whatnot, but there was only one other person there with me. He was an older guy, overweight, smelled bad, and was very angry all the time with everyone. Except with me, he was always nice to me, and for some reason would always bring me snacks like Kit Kat / Snickers / etc, which was odd, since he was diabetic. He would always buy me lunch, and ask me if I wanted rides to and from work. I had the weirdest feeling from this guy, and asked to be transferred out the department. Fast forward to last year, and my brother tells me the guy just stopped showing up to work all of a sudden and someone tracked him down. It turns out he got arrested for rapping / molesting his nieces and nephews, 6 to 15, and making porn videos out of the whole thing. The whole thing was going on since they were toddlers from what I understood. Didn't tell anyone, but I'm 100% sure that guy was attempting to groom me, but I knew better. Another one. 4 months ago my sister was going to sell a phone off Craigslist. I had a bad feeling about the whole ordeal and decided to go myself. My sister was insistent on going, but I really didn't want to go, but I didn't want her to go. Halfway there I turned home. I had the weirdest feeling in my chest. When I got home, my sister started freaking out and telling me that she's gonna go alone. Mind you, it was 11ish PM at this point. I stopped her and decided I would just go, but told her about my weird feeling regardless. When I got there and got out my car to show the guy the phone, he tried to grab the phone from my hand. Another guy tackled me from behind, and the two guys just started laying a barrage of punches right into my face. I must have blacked out / adrenaline. I tried to throw a few punches. I got one of them good on the ear and they both ran right after. I still had the phone in my hand. Was not worth it, but I didn't want to be a bussy. In hindsight this was really dumb, because I cold lost my life. I just did it because whatever, it was in the moment and I locked up. I'd like to think I'm a badass and would Naruto run at them and elbow block their punches, but in reality when in the moment, it just happened. I just froze and took a beating. You'd never expect it to happen to you, so you just lock up. I was dumbfounded at the whole ordeal. After a visit to the hospital I was checked out. Just a busted lip, black eye, and broken nose. I couldn't see from my right eye for a few days. Next time I know not to put myself in a situation like that in the first place. It was September 10th, 2007. I was stationed in Germany, and I was on standby for my squadron for any communications related issues. Basically, if a calm issue / outage occurred, I get the call and I would dispatch the on-call techs from the respected work centers. Well, for whatever reason, as I was sitting in my apartment, I had a really bad feeling something happened, but I didn't get a call. When I looked for the on-call phone, I realized I have left it in my car. I don't know how long it was in my car, but when I looked at it, there were 16 missed phone calls, all from the same number. Turned out the problem had been resolved. Okay, no big deal. But the aching feeling just wouldn't go away. The next morning, I still felt tensed. And it didn't help knowing that the front gate to the base had cars go through an alternative entrance. Something had definitely happened yesterday. And when I got through the gate, there were a whole range of extra security measures taking place. ID checks everywhere, building signs covered up, blockades in front of dorms, etc. Later that morning, my supervisor called me in and asked me why I didn't answer the phone. I told him the truth and told him I left it in my car. Then he explained to me what the situation was. Somebody called the base last night and said base is getting a surprise on September 11th. And the switchboard wanted to trace the call. I felt like utter shit. I knew I was going to get in some really deep trouble, especially when the area commander started asking questions. I thought maybe I was going to get an Article 15 or worse loser stripe. My supervisor had a 8 AM meeting with our commander. He had to tell him this information and then follow through any disciplinary action, if any, that the commander wanted. So considering the tension around the base and knowing that I was gonna get into some major trouble, it was just a bad start to the day. My supervisor returned to our office at 9 AM and told everyone what was said in the meeting. While I was partially at fault for not answering the phone, I got a verbal warning. Someone else got into worse trouble. It turns out that there are actual written procedures and guidelines for phone users stating who to call and instructions on what to do to trace a call for these type of situations. They are in large yellow and black templates written in English and German and are either placed under or next to each and every phone on base. I never noticed them, but sure enough there they are. So there was no need to call the standby phone if those templates were next to the receiving phone. Unfortunately for the section that received the phone call, the manager never passed them out to the employees and never made sure that the phones in his section had the templates either next or underneath them. And his employees, all civilians, didn't even know the emergency procedures or any emergency phone numbers other than 911 for on base. 112, the German version of 911 didn't work on base phones, so I was kinda relieved that that was over, but still something didn't feel right. Aside from the tension in the air just before noon, the base went into Threatkin Delta and full lockdown. A car had tried to run the front gate, but SPs were able to stop the car. Luckily, the car didn't have anything dangerous inside it, and the lockdown was lifted an hour later. When I was a senior in high school, me and my family went to the annual Halloween coffin races where I lived. They were held in this small older part of the city that didn't have much parking, so we had to park a few miles away and walk. It was a pretty hot day for October in Colorado, and I was dressed in mostly black with face paint on. We all decided to paint ourselves up like skeletons. We left before the races were up, so we could get back to the car, but the entire way back I just felt funny. I thought it might be dehydration, but I wasn't sure. A week later I was super sick and it weirdly always got worse around lunchtime. My body would ache. I got hot and cold and really uncomfortable. Once November hit, I missed the first 2 days of school of the month and my mom ended up asking me if I thought I needed to go to the doctor. I couldn't even imagine being that sick, but something felt off, so I said I probably should. I got checked out, and it turned out I needed to have my appendix removed. According to the doctors, I wasn't even showing signs of appendicitis, and that it was only inflamed, and they just wanted to take care of it. But they also told me my liver enzymes were unusually high, something they never figured out the answer to. And also at one point told me I had hepatitis. Turned out I didn't. I suffered some complications after the surgery, stayed a few extra days, went home, and a few days later woke up in the worst pain I've ever been in. 2 additional stays at the hospital, coding, having a feeding tube stuck down my nose and throat twice, having a PICC line put in, and an emergency surgery later. It turned out a section of my bowel has twisted. I couldn't eat anything without throwing up, and lost 20 pounds, and looked like a skeleton. The doctor said he was in disbelief that they didn't take me in for surgery the second time I came in, though he did say the x-rays and scans didn't show anything, but he knew something was wrong. He also told me had I waited any longer I could have ended up with a colostomy bag for the rest of my life, or that I could have died. I missed the entire month of November of school and the beginning part of December, and fell into an even worse depression than I had already been in. I'm thankful to be alive, though still beyond scared. Dinner time I feel pain even remotely similar to the pain I felt that day. I was sitting in a Starbucks, doing a little bit of people watching, sitting with my coffee, instead of being glued to my phone, which was kind of unusual to begin with, and noticed these 2 young looking girls, like 13 or 14 years old, who were standing waiting for their order. I'm not sure where he came from, but this much taller, old looking, almost pensioner aged guy is standing talking to them. I don't know why, but something just got my hackles up looking at him. Normally I'd assume it's a grandparent or something looking at him. He was well dressed, had that granddad look about him, but there was an atmosphere about him that just seemed off to me, and I have no idea what still. The girls didn't appear too distressed to my eyes. They were smiling and replying to the guy, all very casual and normal, but just something made me want to investigate this. So I kept eyes on them, and sure enough the old guy continues talking, only I'm noticing the girls are looking much more shut off from the situation, trying to edge away from him it appeared, and aren't replying back as they were before. Girls are served their frappuccinos, or whatever they're called, go to grab napkins away from the line, and the old dude follows them over, continuing to try taking with them. I take this as a cue to head over to listen in a bit. Surely faking now this creep is asking them how old they are and asking what their plans for the day are. The girls pair together and walk out, with him a step behind them continuing to talk away at them. I knew by this point that this guy was absolutely not related Some pedophile creep probably at worst. A weirdo stranger who wouldn't piss off at the least harassing two girls far younger than him. I followed them out the door and tried that trick where you pretend to know the girls, get the creep away without alerting that you're a total stranger just looking out for them. It didn't work. They just gave me a quizzical look, and it didn't fool the old guy that I knew them, though he was surprised enough that someone showed up to disrupt him. After this failed attempt to defuse the situation smoothly, I just turned to the old creep, told him to fuck off, or I'd replace his hip with my latte stirrer. I didn't actually get to say this. I wish I had. I made some other boring threat, called him a pedo creep. He abruptly fucks off. I asked the girls if he was bothering them. They said yes, and they didn't know him. I asked them if they wanted me to walk them to their destination, a cinema about 10 minutes away. They said yeah. I walked them over, keeping an eye out. No sign. Parted ways. Stood outside the cinema for another 5, just to make sure creepy Breeks hadn't been following further back. He hadn't. I wish I'd followed him and sicked the police on him in retrospect, but tbh, I think I'm content with having stopped something that could've gone pretty horribly. What I still find astounding to this day is how fucking useless the barista in Starbucks was, that they didn't say anything. Random old dude starts talking to two young girls, asking personal questions and other things about them, and you do nothing. Really fucking glad I wasn't on my phone that day. People watching. It's rewarding. Try it sometime. And don't be afraid to stand up for people. If you think something's wrong, trust your gut. It usually isn't wrong, and even if it is, only takes an apology before walking away from the situation. Worth it in my opinion. Tuesday, 15th March 1996. I was 9 years old, and every Tuesday evening I went to Cub Scouts. That night, while I slept, I had a horrible nightmare that a gunman burst into our cub hall during our meeting and started shooting us. That nightmare would have been forgotten if it wasn't for what happened the next day. I remember sitting in class in my primary school in the west of Scotland. It was immediately after lunchtime, and we were all called to the gym hall for a whole school assembly. At this assembly, our head teacher told us about the events which had unfolded that morning at another primary school 50 miles away. The Dunblane massacre took place when a gunman burst into the gym hall of Dunblane Primary School and murdered 16 children and their teacher before turning the gun on himself. As our head teacher began to tell us this, I remember feeling that I knew what she was going to say before she said it. Obviously, I could tell from the very fact that we had been called together as a school for this announcement, and by the look on her face, that something was wrong. However, the impression that the nightmare from the night before left on me was such that I knew that the thing which was wrong was the fact that defenseless children had been killed in a mass shooting. Prior to the Dunblane massacre, there had been no school shooting in UK history. Thankfully, this remains the case today. In 1996, I don't think there had been a similar event involving children of this age anywhere in the world. If there was, I certainly wasn't aware of it. At age 9, the very concept of an adulting attacking a group of children like that would have been utterly out with the bounds of my knowledge and experience. My nightmare of the Tuesday night has therefore always stayed with me as an unexplainable and uncanny mirroring of the real-life nightmare of the Wednesday morning. Responded to a 911 EMT for a fall in the middle of the night. Another woman who worked with me asked me to come on the call with her, though we would often go alone. We were just the first responders and the ambulance would come behind us. Anyway, we get to the address, and there's no answer at the door. We knock a couple times, then I look through the little side window with my flashlight and see a lady laying on the couch. Bloody. The door was luckily unlocked, or I would have had to kick it in. So we open the door and walk in, and there's blood everywhere. There's a trail from the stairs by the door all the way through the house towards the living room and the back. There's also stuff scattered everywhere on the floor. The entire ice maker bin is shattered on the floor between the kitchen and living room, and there is ice and water everywhere also. The television is hanging half off the wall and is completely destroyed, so that the screen has a giant black spot and then a glowing section around it that is providing an eerie glow to the room. There is also, strangely enough, a sub sandwich splattered against the wall that is still half stuck to the wall. I see all of this in the moments walking up to the patient as I scan the scene. which immediately tells me this is a faked up situation. It's at this point we notice the back glass door has some of the panels broken out of it. It was then my butt puckered and I quickly got on the radio to call for police. To respond, we make contact with the lady, and she has obviously had the sheet beaten out of her. Her face is hugely swollen, and her eyes almost swollen shut. She has a towel crudely wrapped around her foot, which seems to be the major source of the blood that is on every wall and all over the floor. My partner asks the woman what happened, and she says she fell down the stairs. This was clearly not the case. So my partner says to the woman, "Listen, we know that's not what happened, but is he still here?" She evades the question and denies there being anyone else. I know enough to know that domestic disturbances are the single most dangerous type of calls for police/fire/EMS in terms of violence. So I'm now convinced that this guy that beat this lady half to death is still in the house. As I stepped away to call for police on the radio, I looked up at the staircase and I see the banister up towards the top is completely pushed over. I know that this small woman probably didn't do that by leaning against it, and it looks like someone tried to push her through it. As I got close to the stairs, the patient yelled at me, "Don't go up there." So now I'm even more convinced that there is a homicidal man upstairs that I'm going to end up fighting any moment with my 110 pounds female partner. The only weapon I had that night was a folding knife. I go back over to where my partner is tending to the patient, and at that moment some glass chunks fall from the broken back door, and I proceed to nearly sheet my pants because it sounded like someone coming through the door. I'm watching our backs, and luckily the police showed up within a few minutes due to the situation I relayed to them. The first officer looked about as shocked as we did by the scene he found, and then after another officer arrived they cleared the upstairs and found no one. The ambulance arrived and loaded the patient up and started to take her out, and I realized we never checked the garage. I mentioned that to the officers, and as they went to open the door, the lady again told them not to go in there. So they got spooked too and entered the garage with guns drawn to find only her cats in the end. I don't know if the police found out who assaulted the woman or if she ever admitted what had actually happened. But needless to say, it was a very strange situation that could have gone much worse. My coworker never went on another house call by herself after that night because of what could have occurred. TLDR, responded to 911 M's call to find woman beaten, house trashed. Was convinced I would have to fight homicidal maniac by myself. This happened to my ex when she was in her early 20s. She worked at a preschool, and one of her female co-workers was apparently competent, bubbly, energetic and normal seeming, but tried a bit too hard to be friendly to the other staff members, particularly my ex. My ex felt especially singled out as a target for this woman's attention and friendship. From now on we will refer to my ex-wife as Natalie, not her real name of course. Natalie told me that at least a couple of times a week this woman would say we should be friends outside of work. Let's hang out some weekend. You should come over to my house and meet my roommates. They're great people and I know they'd just love you. This went on for months and gave Natalie a weird feeling, but not the outright creeps, because the woman seemed fairly nice and normal, other than the hard sell about wanting to be friends and always working her roommates into the conversation. After deflecting the woman's advances for months, Natalie legitimately had no plans one weekend and decided to accept the woman's invitation. Natalie agreed to meet her co-worker for lunch in a public place, not at the co-worker's house, and not with any roommates involved. Lunch went well enough, but when it was over the woman said to Natalie, "It's such a beautiful day and we are having such a good time. You should come over to my house and meet my roommates and we can keep this party rolling." This is when Natalie said the actual alarm bells started to go off, but, and I'll never understand this part, she ignored her instincts and agreed to follow the woman to her house and meet her roommates. You could see where this is going. They get there. House looks normal enough from the outside, but Natalie said as they walked through the front door the feeling of impending doom was palpable and growing. Natalie said the scene inside was as follows. There was a living room that led into a dining room, and in the dining room there were about 4 women standing around a table and they were all dressed identically. My recollection is Natalie described it as white tunics, and they had their hair up in white scarves or headdresses. They welcomed Natalie into the dining room with open arms, big smiles, and over-the-top graciousness like that you would reserve for meeting your future in-laws or some super VIP. Natalie said her co-worker's demeanor had changed to match that of the other women, like she was meeting royalty for the first time, even though they'd worked together for months. So now Natalie is officially freaking out internally when she notices on the table there is a cake and gifts, like you'd expect to see at someone's birthday. The cake had something inscribed on it to the effect of "Welcome Natalie. We are so glad you decided to join us," and the gifts, of course, are all for Natalie too. So needless to say Natalie is disturbed by this whole scene, and it is probably visible on her face now. The head weirdo in charge says, "This is all for you, Natalie. We just want you to feel welcome and know that you are loved." Mind you, other than her co-worker, none of these women have ever met or even seen Natalie before this moment. So just sit down, relax, have some cake, fat chance, and in a few moments we will introduce you to Osiris. Natalie, now shocked, confused, and scared, says Osiris. "Huh, what?" Head weirdo: "Osiris is our father. He will guide you through the ceremony and you will be born again as one of us." They must have sensed that things weren't going well and should be sped along, because out of a back room appears Osiris, described by Natalie thusly: "A large African American man wearing his own tunic and headdress, except that his were a deep crimson red. He picked up Natalie's hand, introduced himself, said it was time to start the ceremony, and attempted to lead her back to the bedroom from which he'd emerged. Natalie could see into the room at the end of the hallway, and she described a large round bed with satin sheets the same color as Osiris's tunic. Obviously, full fight or flight response kicked in now, and Natalie bolted for the front door, which was miraculously unlocked, and she ran to her car. With the co-worker, who had originally invited her, following behind saying, "Don't leave. You are loved here. This is where you belong." Natalie got away, but was completely panicked about seeing her at work on Monday, but the co-worker never showed up at work again, other than to pick up her last check. It turns out that this was obviously a cult/prostitution ring, and part of the hustle was to send these women out into the community to recruit unsuspecting women into the family. Apparently Osiris was very much on the radar of the local police and was a many times convicted felon. Takeaway: if weird co-worker insists on befriending you, do not ever agree to go back to her place and meet her roommates. Late to this, but here goes. In November 2015 I went on 2 trips. The first was a conference for work. I went alone, and it was from all outward appearances a sweet deal. Everything was paid for. I was put up in a nice hotel, and the conference was outstanding. But the whole time I had this roiling bad feeling about something. I didn't know what. But I kept also thinking anxiously about the second trip coming up. A week after returning from the work trip, I was heading to Guatemala with 2 good friends to travel around and play music and adventure for a couple weeks. I was simultaneously elated at the opportunity and feeling quite uneasy about it. So I returned from the work trip and the feeling remained. All was well though, and the people I would be with in Central America were locals and very well traveled. So the setup was ideal. Still, all that week prior to departure, I had these doubts and off feelings and wrestled with myself about it. I even got to the point of nearly convincing myself to cancel the plane ticket, with my logical brain citing reasons like, it's just a lot of travel for 1 month, or I should just stay home and save the money. Alas, I backed down and didn't cancel the ticket. The first week of the trip was incredible. It's an enchanting and gorgeous place. And we were meeting fascinating people and happening upon wild and memorable experiences. Then we went out on motorcycles for a day-long ride to explore all around a massive volcanic caldera lake and its ring of mountains and active volcanoes. I'd ridden motorcycles all my life, but never outside of the US. A few hours into the ride, I came around a tight switchback in the mountains, and a van coming the other direction was over the center line in my lane. I had entered the corner a little too hot and was hugging the inside of the lane anyway. I managed to lean out enough to avoid being hit head on, but I bounced off the side of the van and was thrown off the bike and over a guardrail down into the jungle. That's all I remember until I woke up. I'm not sure how long after. There were these crude cement drainage ditches all throughout the mountains there to divert the runoff from torrential rains. I had landed in one, on the edge, on my back. I was paralyzed from about the bottom of the ribcage downward, from what I would many days later learn, was a T6 burst fracture. I remain so to this day. What followed was a harrowing 12 hours of getting out of the mountains and to Guatemala City to a proper hospital. I went from that ditch to the back of an old coffee plantation pickup, to a tiny hospital in a small town, a bunch of cots in a room, to an old ambulance with medical personnel who spoke Kish and almost no Spanish, to a hospital in Guatemala City many hours away across the mountains. There's a lot more to the story, but that's the gist. I'm very happy to be alive, but I've certainly spent a lot of time wishing I'd listened to that bad feeling telling me not to go on that trip. Such is life. Sorry for the novel. Mine's is not as dramatic as some of these near-death experiences people in the thread have had, but it definitely shook me up a bit. At the time, one evening, when I was in junior high, a friend of mine had been hanging out with my siblings and I at our house, and it was time for her to head home. It had just rained, and it was darker than usual, and still sprinkling on and off, so I walked her home. She lived a couple of blocks down the street. On my way back, after dropping my friend off at home, I decided to walk back via the alley that ran down the center of those few blocks, where we'd usually drive up to our garage if we went somewhere. Just to paint the picture a bit, this was a gravel alley, fairly wide, but always full of potholes. The city would send a truck to grind them down once in a while, but refused to actually pave it over, I guess for fear of people bombing through it at top speed. They would anyway, but I'm sure it killed their suspension. Because of this, the potholes were all deep puddles. After the rain. On my way up the alley, I noticed a figure walking toward me, off to one side of the alley slightly. As I got within sight of my backyard, about 1.5 yards away, I could tell this was a dude, probably a little older than I was at the time, but he was staring me down, with a barely concealed smirk on his face, like something was funny. He never said anything, but after looking at him, I pretended to just look straight ahead as we were about to pass each other. But I was on high alert, and my heart was racing, because he just had to be up to something, and thus was exactly why I'd walked my friend home that night, to avoid someone like this guy. When we got about 10 feet from each other, he veered suddenly, walking directly toward me, as if he was just gonna run right into me. Still, he didn't say a word. I kept my path straight until the last moment, when I took a huge, sliding sidestep to one side, placing a particularly large and deep puddle between us, and quickened my pace a little. I've worn glasses since I was a kid, and the ones I had during this experience had lenses that were fairly wide. So with the lighting that night, I could actually see behind me and the edge of my lenses. I watched him walk a little bit further, and he suddenly turned around and started following me, matching my pace. By this point, it seemed like maybe he was trying to attack me or rob me. I wasn't sure which, but he was trying to get up the nerve. I didn't want him anywhere near me, and I was dressed in all black, so I thought I'd try to do something that'd creep him out, so he'd leave me alone. I abruptly sprinted around the corner of my neighbor's old shed, making a bit of a show of it in the process. And once I was out of line of sight, I picked up a stick and stood with my back to the wall, watching for him to follow me around the corner. I was planning on looking him in the eye and threatening him with a shout if he rounded the corner to come after me, but to my relief, he had crossed to the far edge of the alley and was speed walking away. I don't know who he was or what he intended to do, but I started carrying a metal rod in my coat for a while after that, whenever I would walk my friend home. I was definitely paranoid for a while. Kept getting sick, was getting to the point I was getting pneumonia 4+ times a year. Antibiotics were not clearing it up. Got to the point where pneumonia to me was like getting a cold. I couldn't just stop my life every time I got it. So, I was in one of my college lectures giving a presentation. A huge part of my major is public speaking, so I got over my fear of it pretty quickly. I was giving my presentation, and about 15 minutes in I start to get a stabbing pain in my chest every time I breathed in. I figured it was heartburn as it couldn't have been anxiety, and pushed through. My professor ended up stopping me mid-presentation, and told me I looked terrible, and needed to go to the emergency room. I went home from class early, and felt fine other than the stabbing pain when I would breathe in. My parents were trying to get me to go to the ER. I didn't want to go to the ER for what I was convinced was heartburn. Long story short, I went to the ER. I was in septic shock, had one of the worst cases of walking pneumonia the ER doctor had ever seen, and because of the septic shock I had tachycardia. I spent 5 days in the ICU. The doctors were stumped how a 21-year-old got so sick despite being on rounds of antibiotics and steroids. The pulmonologist I was assigned condescendingly told me I was working too hard and my stress was lowering my immune system. He also was aggressively arguing with me to put down my 14-year childhood cat, because I was probably allergic to him. He basically blew me off. I just knew something was wrong. My gut was telling me something was very wrong. I was so weak I couldn't stand by myself, was so short of breath I felt like I was running a marathon just from laying in bed, and they still couldn't get my pulse under 125. The pulmonologist sent me home with a script for Xanax, a course of daily oral steroids, and a daily inhaler. I just knew something bad was going on. I've had anxiety my whole life. I know what anxiety feels like. It was not this. I felt like something really bad was going on, and no doctor at the community hospital was taking it seriously. Long story short, 3 exploratory surgeries, 9 hospital stays, 2 hospitals, and 2 doctors later, I finally got diagnosed with an extremely rare autoimmune disease that is fatal without treatment. There are 3 stages. I'm stage 2. Stage 3 is treated with chemo, and then ends in death. If I listened to that first doctor I would probably be dead within a few years. Listen to your gut. Advocate for yourself. Doctors can be assholes just like the rest of us, and can be wrong just like the rest of us. I had gone to a friend's birthday party, and spent the night there. I woke up at roughly 6:30 in morning after only 2 hours of sleep with the feeling. Being a small town, I walked home, and made it there by 7:15. My parents and 2 sisters were out working in the yard, 7:15 on a Sunday morning. My dad is manic bipolar so sometimes these things would happen, events that needed to happen immediately, and required everyone's participation. So I joined in, and roughly an hour and a half later, so does one of my friends. The feeling remains. Nearing 4 in the afternoon, my friend asks my mom for a ride home as his parents are very strict, and he needs to be there at an exact time. And having a trusted adult there to collaborate means they won't do a military type of investigation to find out what he was doing all day. His parents are also the type that, once you set foot on their property, you are obligated to a minimum 1.5-hour visit. My mother agrees, and the feeling intensified. During the next 2 hours, my father got increasingly agitated, pacing back and forth around the house, fuming about something no one could understand, before suddenly leaving the house and driving away. The feeling reaches its peak. My mother returns home, and I start begging her to come take a nap with me, as I'd been up for so long as teenagers sometimes do, and having completed a full day of yard work, I'm now exhausted. But the feeling is there, and I will not do this until my mother is with me. She convinces me that she's just going to take a bath, and then she'll join me. I go to her room, and my father returns home, still fuming. 10 minutes go by. Suddenly, my sisters are both screaming. I run from my mother's room, and into the bathroom, where I find my father with his hands around my mother's throat, while she's sitting naked in the bathtub, trying to use her head as a mallet and break the porcelain. He's screaming at her, accusing her of cheating on him with my 15-year-old friend. That the reason she was gone so long is because she was getting drunk and faking around. One of my sisters calls 911. My father overhears, and being screaming that he'll kill all of us. I grab a hammer and though I'm too afraid to use it, sit outside the bathroom prepared. My father finally releases my mother and turns all of his attention to my sisters and I, along with my grandmother who lived in the apartment above our detached garage, and had come down after being called by my sister. He's screaming, making accusations that we were all in on it. We knew my mom was cheating, we were just using him, on and on. Finally the police show up, my mom is taken into an ambulance, my father is arrested. My mother survived with some bruising, possibly a concussion, and a small scar, where he'd cut her with his nails. He spent 3 months in prison and 3 months in a psychiatric facility. They divorced. My sisters and I are all in our 20s now, and we still have some, though very limited, contact with our father. This will get buried, and people will think I'm nuts, but oh man, this happened to me all the time, when I was younger. Still happens on occasion. I get this very distinct feeling sometimes. I call it in my head the feeling, like The Shining, where I just know something bad will happen. Apparently it was a lot worse when I was little. My mom claims I predicted things before they happened all the time. All the women in my fam have a version of the feeling. Few ones I recall most vividly. One. When I was 8 or 9, my family and I were getting out of our car and walking to my door. I remember freaking out and saying that we needed to get inside quickly because crazies were out. Turns out a couple in the neighborhood next time was murdered at night via home invasion, and it was around the time I had my freak out too. I'm not a good flyer, but one time, when I was in high school, I was about to board a flight with my whole fam. I was begging my mom not to get on the plane, but she said, I know you hate flying, but it'll be fine. We had to make an emergency landing almost immediately after taking off because the pilots smelled smoke in the cockpit and had no idea what was causing it, so the fire department came on the plane before we could deplane. As soon as we landed, fear of flying solidified. 3. My sister and I were talking one night and she said something jokingly mean to me, but I started sobbing. I just freaked out and felt the feeling and had to leave the room. Exactly 12 hours later my dad's car caught on fire in our garage. My room was directly over the garage. I'm from FL and this was during hurricane season, so there were gallons of gas for our generator by his car. This was at 6 AM, so we were all asleep, but my dad went downstairs because a dog was freaking out and barking relentlessly. My dad went to take her out and went near to the garage to get her leash. He saw the car on fire, instantly screamed for me to get out of my room, fearing, obviously, an explosion would hurt me first, since I was directly above it. My sister told me that, as soon as she was woken up by my dad yelling my name, she thought dad's car is on fire and it's too close to the generator. He needs to get out of her room now, and we need to get the car out of the garage. Luckily fire department showed up really quickly, and we only lost the car house, including me and my fam. We're all totally fine. Mad props to our sweet dog too. A decade or so ago, we were getting ready to head off into the woods near my friend's house. He lived near a large patch of woods, and we'd go a quarter mile or so into the woods near a creek to build a fire, drink beers, and just have a hangout point. Our one friend had recently stopped school due to a heroin problem. I don't know how serious it got. He was a very bright guy though, and knew his best hope was separating himself from the temptation. This friend already suffered from some genetic defects. I honestly don't recall what they were. It wasn't something you talked about with friends in your teens. I was excited to see this friend though, and make him feel at home. We all were excited. He had been home for a week or so, but he was sick, so we hadn't seen him point. So we left my friend's house and walked through the neighborhood to the spot to enter the woods. We get to that point, and I had this terrible feeling wash over me and got really anxious. I don't normally have anxiety, so this was a rare sensation, and I said I needed a minute. I then tried to get everyone to go back to the house so we could just play Smash, N64 Smash Transcends Time, or something, but I couldn't convince them. I got ragged on, but refused to go further. I felt ill, and I decided to skip the night and walked back to my car, sat for a few minutes and drove home. A couple hours later, I got a text from my friends in a group chat, and as soon as I saw all the names, I knew something bad happened. The text said that this friend collapsed on the walk back, and they couldn't wake him up, and had to call 911. My friends were at least able to get him to the edge of the woods, and that's about when the paramedics got there. After getting him to the hospital, he was still unconscious and had seriously low O2. They were able to stabilize him, and the next day he woke up for a few hours. One of my biggest regrets ever was not even thinking about leaving work to go see him. I just assumed that he was better and would be on his way home soon. Unfortunately, about 3.5 hours after he woke up, his lung function became a problem again, and his O2 dropped. This time his body went into a coma and stayed that way for 10 days before he passed away. I'm not blaming myself. My friend made his choices and he knew his other health problems were serious. It doesn't change the fact that I feel like I could have done more that night, and while he was at school, I wish I could have convinced them to stay home that night. I'm not sure it would have even made a difference, but the optics and response time would have been tenfold faster. I'll never forget that feeling I got before leaving for the woods. If I ever feel it again, anyone I'm with will have new plans. We will pull some chairs and play some Smash. Doing this on an alt, but there was this pretty old guy, early 50s or so. My good friend, 20 at the time, was kind of friends with. I didn't really know the old guy, but my friend did, and we knew he worked at a shelter for homeless teenagers. We were all going to some event, sort of like a really small convention sort of get together thing, and needed 4 people for a hotel room, so I roomed with my good friend, this old guy, and some older guy, 30s, we kind of knew. I was just barely 19 at the time. Long story short, the moment I met this older guy for the first time, he started raising some seriously red flags for me. He gave me the world's creepiest hug to begin with, and I swear he talked like a serial killer. I even distinctly remember my brother sending me a Snapchat of a new handgun he bought, to which this guy I just faking met without flinching says your brother could use that to kill himself. All that wetness aside, I also remember him being visibly upset that I chose to sleep in the bed with my friend instead of with him. Anyways, we spend the night and the event is over, so we all head over to a McDonald's with some friends, including a then 17-year-old friend from the area that happened to be who the old guy was riding with to get there. After a short while, the old guy leaves out of frustration, and our younger friend he was supposed to bring back home was then stuck with us, and we had to bring him back instead. Anyways, I had bad vibes all around with this guy, but I later found out that the reason he left him behind was because our friend promised to have sex with him. Technically legal, but still odd, at that event, but got cold feet and changed his mind, and the creepy old man got mad at him for that and abandoned him, leaving us to take care of him. Anyways, a few months later, and my good friends and I all find this old guy in a news article. Turns out that he was arrested for repeated sexual abuse for an unknown number of minors, which presumably includes all the children at the homeless shelter he worked at. Funny enough, I heard from a different friend who used to live with him that he ended up getting caught because he pulled the same thing with a 14-year-old boy he abused from another state. He got mad at him and abandoned him at a Burger King, with the stranded kid ultimately being the reason he finally got caught. Long story short, I knew immediately from the moment I met this guy that he was creepy and probably dangerous, and he ended up getting a 17-year sentence for sexually abusing God knows how many minors. I hope he rots in hell. When I was in middle school, I took the school bus home with my sister and my best friend. We took 2 buses home every day. The first picked us up from the school and took us to another school, where we transferred onto another bus that took us to our designated stop in our neighborhood. My best friend lived in a different neighborhood, so she took a different bus home. However, she came over to my house almost every day, and my mom liked to pick us up from the transfer point and take us with her to run errands, since otherwise it was about an extra hour until we got home. Normally, mom would pick us up directly from the transfer point, but this day she was running late due to a doctor's appointment right down the road and didn't want us to have to wait outside in the heat for her. So she decided to have us walk to the bookstore and hang out there until she was done. It wasn't that far of a walk, it was entirely inside the neighborhood, and there were 3 of us together with cell phones, so none of us were too worried. I was a bit hyper that day, and about halfway to the bookstore ended up finding a rock on the ground, and something just told me, you want to pick up this rock. It was honestly just an ordinary rock, but when I bent to pick it up my backpack fell over my head, delaying us longer. The last stretch up to the bookstore had a brick wall along it on one side with a gated neighborhood inside. Then streets crossing on the left that intersected with the one we were on. We were walking on the straight side with the brick wall because that was the side the store was on, and fewer street crossings without any type of warning. A huge pickup truck came barreling at us from one of the cross streets and flew into the brick wall only about 10 feet in front of us. It cleared a tree and ended up stuck halfway through the fence because another tree on the other side stopped it. There were 2 other cars who witnessed it and one called the police. Turns out the guy had been trying to commit suicide. Police said he had to have been going a minimum of 90 miles per hour to do the damage he did. As far as I know, the guy lived and nobody else was hurt. We were still talking to the police by the time my mom was able to get to us. If I hadn't been silly enough to stop and pick up this ordinary rock, we would have been right there where the truck hit. I always listen to even my silliest urges since then. You never know when stopping to look at a shiny rock or looking over your shoulder might dad your life. So a little backstory first. I moved around a lot as a kid and didn't have a steady home until about 7th grade, which is when I moved in with my grandparents. That was the best thing to happen to me. My grandma was a school teacher at the middle school I went to, and my grandpa was a retired 2-time cancer survivor, lung cancer both times. He smoked in his early days. Due to the cancer, he had lost his balance completely and couldn't walk unaided. Even though he was retired, he still worked at the golf course in town. He mowed, worked almost every day. He had the best work ethic and attitude of anyone I've met, and was / my role model to this day. Now, fast forward to my sophomore year of high school. My grandpa had been having a bit more problems than normal the past couple months. Fluid of some sort kept building up on his lungs, so every couple weeks we'd have to go into the hospital to get it drained out. Finally the doctor suggested a small surgery to put a powder of sorts onto his lungs or around it somewhere that would soak up and hopefully prevent the fluid buildup. This was after he had been stuck there for a couple days already. Everything seemed like it was gonna work out. He was getting better every day. The surgery was minimal risk and sounded like a great fix. I was visiting him at the hospital the day of the surgery and told him I had to head home and do homework, chores, etc. and I'd come see him the next day. On the way home I had this weird feeling, but didn't know what. I texted him one last time and wished him luck with the surgery and told him I loved him. He responded about to head in, love you to take care of grandmom. Reassured, I focused on what I had to do at home. About 30 minutes after getting home I get a call from his sister. He had a heart attack in recovery, and that's all she knew. When I got to hospital my grandma just shook her head and hugged me, and we cried together for what felt like forever. We found out later that during the surgery they had to disconnect his pacemaker for safe operation, and it wasn't reconnected properly after the surgery. So when he had a heart attack in recovery, his lifeline wasn't there. I'm a skeptic at heart and this probably was a coincidence, but here it goes. The 17th of August 1999, night at around 1 AM. I'm planning to sleep soon, but suddenly I feel very depressed plus anxious. Very out of the ordinary for me. I suddenly felt very alone and just needed to talk to someone, which is again very out of character for me. I don't really get anything by venting, and there is nothing to vent about really. I'm confused by all this. I'm restless. Pacing back and forth in the house. Point those days, cell phones are not widespread where I live, but we had 56k dial-up internet. I go online, ICQ, chat service, like today's Talk and similar, is very popular. I look for someone, anyone online so I can say hi to calm my nerves. Find a friend online. Just chat a bit, tell him about what is going on. I tell him that I felt disturbingly sad all of a sudden. Like something went very bad. There is something to be extremely upset about, but in reality there is nothing. He tries to empathize and say yeah that happens sometimes. I virtually nod and eventually leave at around 2:30 AM and go to bed. In my mind, nobody, it doesn't happen sometimes. It was the first time I'm experiencing such feelings, and I've never felt something like it since. I'm in bed, but can't sleep. I feel like crying. I'll let go and cry a few tears. Very unusual for me. Last time I cried was probably years ago, but it somehow makes me feel slightly better. I start to doze off. I assume clock was ticking closer to 03:00 am. Then it happens. I was jolted awake by a violent earthquake. Magnitude 7.4. Lasts 45 seconds. Kills 30,000 plus people, officially around 17,000, but the number is disputed. Displaces millions. Thankfully our building didn't collapse. Spent the next 5 days outside unable to enter our apartments because we didn't know if it was safe to do so. We eventually recovered, but that emotional experience and what happened afterwards got me shook. Point again, it probably was a coincidence. The earthquake directly affected 15 million people. There is bound to be people that felt off that day by pure chance, and I think I happen to be one of them. I'm sure there are thousands of other people out of the millions experiencing it, claiming they felt it before it happened. I make no such claim, but it was a noteworthy experience for me. The friend and others he talked to about what transpired between us that night half-jokingly treated me like a psychic afterwards. This is my dad's story. After my paternal grandfather, Papa, died, my granny started going through a hard time. As a result, my dad and his brother were taking turns visiting her to make sure she wasn't alone. My dad was scheduled to go and see his mom one weekend. The night before, he says he had a dream. In the dream, he was talking to Papa, who told dad to be careful driving to Granny's house the following day. That there was going to be a big truck on the road, and it was important dad did not get too close. Dad tried to talk to Papa more in the dream, but Papa just told dad to stay away from the truck, that he had to go, and dad woke up. The next morning, dad was driving to Granny's, and, as he was leaving the last town before the long road to her house, a big truck carrying lumber pulled out in front of him. Dad was immediately uncomfortable, and started giving the truck a ton of space. He followed the truck for 15 miles. There isn't a detour in that area, mentally going back and forth between thinking he was being paranoid and just maintaining distance, just to be safe. As he approached the last bit of the journey, dad started to relax. Granny's house was just down the way, and he was beginning to think he had been weirded out for no reason. Then he noticed, way ahead of them, the bridge. It had a 9-foot clearance. This truck was well over that limit, and it wasn't slowing down. Dad, who had already had 100+ feet between him and the truck, slammed on his brakes as the truck barreled along. He tried to honk at the guy to alert him to the danger, but the driver just kept going. Dad couldn't do anything but watch as the truck hit the bridge. The truck was destroyed, and the lumber it was carrying burst out into the street behind it. Had there been any cars behind him, they would have been crushed. Dad got to the scene and the driver was beat up, but in good shape considering. Dad told me he figured the guy ducked just in time. Dad was totally freaked out by the incident. He chewed out the other driver. Dad gets angry when he's been scared, and the wreck got cleared. He got to Granny's and called my mom, shaking for the rest of the visit. A few years ago, I couldn't sleep at all. I've always been a night owl, but I just could not wind myself down, so I decided when the sun rose, I'd go for a brisk walk around my quiet neighborhood. At the time, my mom and I would go for walks together sometimes, and made our own little route through a suburb that was about 1.5 miles, and I planned to go on that route. It was a sunny Sunday morning, perfect for a walk. As I was getting dressed, I had this horrible feeling of dread and paranoia wash over me, but I'm a naturally anxiety-ridden person, so I pushed myself to go anyway. I put my earbuds in and listened to some music, and the walk was pretty enjoyable. As I was getting towards the end of the route, which is confusing to explain because of how this area of houses is set up, I thought I heard the sound of gravel over my music. I kept walking, but thought I heard it again. I turned around and noticed Ansav was trailing behind me. I was walking on the sidewalk, but this car was close behind me on the road and moving at a snail's pace. I made a point of turning around and looking at the driver, who was definitely a male, but the car's windows were tinted, so I couldn't make out any distinguishing features. The Sav stopped next to me, and I started walking even faster and pulled out my phone. The driver sped off around the corner, and I called my boyfriend at the time, who was sleeping at my house, so he didn't answer right away. I walked around the corner as I called him again, and saw the car was waiting for me on the next street. I made it very obvious that I was on my phone, and the driver made a U-turn and sped off. My boyfriend still didn't answer, so I called my mom instead and had her pick me up, even though I was just a couple of blocks from my house. I can't even explain the fear I felt. At that time, we lived in a quiet suburb on Long Island, but that was also during the time when a lot of remains were being discovered from the Lee serial killer. I know that the man I encountered was most likely not the killer, and I was obviously not an escort or prostitute, but it was still terrifying anyway, because everyone on the island was on high alert point. Even though I didn't get much information about the man or the car, I still attempted to make a police report in case anyone else had a similar experience. It was horrifying, and I didn't take any more walks after that, and I've never ignored my instincts since. I was hanging out with a new friend from work and a few of my day ones. We wanted to integrate him into the close group of friends I call family. Having a few drinks, everything going good. Then I start getting a very uncomfortable feeling in my stomach and sat on the toilet for 10 to 20 minutes sheeting my guts out. This was the first sign I shoulder-headed to point we were planning on going out and climbing all of our schools, just getting on the roofs. So we went out and did mine and my family's junior high/elementary and the new guy's high school. Everything went smooth. We had a few more drinks and we were going to return back to my house when new guy said there was one more he wanted to do, his elementary/junior high. Can't remember exactly which one. We got on top of the school and drank a bit more before we were all set to go. We took a picture, a really nice picture too, except I noticed something kinda off on how the new guy looked. Shrugged it off and stayed up on the roof for like 5 or so more minutes. This is where things took a turn for the worse. We heard or saw the sirens. When it was too late, cops had shown up. A tip from one of the neighbors near the elementary school about kids loitering. Teenagers being teenagers, we split, jumping off the roof. It was only a single-story school, and onto the sidewalk below. Me and the family got down first. They ran to the left and I ran to the right, not realizing I was running right into the cops. So I quickly turned around and started chasing after my friends. Then I felt weight hit my shoulder and heard the worst cracking sound I've ever heard. New guy had just jumped, hit my shoulder and split his head on the sidewalk, and immediately had a seizure. This point was when everyone came running back to check on him. The cops had shown up and had called for an ambulance. He had another seizure in the ambulance and 2 more in the hospital. Me and the family had followed the ambulance to the hospital and sat with his mother in the waiting room to hear from him or how he was until 3 to 4 in the morning. He's okay now. Had a couple more seizures after, but his health is okay. We don't really talk to him much, unfortunately. TLDR. First time we integrated our close-knit friend group with another guy from work, had a few drinks, and were climbing to the roofs of schools. During the last one, new guy's elementary, cops were called. He jumped at the wrong time, hit my shoulder, and cracked his skull on the pavement, nearly dying. I told this story once on here in response to a question about crazy travel story, and got no love. Here I go again. Anyway, I was on vacation with my partner in Dominica. It's a small island, but full of mountains and jungle, and the roads aren't great, so it's difficult to drive through. The best way to get around is to drive the main ring road around the island's coasts. It's by far the best road. This is obviously frustrating though, if you need to go in a straight line from one side to the other, as we had to do basically every night we were there. So one night my partner and I were driving back late from some activity, and our GPS told us that there was a nearby road we could take that cut right through the island. It would save us something like 20 minutes. I think it was like 75 minutes vs 55 minutes. So we decided to go for it. Our GPS had been very reliable and helpful up to that point, even when we were hopelessly turned around. After 30 to 40 minutes or something of driving along this road, the road starts getting really sketchy. At one point we were driving alongside the edge of a quarry with no guardrail or anything, but we kept pressing on, hoping we might almost be out of the thick of it. The roads often went from paved to gravel back to paved, with lots of construction and detours everywhere, so it was just kind of this situation where we kept hoping it'd get back to normal, and we had reason to think it would. But it was still just sketch. We had already seen a lot of sketch stuff driving around at night on this island, and we had had more than a few "where the hell are we going" moments, but this drive was getting sketchier and sketchier by the minute point. Anyway, we were getting very close to our destination on the other side of the island, but all of a sudden, the road in front of us more or less just stops, like a dead end. It looks like it might just be overgrown with grass. Meanwhile, our GPS says to keep going. We are almost there. The road goes straight ahead. So we drive a bit, maybe 5 to 10 feet, but stop the car when we just can't see what's in front of us. We had a 4x4, but the grass is pretty thick. I don't want to back up just yet, but I'm getting freaked out. It's pitch black out, and I didn't want to drive far enough that I lose my sense of direction or we get stuck in a hole or mud or something. While my partner is very cool and collected in these situations, I'm very prone to anxiety, especially in cars, and especially at night. So I stop the car and I get out to survey the condition of the road straight ahead, hoping that in a few feet it'd look normal again and we could be home in 10 minutes. That was not to be the case. As it turns out, if we had driven a few feet further, we would have driven straight off of a cliff into a rock quarry. I have no idea how far down it was, maybe 30 or 40 feet. A complete 90-degree drop off, no barrier or hill. To this day I'm very grateful for my anxiety telling me to stop that car. Totally worth driving all the way back to our starting point and then driving the full distance around the island. Ha. My stories are more of a warning to listen to your jit rather than ignore it. Point: my sophomore year I was dating this guy who seemed like this perfect good guy. Most people didn't realize he partied too hard and was at the point that if he didn't smoke weed every day he would have withdrawal symptoms, which I didn't even realize was a thing with weed. So I decided to spend night with him and his family, who have this huge party for New Year's. All day I had the strangest sick feeling all day, but I chalked it up to nerves over all of the people coming, plus I was 4 hours from home. I know it's stupid, but I end up drinking, which I normally don't do, while my boyfriend oddly stayed sober. Shortly after midnight I decide to go to bed, and my boyfriend says he's gonna go back outside to the party, but will come to bed soon. About 3 hours later he comes back reeking of alcohol and cigarettes, climbs on top of me, ignores me when I tell him to get off. You can guess the rest. Next day he doesn't remember any of it. I was 19 and stupidly stayed with him for another month or so. When I did break up with him, I tell him that he's going down a bad path and I won't watch it or be part of it. I heard he started partying even harder and got kinda reckless. That summer I find out he had a stroke because he had been smoking so much weed. Also didn't realize that was a thing, just going by what he said, that the doctor said. He dropped out of school and partied way too hard, and he got in trouble with the police. Point: another time I was at work and suddenly had this feeling that I needed to go home. I tried to ignore it because my shift was close to being over. Suddenly my phone starts going off like crazy and my dad says there's been an emergency and I need to come home immediately. I worked about 5 minutes from home, so I go straight home with all these thoughts of what could be wrong going through my head. Suddenly all the other thoughts go away except for one clear thought: your brother tried to kill himself. He shot himself. Point: I get home and my mom is hysterical. That's exactly what happened. I was in first grade. One of my buddies was having a birthday party at a Chuck E. Cheese type of place. I forgot the actual name. One afternoon after school, so my mom had arranged for his mom to pick me and our other friends up after school and take us there. That morning, my sister, a 3rd grader, had an earache and stayed home from school. She had perfect attendance previously and had never missed a day of school before this. I went on to school, then the birthday party after, having an awesome time with my friends, and had forgotten that she had stayed home sick. When it came time for us to go home, my friend's mom proceeds to take me home, but instead lets me know that my parents wanted her to drop me off at our neighbor's house next door. I immediately got a dreadful feeling that I couldn't shake. Remembering that my sister stayed home from school sick, I got the feeling that there was something wrong with her. A short time later, my grandparents picked me up, another red flag, because they lived like an hour away. They were acting very strange. We pulled in my driveway and were sitting in the car. I remember thinking to myself, please don't be dead, please don't be dead. That's when grandma turned back and broke the news to me that, and of course from then on it was all crying and blurry. Worst feeling of my life by far. Thinking back, it was so strange that I was 6 years old and having the bad feeling that my sister was dead while we were sitting there in the driveway. I knew what death was because a dog was hit by a car a couple months before, and my parents explained it to me. But it's odd that that's where my mind went. Later on, I had found out that my sister had mastoiditis, which is an infection of a spongy bone in your inner ear. The doctor treated her for an ear infection and sent her home, where my dad laid her down for a nap and never woke up. I used to have a friend who was insecure, not very likable, and a Muslim girl in high school. She was one of those characters who was nothing but drama to most people, but I got along with her just enough to make it a doable friendship. This is not exactly a dramatic story, but it always stuck out to me. She changed high schools and I wasn't sure how she was handling it emotionally, because she wouldn't say, but she did say not well. I wouldn't care to text her that often, but there would be days where I would just feel it in my bones I needed to reach out. And I did. Like clockwork each time, she would tell me she had just had a breakdown earlier that day and I would counsel and try to help her. Finally one particularly bad day she noticed the correlation and pointed it out to me. I didn't notice it until that point, but in that moment she did. It was like something deep inside me warily nodded and acknowledged that it was what I was doing for her. By text, I brushed it off and just asked her to please talk about what she was going through. After a few more rounds of this style, she texted me that her old best friend from my high school told her she was too much trauma to keep contact with and ceased all contact. She quoted her best friend, and I knew her best friend was right. I eventually followed suit, but not by the same method of face-to-face cold turkey style. Those feelings of needing to text her halted after that. She reached a few times now and then, and I replied to the best of my ability while trying to distance myself. But every time she started to talk about her problems again, it was not the same. My ability to deal with the drama had disappeared, and I could not deal with it. The friendship withered and died after, because I did not share the same interests as her. I don't know what happened to her, but I suspect she may have needed me more than the amount of time and effort I gave. There are good people in this world, and bad people, but above all there are limited people. Do not forget that. This one haunts me. I had flown home from interstate to celebrate my father's birthday with my family. We had just enjoyed a weekend away, drinking nice wine and eating fancy cheese at various vineyards. Anyways, after a long drive home we all got ready for bed, as we were all really tired. I went to give dad a hug and he looked weird and didn't want to cuddle me. I asked him if he was okay, and he said that he had just vomited. I was concerned, but he outwardly shrugged it off and went to bed. I sat in bed feeling really off. I just knew that something wasn't right with him. I debated going and checking on him, but decided not to as mum was with him and presumably would check on him / be just as concerned. The next morning he came into my room really early, saying that he had called an ambulance. I didn't question this initially, and I sat with him and made him as comfortable as I could while we waited for it to arrive. I offered to drive him in, but couldn't, as mum had gone to work super early that morning taking the only car with her. The EMTs arrive, and he explains that he had experienced some chest pain and had vomited the night before, and that something didn't feel right. The EMTs did a great job, as they convinced both of us that nothing was wrong, but that they would take my dad into the local hospital just to check on him. This calmed him down a lot, although his heart rate was off on the machine and his blood pressure was really high. Soon after we arrive we learn that he had suffered a heart attack and that he would need surgery that day to widen an artery or something. They put a metal splint into his heart via a vein in his arm. I can't remember the specifics unfortunately, other than being amazed that they could do heart surgery this way. I literally spent the whole time that he was in surgery verbally berating myself for not doing a good enough job checking that he was okay. I knew that he was off. I could have saved his heart a lot of damage if I hadn't let him go to bed. I felt then, and still feel, that I had failed him. Fortunately, the operation was a success, and after major changes to his diet and exercise he recovered from his heart attack, to the extent that he no longer needs to take blood thinners or medication. I still wake up feeling panicky thinking about him lying there in the dark, scared and in pain, but unwilling to wake his wife up next to him and tell her that something was wrong. Thank God he didn't die and is healthy now. Love you, Dad. I'm sorry that I didn't look after you that night. Over 2 years ago I went to stay with my parents for a few days. I wasn't living with them at the time. I was staying with an ex-boyfriend. My father was struggling financially. He lost his job and house, but managed to make some money with a few side jobs. He was stressed out, didn't know how he would come up with enough money to take care of my family. I knew he was having a tough time dealing with it. I saw him break down and cry for the first time during those days I went to visit. Me and my brother were with him. One night we went out to get pizza for dinner and brought it back home. When we got back he told my mom he was going to the store to get some drinks. I asked if he wanted me to go with him, but he told me to stay with my mom and my brother. He left shortly after. It was getting late, so we all went to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night with a very uneasy feeling, and I looked out of the window to see if my dad was back yet. He wasn't. The feeling grew worse, but there were a lot of nights he'd stay out late. When I was growing up, I ignored the feeling and went back to sleep. Woke up the next morning and he still wasn't home. My mom tried calling him, but he didn't answer. She got upset and didn't know what to do. A few minutes later my mom received a phone call from one of my dad's friends. They told her he was in the hospital and wasn't in great shape when they dropped him off. She started freaking out and called the hospital. They told her he was discharged at 10 AM that morning, but we had no idea where he was at. I called some of my family members to see if they knew where he was and they didn't. My mom ended up calling a different hospital and they told her he was airlifted there and was in the ICU. Wouldn't give us any other information. I called my grandmother and my aunt to tell them what was going on. I then called my ex-boyfriend's mom to tell her what happened, and she came to pick up me, my mom, and my brother, because my mom was in no shape to drive. We got there after my grandmother had. I met her in the waiting room. Tears were running down her face, and she told me he wasn't going to make it. I went back to see him and say my goodbyes. I won't ever forget how cold his hand was as I held it. He overdosed that night. It was by far the worst day of my life and it still hurts every day. I miss him more than anything. This has been several years ago. My now ex-wife said that she needed to be at work early that day. She left at around 5 AM. She worked at an embroidery shop. She claimed to have a lot of backed up work to be done, and she could do it on a holiday, since it was dead. I had an uneasy feeling about all of this. I woke up around 7 AM and tried to call her, but her phone went straight to voicemail. We had recently had an argument about me not trusting her, and so I decided not to go to her place of employment to avoid another heavy argument. She texted me later and said she would be out of work at 6 PM. I asked her to meet me for dinner because I wanted to spend time with her. She said she was going out with some friends for work and not to wait up for her. She got home around 2 AM. Next day the awful gut feeling kept lingering, and I went to her car to see if I could find anything. We already had problems, and I was trying to make it better since we were not doing very good in our marriage. I found some soda bottles that are only sold in Mexico, and when I asked her about it, she told me I was being delusional. We eventually ended up getting divorced about a year later. We had an honest talk a year after our divorce, when we came clean on everything. I specifically asked her about that day, since it had bugged me when it occurred. She did end up confessing that she drove to Rocky Point that morning and went to see her ex to have sex with him. It hit like a ton of bricks. Even though I knew something was up, I didn't want to ask about other times that I felt uneasy. I didn't want to confirm other things that I probably already knew. I'm not trying to make myself up to be a saint. We had an amazing marriage until I stopped paying attention to her because my grandfather died. That was the first time she cheated. Then I cheated. In retrospect I should have called it quits then. But it is what it is. We have better communication now than we ever had as a couple. TLDR, my ex-wife went to work early. I had an awful feeling, and after the divorce I found out she cheated on me that day. I was in 4th grade. I had gotten off the bus with my brother in the entrance of the trailer park where we lived, with all the other kids. Got to our trailer and my little sister, who was about 2 at the time, was screaming her head off in her crib at the back room of the trailer. My dad, a little backstory, was an abusive alcoholic drug user, was supposed to be there, since he did not have a job, and was the stay-at-home dad, while my mom worked. I picked her up, handed her to my brother, so I could look for our dad. I expected him to be passed out etc. point, but he was nowhere to be found in the trailer. For a couple weeks there had been talk about him hanging out with the mom of kid that rode the bus with us. I knew in my head, at that moment, where he was. I walked out of our trailer across the couple yards to the woman's trailer, and banged on the door. I don't think even in my adult life I have ever been so mad. I banged on her screen door again. She answered and I said, "Is my dad here?" She didn't answer, but walked into her trailer while I waited. Of course my dad comes to the door. He didn't seem drunk, which made me more mad, because he just left my sister while she slept, to hang out with another woman. I just said, "Insert my sister's name needs her diaper changed," and walked back. My mom had divorced him 2 years prior due to the abuse and alcohol. He went to rehab and came out a new man. He relapsed a couple times, but still managed to convince my mom he had changed. It was this day that permanently cemented in my head that the man I called dad, he was not a good person. As a 9-10-year-old, I had seen things between them, overheard things that family members said, but this was the day the idea of my dad ended. What I hate even more is that I didn't even tell my mom about this until probably 20 years later. At the time it happened I knew my mom was happy. It still haunts me to this day that I didn't tell her. My younger sister used to date a guy my age. She's only 2 years younger than me. Her boyfriend had been my friend through most of high school, and I was in my senior year. I drove me and my sister to school every day and spent a lot of time with her. She started being very short with me and yelling at me when I asked her to do anything. She even went so far as to tell me that she hated who I was and that if I wasn't her sister she wouldn't talk to me. This absolutely destroyed me. Also, every time I was with her and her boyfriend, I felt like they ganged up on me, like they both knew something terrible about me. I sensed this, and when I told her that's how I felt, I totally freaked out and started crying and having a panic attack. That wasn't the only time that happened. She also acted like this toward the rest of my family. Months later, they broke up. Not long after, she told me that whenever she would complain about something annoying or frustrating in the family, he would take things 8 steps too far and start talking mad shit not only on me but my parents. They had always been nothing but amazing to him. He once texted my sister during a class that he and I both had to tell her how ugly I looked without my glasses. He was manipulating her feelings about the family and she believed him. After the breakup, my sister's attitude about everything completely changed. She's so much happier now. She actually enjoys being with me and my parents again, and she's honestly had such a glow up. I will never forget the huge pit in my stomach that appeared when I realized everything I sensed between them and me was right. He goes to the same university as me, and I tell everyone I know to stay away from him. There are so many more stories about how terrible of a person he is, but the one that takes the cake is how bad he hurt my parents' feelings when my sister told them part of his reason for breaking up with her was that he couldn't imagine being a part of our family. The actual reason was that he wanted to get back together with his ex. Some background knowledge: I have a rare condition called thoracic outlet syndrome, which means I have 13 ribs on each side of my body, and this is a major reason for what I describe below. It started happening when I was 15. This random pain in my left hand that would hurt a lot, but would come and go. Now I assumed it was just allergies or something, so I didn't care. Fast forward some time, and this pain has spread to my lower arm and lasts for longer durations. Now I was scared with this gut feeling something was very wrong, so I went to the doctors. The doctor directed me to the neurologist and had a few tests done. Forgot what they were called, but they looked for problems in my head. Since those tests couldn't find anything, my mom guessed it had something to do with my online gaming. I didn't think that was it, but I went with it. I still had that guy feeling, though. Fast forward some more time, and I'm practically living off of ibuprofen now. The pain is also constant all throughout my arm, and my arm was always curled up like a hook against my chest, because if I unbent it, it caused severe pain. My bicep was also rock solid. Clearly I was right, and this was something more severe than just video game addiction. So we go back to my doctor and ask for a second viewing. He prescribed me an arterial Doppler upper extremities test, where they put warm goo on your arm and press a pen-like machine against your arm, which displays blood flow via sound and pictures on a computer screen. My blood flow was good in my armpit and shoulder, making lots of noise and pretty colors, until about the middle of my bicep, when it went dead silent and all color disappeared. We rushed me over to Osher's Children's Hospital, due to a massive blood clot in my arm, that developed because of an aneurysm in my shoulder, artery wrapped around my collarbone, and got agitated by my 13th rib. When we get there, they hook me up to a blood thinner fourth, trying to dissolve the clot. That decided won't work, so about 6 AM they bring me in for surgery. The vascular surgeon originally planned to leave 3 incisions. One by my collarbone, to remove the 13th rib, and reposition my artery, one on my arm for the clot, and one down by my groin, to extract extra vein for a bypass on my shoulder, if he needed to. The plan was immediately changed however, when he realized the situation was much worse than he originally thought. The clot was a mixture of hard and soft, new, and old that slowly developed over a year. The artery in my left arm was also very damaged, so he had a hard time finding a way in, which left 3 scars on my arm. Instead of taking 1 rib out, he took 2, which meant 2 incisions had to be made by my collarbone, and he did need to take extra vein from my groin. Altogether, I had 6 scars and the surgery took 12 hours. I was feeling good, until we found out he didn't get it all the first time. I go in for surgery again, and now I have 2 new scars on my left arm, leaving 8 scars altogether. I thought I was clear now. He got it all out, and I was doing good. The clot came back a second time, just we don't know why this time. They decide surgery won't work, so they have me do a dye study. I hate this part. The dye study involved me laying in bed for 3 days straight with a piece of plastic, a sheath, in my femoral artery down by my groin, which threaded a very thin piece of flexible wire up to my left arm, which located where the clot was, using a dye. Then they replaced the dye with a clot busting medication. I could not move at all during this time period, because if I did, I could pop the sheath and I'd bleed out very fast. The pain was non-existent the first day, but the second day was torture. I cannot explain the cramps/back pain to you, but it was excruciating, and I've done my best to forget what it felt like. I ended up begging them for Dilaudid, which I knew of because of my first surgery, and they gave it to me, which I asked for at every opportunity. The third day was moderate, but I was using Dilaudid a lot. Throughout those 3 days though, they'd move me to a room, which was very cold. I was also naked with a flimsy piece of paper covering my genitals, making it even colder for those that are curious. The dye study was the worst for me out of all 3 things I had done. The first 2 gave me epic scars, so I actually enjoyed them, but the dye study was torture, or at least it was to me. There were times when I wanted to sit up, even though I knew I would die, and I felt alone almost 24/7 for all 3 days. 3 days can feel like an eternity. One of the things that helped me through the 3 days, and also helped me understand why everything that has happened was John 9:2-3. Rabbi, his disciples asked him, why was this man born blind? Was it because of his own sins or his parents' sins? It was not because of his sins or his parents' sins, Jesus answered. This happened so the power of God could be seen in him. The doctors/surgeons cannot explain why I'm alive, or why I have my arm, let alone my hand. I'm also healing at an unexpected rate, with better results than they expected. I personally believe this happened to me for the glory of God. It's also important to note I'm not trying to force my beliefs on anyone. I'm just sharing the entirety of this story. I know this was long, but I felt I needed to describe it as best I could after talking about the first surgery. Sorry for any grammar issues, which I'm sure there are plenty. One night I was getting off of work at about 3 AM and promised my friend, now girlfriend, that I would bring her some sweets my job sells when I got done. I'll let her know I was on my way and got there, then had the bejesus scared out of me by a teenage girl standing right next to my car door, staring at me. She was about 16 years old. She said some people were looking for her, and she asked to borrow my phone to call her mom. I obliged and brought her inside, locking the doors behind me, one to enter, the other for my friend's apartment. We got her a drink, and offered her one of the cakes I brought, and she explained she ran away with a guy here who turned out to be abusive. The whole time I couldn't shake the feeling that what she was saying didn't quite add up. I originally wanted to go into law enforcement before deciding to do it, and had spent time training my intuition to catch inconsistencies. Also, when I went to look for the phone number she contacted on my phone, I couldn't find anything. I gave her some benefit of a doubt, but not finding who she contacted started the alarm bells going. I had no guarantee of what she was saying was true, but I came to the conclusion this girl was likely bait for a trap. While my friend made conversation, I ran the scenarios through my head on how this could go down. We were only a few blocks from the local PD, but if she was bait, then the very quick call and text she made was likely to alert her accomplices, but I doubted she gave them any precise info about where she was. The streets were too dead to count on someone arriving at any particular place. I didn't want to call the police to my friend's house, because if she had a group of accomplices, a squad car would shoot up a red flag to our location, and they could potentially hurt my friend. I figured that both options being dangerous, I would choose the alternative risky one, and opted to take her to the police myself. I was sure, if we rushed out quickly enough, under darkness I could likely get going fast enough, that we could start to the PD, before anyone was the wiser we were there. I took her out to my car with my keys sticking out of my fist in my pocket, just in case nobody was around, or gave us problems. Once we got about a block down, she asked if we could slow down, because her parents might be around looking for her. I knew this would be impossible or highly unlikely at best, and didn't want to chance anything. I sped up, and drove almost 50 miles per hour in that little neighborhood. Too fast for anyone to possibly try anything, and also fast enough that any cops who even glimpsed me would pull me over. If I got pulled over, that would ensure safety, and I could explain the situation, and would probably be helped. Ultimately I didn't get pulled over, and made it there just fine. I took her inside, gave her to the police, and gave my statement of events. She told them she'd gotten caught in a sex trafficking ring. I still don't know for sure if this is true. Within a couple of days whoever she contacted started calling me with threatening things to say. Just threatening enough that they couldn't be charged. They definitely were not her parents, though they claimed to be. I'll let my dad know what happened the day after. I kept my gun loaded for a couple of months just in case, and had some sanctity in knowing two of my neighbors are police that have their vehicles parked at their houses. It would help deter people of ill intent. I gave the caller's phone number to a friend in hopes he could get me docs on them. No dice. I called it off a spoofed phone number a year later, but the line was disconnected. I've never had one, but both my parents have. I'll start with my father. While he was in college he dated a girl a year younger than him. Eventually they broke up, but they remained very close friends. After he graduated, he seldom saw her as she still was studying, and the university was 2 hours from where he then lived. My dad is super logical, laid back, and not impulsive in the slightest. Yet one night he decided to drive the distance to spend the evening with her. As he was on his way, he stopped to call her on a payphone, mid-90s before mobile phones were common, and let her know he was on his way. She didn't answer. He didn't think too much of it, and drove the rest of the way, about an hour. When he got into town he called again. This time her roommate answered, and explained that she had died just an hour earlier from spinal meningitis. My dad still doesn't know what prompted him to go and visit her. A few years later I was born, and my middle name is in homage to her with my mother. This happened June 2017, and it still gives me an uneasy, sad feeling. My parents are divorced, so I live with each parent for half of the week. While I was at my dad's, my mother woke up in the middle of the night to voices telling her something. She doesn't recall specific phrases, but she knew something was seriously wrong, and she drove herself to the hospital. I woke up the next morning to my dad telling me she had multiple blood clots in her lungs. The The doctors noted that had she decided to go back to sleep, the clots would have killed her hours later. I was 16 at the time, and looking back, it would completely turned my life upside down had she died that night. Also, my mother, who had turned away from religion after being raised in an abusive Southern Baptist household, has since began to go to church again, saying the voices she heard convinced her God was real. So yeah, if you are real God, thanks for saving my mom's life. Last year, my stepdad called me to let me know that my little brother had hurt his ankle at school, but according to him, he didn't think too much of it because little bro had already tried to fake a headache to get out of school that same morning. We talked a little about it, had a laugh, and he decided to take him to the hospital just in case. So off he went to the school in a taxi to pick bro up. After the doctors, he called me whilst in the taxi home to let me know he was absolutely fine and that there was nothing seriously wrong at all. Relieved, I made more small chat and told my stepdad that I may come over to see them both, but not to count on it because I was due down to my then boyfriend's house for a meal. We said goodbye and everything seemed okay until I got to the path. One side led to my stepfather's and the other took me to the road that I'd need to walk across in order to visit my boyfriend. For the life of me, I will never know what made me quick walk to that man's house. I'll never know why I acted completely out of character and ditched my boyfriend. It's just crazy. I got to the top of the hill and I could see my stepdad's house from where I was standing, except there were ambulances everywhere and someone was getting taken on a stretcher gurney from inside the house. My amazing, witty and silly stepdad had a heart attack not 30 minutes after we'd finished speaking. The man who I had just spoken to's heart had just stopped. I gathered my bearings and immediately started looking for my brother, 9, and found him curled up watching YouTube in his dad's bed. Turns out the brave little guy did CPR on him until the medics arrived. But unfortunately it wasn't enough to keep him around. We had already lost our mother to suicide on the 27th of December 13, so this really was a kick right in the face for the both of us. If it had happened 45 minutes earlier he would have had a heart attack in hospital and would have had a chance at surviving, but after 7 days we found out he was brain dead and unfortunately had to turn his breathing machines off. We got told that it'd take 20 minutes for him to quietly pass. The stubborn old bugger kept on for another 3 hours, but that's no surprise for Steph at all. I'm sorry for the sadness and the length of this, and for the sheety formatting etc. Dropping my then girlfriend off from a date on a Sunday evening around 11:30 p.m. We were seniors in college at a large university and she lived in a more secluded area from the main off-campus student housing. It wasn't the worst part of town, but not known for being super safe either. I drove up the alley to drop her off because she wanted to grab something out of her car before going in the back door. She got out of my car and started to walk toward her own as I began to back out to drive home. For some reason I remembered how my mom was always a complete overprotective psycho when I was growing up and would watch to make sure my friends got into their houses safely whenever it was her turn to drive the carpool. So I stopped and waited for my girlfriend to get into her house. I watched her open her car door, get her body halfway into the car, then in one fluid motion saw her jump back, drop her bag, turn and run back to my car screaming. She got into the passenger side and was yelling at me to drive away as fast as possible. I didn't question it, I just locked the doors and drove away. When we got back to my place and she had calmed down, she explained to me that when she opened the door, she saw two eyes staring back at her from the backseat of the car and the silhouette of a large man leaning up against the back of the passenger seat. She reported it to the police and her dad ended up buying her a gun for protection, but I don't think they ever found the guy. More likely than not it was just some homeless man who was trying to find a place to sleep and was able to jimmy her door open. Either way, it's scary to think about what might have happened if she hadn't seen him in time, or if I hadn't been there for a quick getaway. Needless to say, my mom felt extremely vindicated when I told her the story, and also proud that her life lesson sunk in. Thanks mom. TLDR, dropped my girlfriend off to her house late at night. Had an inkling I should wait for her to make sure she got in safe. She stopped at her car on the way in and found a man hiding in the backseat. In 11th grade I had this English teacher who from the get-go unsettled me. Let's call him Mr. B. His demeanor to me and the other students was just too friendly. We never did a thing in his class. Aside from an occasional assignment, we mainly just sat around and hung out. A lot of the students saw him as a cool teacher and thought I was crazy for thinking of him differently. I, like many others, enjoyed goofing off and not working in class, but this was just too odd. Because I was feeling uncomfortable being in his class any longer, I decided to speak with my counselor about switching teachers. Counselor was quick to dismiss my concerns and said that I didn't need to worry about Mr. B and get over it. I was stuck in his class for the rest of the year, but would go out of my way to ditch, whenever possible, point the preceding summer I had learned from a close friend who also had Mr. B's class, tell me that he had Mr. B's number and that he had given not only my friend but other students his number and frequently text them. My friend, not being the brightest, didn't really see any problem with Mr. B texting him regularly and that Mr. B had offered to buy him booze. To my knowledge, my friend never had any of the following experiences with Mr. B 2 years after graduation. To no shock to me at all, Mr. B was arrested on over 40 counts of sex-related offenses. A current student of his had been texting Mr. B regularly, and his parents had found out and called the cops. Turns out it all started when Mr. B had offered to buy him booze and invite him over. It was discovered there were multiple victims over Mr. B's school tenure. But the audacity of former students, my classmates, going on Facebook that day and spam posting #FREMRB non-sarcastically swearing that he was a good man made me sick. I cannot stress enough the joy and frustration that I had the day the news came out. Being glad and angry that I was right. TLDR, the cool English teacher that everyone loved and I had a bad feeling about turned out to be a child predator. It's weird how death always gives you that feeling. I didn't believe it until it happened to me. About 2 years back, I had undergone surgery for a deviated septum and was staying with family till I was off any meds. I missed the first 2 weeks of college and had been anxious to get back, so I didn't get even further behind and finally convinced my parents to let me move back into my apartment at the time. That first night back, I didn't sleep well and thought it was because I was off the oxys that usually knocked me out. Eventually I got to bed, but ended up waking up around 10 in the morning to a call from my mom. Before I even picked up, I knew something was off. She was crying, saying my family had called saying my grandmother, who lives near our hometown, was not doing well and we had to leave to go see her. Apparently my mom knew something was up the night before too, because she had been begging my dad to leave the night before to go back home, but he said it'd be better to leave in the morning. It was a 4-hour drive back home from my college town, and while no one in my family would tell us what was going on, we knew she had already passed. My mom was crying the whole way down, but a part of me was trying to hold it together, praying my gut feeling was wrong. I wish it was, but as soon as I saw her lying there in the hospital, I lost it. Whenever I think back on it, it kind of makes me happy to think that family bonds can sometimes transcend space and time, because how else can it be explained why we sometimes receive these feelings before even knowing what's happened. My only regrets are that my mom was the only one of her siblings that couldn't see my grandmother before she passed, largely because she was taking care of me at the time. I also wish that I asked my grandmother more about her life growing up. I spent a decent amount of time around her, but never talked to her as much. If anyone is reading this and still have their grandparents in their life, don't wait. You probably have heard it once or twice before, but you always realize how much time you missed spending and talking with family after they are gone. Ask about your heritage, their life, or just play some cheesy games with them, because eventually you will look back on those times and be happy about the time you spent together. I went over to my dad's on Thursday to get a meal. He was disabled and didn't get out of his apartment much, so I made it a point to go over and get a meal a couple times a week, since he loved cooking for my girlfriend and I so much. He made it a point to cook things exactly how we liked them. My breakfast casserole always had jalapenos and my girlfriend always had cholula to douse her food with, among many other things. This time he made pork chops and mashed potatoes for us, going out of his way to make real mashed potatoes instead of using the flakes. This was incredibly hard for him due to his disability, but he just took breaks mashing the potatoes, walking back and forth multiple times. For this meal, we couldn't stay and eat unfortunately, because we had prior plans that night, so I got his mail, took out his dog, grabbed the food, and left. I gave him a big hug, and told him I loved him before leaving. Later that night I sent him a text letting him know how great the food was, and told him I loved him again. He responded back with thanks son. I'm always happy to cook for you too. How does gumbo sound for next Tuesday? I love you too, and I'm so proud of you. I told him that sounded great, and went to bed. The next day I didn't hear from him, which was normal, so I didn't think anything of it. Same on Saturday, as he knew my girlfriend and I were always busy on Saturdays with random household stuff. Sunday my girlfriend and I were going to go to the KC Royals game. I sent him a text of the beer I was drinking with the field in the background saying wish you were here, but I didn't get a response. I resented a few innings later and still didn't get anything back. I assumed he was taking a nap and didn't think anything of it. He still hadn't responded when I went to sleep that night and started getting somewhat worried. I went back to work on Monday and barely got anything done because I still hadn't heard from him and was starting to really get anxious. Immediately after work I went home and talked about it with my girlfriend. I gave him a call and it went straight to voicemail, which is very unusual. He hardly leaves the house because of his disability, so his phone was constantly charging. I grabbed my keys and we drove over there immediately. We banged on his door a few times with no response, so I unlocked it and walked inside. First thing I saw was the shower light was on, so my immediate thought was oh god he fell in the shower, so I rushed in there, but it was empty except for a change of clothes. I walked back out to the hallway and couldn't find him at all. His car was out front and his dog was still there, so he hadn't left. That's when I turned and saw 2 feet sticking out from behind his bed. I immediately ran over to him, but it was obvious he was gone and had been for a while. My girlfriend called 911 while I took his dog out to go to the bathroom and started bawling my eyes out. From what I could piece together from his emails, he ordered groceries for delivery at about 11 AM on Friday, and then when they came to deliver them at about 1 PM he was already gone. Just a massive heart attack. He had a pacemaker that transmitted logs to his cardiologist, and from what the cardio guy could gather he just had the big one and was gone before he even hit the ground. That was really comforting to me because I know he didn't have time to think about my brother and I while it was happening, knowing that he'd be leaving us behind. This happened May 7th of this year, and I still miss him every second of every day. Involves me, but mostly 2 of my best friends. Let me give a preface. Our friend group is more than just that. We have considered each other brother/family for a long time. This was mainly because we dealt with our own demons and could relate to each other through our depression/anxiety/torment and be there for each other and share a dark sense of humor. Our youngest friend, let's call him Jay, who had been staying at our houses for most of our childhood/his life growing up, was never really quite right, even compared to us. Only the one in our friend group who had known Jay the longest, he will be called B, had ever even met his mom. She left town frequently and moved around a lot and would leave him with his best friend B for a while. She was an alt-right Republican from her Facebook page, but we never thought much of it. His dad had been out of the picture for most of his life because of physical and sexual abuse that occurred when Jay was very young. We never pried on that because we were afraid of how he would react. This was all we knew through elementary, middle, and high school. Jay would occasionally have night terrors, one so bad that he kicked through my shutters, bent a bed frame, and shrieked so loud and horrifyingly that everyone in the house woke up and came running. He woke up with us all around him, and that he was confused, that he didn't remember what happened, and that he was fine. That was sometime in high school. A couple more years go by. One day Jay is at B's house and said in a quite frantic manner that his grandma called and that he needs to leave ASAP because of an emergency. B is a bit quiet, relaxed, and let's just say he takes his time to think and talk. B said okay and thought nothing of it because this has happened before. About 2 days later, B sees a Cadillac that looked just like Jay's in the parking lot. Jay hadn't been communicating much with B or any of us, and B had known Jay the longest and instantly panicked. He was frantic. He called another one of our close friends, N, who said he'd go check it out with him when he got off work, because I was at university at this time and was not around and other friends in our circle didn't have cars or were working very late. B and N approach the car when N gets off work and find Jay painted the ceiling with his brain using his grandmother's 357 Magnum. When I got the call from my best friend in that group, I instantly got a sinking feeling for some reason, but nothing compared to B and N, I'm sure. Turns out Jay's mom had him at 17 and was a neo-Nazi. I know that's a big accusation, but I saw pictures of Hitler and much worse on her Facebook page. She left the state as soon as he turned 18 and left him with his grandmother. It was his grandmother's 357 Magnum that he used. The 2-year anniversary was a week ago. Today is the 2-year anniversary of his funeral, which also happens to be my birthday, which is also during finals. Missing his funeral is the biggest regret of my life. All his mom talked about at his funeral was herself. I love and miss Jay every day. He was so innocent. I guess to get back to the point, my sinking feeling was the phone call. B's sinking feeling was Jay frantically leaving and then later seeing the car parked in the same spot. If you ever get feelings like this about somebody, anybody, especially if they're close to you, then please reach the fuck out. Ask questions. Help your friends get help. Don't guilt them into staying alive, but try to make them want to live. I miss Jay every day, and even though this is poorly written while semi-drunk, it would mean the world to me if one person reads this and makes an effort to help out when they feel something is wrong. Worst comes to worst, you were wrong and they're fine, but usually that hasn't been the case in my experiences. You are all loved, you are all beautiful, you all belong. Stay strong. I love you all. Edit. Will revise in the morning when less, not sober. One day when I was in elementary, I remember walking to class after being dropped off and just wanting to cry. I had no reason to cry at all. Everything and everyone I knew up to that point had been just fine. Yet I still couldn't help but feeling my eyes well up. It was like when your eyes are super dry and no matter how much you blink or rub them, the feeling just never goes away. Anyways, I start getting this sinking feeling in my gut as I walk through the halls and see all the other kids lined up in front of my classroom door single file. I walk up and the teacher is in the door giving everyone a hug. As she reached down to hug me, I tried to duck away from her and get into the classroom cause I was already so close to breaking down. I feared that any sort of human contact would be more than enough to set me off. I got about 2 steps in when she told me to turn around cause every student is getting a hug today, no exceptions. As I hugged her, I could feel tears rolling down my face. After our unusual morning embrace, she and the teacher in the classroom next door sat the kids in a large circle and told us the news that a fellow student who had been fighting cancer had passed away last night. I honestly don't remember any of the talking after the first few seconds and it's all just one big blur, but I do remember just burying my head in my hands as I sat cross and finally let myself break down. The weird thing is that I never really met this kid. I had just recently moved only a month before and barely knew anything about him other than he was in the hospital with cancer. So after a bunch of the other students asked me why I had broken down so bad out of confusion, what they didn't know was that my little sister was also fighting cancer for her second time, of which she'd pass away from less than a year later. Still think about this day and I've never felt that feeling ever again. My boyfriend and I met on our Disney college program, but were friends for a few years before dating. I was visiting him for the first time after the program ended at his home in Atlanta. We were spending the night hanging out with his good friend, who we'll call Lexi, and her then boyfriend, John. My boyfriend and Lexi were friends for many years and was dating John for only a few months. Everyone in their friend group really loved him. He was very handsome and charming, but almost instantly I didn't like him. Something felt super off about him, and the way he said and did certain things really just rubbed me the wrong way. Including how he interacted with Lexi's dog. I didn't say anything to my BF, though, because I didn't want to come off super judgmental, and I barely knew him, so I could definitely be wrong. We drank and chilled all night until eventually we went home. A few days into the visit we were headed out to eat, and my boyfriend randomly asked, what did you think of Lexi and John? And I honestly said I loved Lexi, but I just don't know about John. I didn't like him. He was surprised at this, because like I had mentioned earlier, everyone, including my boyfriend, loved John. I told my boyfriend I couldn't really explain why, he just seemed off. We left the conversation at that point. Fast forward to several years later, and my boyfriend, still only my friend at this point, called me to tell me something crazy that happened. It turned out that John was cheating on Lexi for almost the entire time they were together, with a married woman twice his age. The woman left her husband to be with him, and they were having a relationship for over 2 years. I don't remember how Lexi found out, but it was a huge deal, because they lived together, had matching tattoos, and were talking about getting married. The whole thing was insane. My boyfriend even said he had everyone fooled. We all loved him. But not you. You were right. You fucking knew. I still don't know what it was about him that made me think he was no good, but I was very right in the end. This thread is approximate 12 hours old, so prehistoric in internet and Reddit time, but I'll still share my story. I went to the inaugural Way Home Music Festival. For those of you that don't know, it was a big music festival in Toronto, up north in cottage country. It was a music festival with in-venue camping. This was my first time going to a big music festival. I was very happy and excited. My cousin and I took a bus up, as neither of us drive. It was a bus specifically for the festival, so we made some friends on the way up. We ended up camping with people we got friendly with, and also made some more friends. We got along well that weekend, had a lot of laughs, overall good times. We all stayed friends and connected on Facebook. Way Home has another run the following year. My cousin and I both going, still don't drive, are looking for a ride. One of the guys we have made friends with offered to drive us up. My cousin and I offered gas for the round trip to compensate, as well as pay for camping for the guy. Name isn't important, but let's call this guy Andy. Andy was a real free spirit sorta guy, very goofy, loud, spontaneous, and an exhibitionist, I guess. By that I mean, he drank a lot, and did a lot of drugs. The first instance I felt off is that he was texting while driving, and also speeding over 120 km/h on the highway, just being a total asshole. I was constantly saying, Andy slow down, what the fuck? Hey, can you not text? I made it very clear to him, if he was driving me and my cousin up, he doesn't drive under any influence. I also asked that after a faked up weekend, the Sunday we leave the festival, take no drugs or alcohol after 12 noon, just to keep him straight. He said he would do that, no problem. The weekend happens, we all have fun, everything is fine. Andy is missing quite often during group hangouts, but whatever, that's Andy. So now it's Sunday, Andy ends up back at camp sometime in the late morning. I kindly remind him of the deal and he assured me he'd keep his word. People are smoking and drinking at camp, and I'm surprised that he didn't partake. Bad joke. It's now the middle of the afternoon, 3/4, and we are all going in for the last sets of the day. We all had plans, who was going with who to what set. We made plans with Andy to take down our camp, pack all our sheets so once we get back from the last show we can just throw it in his car and leave. On our way to the gates, Andy just says he is going his own way, to make new friends and have fun. I told him, Andy, I'm not coming with you, but don't forget the deal. And he's all yeah whatever. Now it's 10 PM, the last set of the night. Andy finds his way back, but I don't pay much attention, because I was having so much fun dancing, and having a good time. When the show is over, and we are walking back to camp, Andy insists we just load the car, and get going ASAP. I had a really weird feeling. He was acting kinda weird, and I had a feeling he broke his word. We get back to camp, everything is a bit more calm, and I took a look at him, and noticed he was gone. He did something, and his pupils and lack of awareness gave it away, so I asked him, hey Andy, you're good right? Like you're not on anything and you're clean, right? He looks at me, and gets all defensive and accusatory like, are you calling me a liar? I'm fine, what the fuck? I was so mad, because this dude just lied to my face and now I'm not getting in the car with him. I pulled my pretty tipsy, almost drunk cousin aside and explained how Andy faked up and can't drive. My cousin is now all, Andy wouldn't do that, you don't know what you're talking about, he's fine, let's go home. What the fuck? I don't drink or do drugs, so I suppose he had a point, but I still knew Andy was faked up. I then proceeded to ask the rest of the camp and told them how distressed I was and how I didn't trust Andy. One good friend understood and questioned Andy for me, but Andy started getting annoyed that I didn't believe him and kept making a big deal out of nothing. Point, I can't explain the feeling I had, but I had a feeling of faking doom in my chest. I could not do it. I knew if I got in the car with this asshole I would faking die or get super faked up. I asked and was able to get another ride if we stayed the night and left in the morning. So I took my cousin aside who was packing all our sheet in Andy's car and I said, "Cousin, we aren't doing this. Get our sheet and let's make the tent again. I don't trust Andy and you're not going in the car either." My cousin was now very pissed off and annoyed and made a big stink. Andy comes around and is all, "Marcus, what the fuck, you just made this whole big deal and now we are so behind schedule and you faked up this whole thing. I did nothing wrong. Blah 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 bullshit." I told him to just message when he gets home safe. So Andy leaves. Good riddance. I felt relief, but now it starts raining. My cousin and I proceed to set up the tent in the rain. It's terrible. See, the whole time he is saying sheet, like you're an idiot. This is dumb. He was fine, fuck off and just being a dick. I blew it off as drunken idiocy. I knew he didn't mean it. Point, morning comes, we pack up camp and make way with our friends. They couldn't drive us all the way home. It was extremely inconvenient. We had to go to a closed train station, wait outside for 2 hours for a bus, and then another bus. It was hell. We had no water, no food. It was tough. We left around 10 AM and didn't get him till 3/4 in the afternoon. This whole time, not a single word from Andy. I was too busy dealing with getting home to really care. I got home and slept it off. The next day I text Andy, "Hey man, haven't heard from you. Hope you're okay," and nothing. It was really scary to not get a message back. I asked my friends online and no one from camp heard from him. Great. He faking died. Are you faking kidding me? He is probably in a hospital. Point, it's a day or two later and I'm at work. Everyone is concerned about Andy and wondering what happened to him. I was pretty upset about the whole thing and this whole scenario I painted in my head that he is dead. Anyways, I get a direct message from Andy when I'm on a bathroom break at work. It's this long message, something like, "Hey Marcus. Sorry I didn't reach out to you sooner. I did get home but there was a delay. I wasn't going to say anything but this happened." And it was a picture of his faking car under an 18-wheeler. Not even in the same lane, faking the other lane. On the faking highway. I don't even know how that was physically possible. My heart faking sunk, and I got so faking mad. The way his car got faked up is the passenger side was under the truck, the driver side wasn't. So essentially, the seats my cousin and I were in, we would have died. I was so mad and shocked and freaked out I couldn't even respond to him. I actually teared up. He then messaged the group and gave this whole rundown. Luckily I had some good friends that understood what happened and responded with "good call Marcus" etc. And then Andy, like the asshole extraordinaire here, says, "Wow, not cool. Maybe if I had another pair of eyes on the road, maybe this wouldn't have happened. And well, if Marcus didn't fuck up the schedule this wouldn't have happened." He still claimed he was sober and shit, but I don't believe him. Haven't talked to him since. He's tried reaching out before, but I can't be bothered. Fuck you Andy. TLDR. Do not trust someone you don't know behind the wheel. If you are in a car, or about to be, there is nothing wrong with protecting yourself and others and removing yourself from dangerous situations. Find safety. Impaired driving is faking stupid and fuck you if you do it. Not me, but my mom had a good one. Point, while I was away at school, my dad had a work conference in a hip little city out of state, so he decided to bring my mom and little brother along and make it a vacation. On their last night there, my brother begs my dad to take him to see a midnight showing of the newest big superhero movie. My dad doesn't like sci-fi, more of a historical drama type of dude, but he acquiesced because it was a vacation for my bro and my dad felt bad that he'd been working the whole time. So they went online and bought tickets to the screening. Just then, my mom came in the hotel room and said they couldn't go because they had to be up early the next morning for their flight. She's usually a really fun-loving person, so this was uncharacteristically strict for her. When my dad said they'd already bought the tickets, she admitted that she just didn't think they should go because she had a bad feeling about it. They ended up wasting the tickets and skipping the movie. My parents did not have a lot of money, so this was odd for them as well. The next day, upon arriving home after the flight, they turned on the TV to some horrible news. There had just been a mass shooting in a town near to where they'd been staying. My brother looked more closely at the news segment, then ran and checked his email for confirmation. The tickets he had purchased and never used that prior night were for the midnight showing of The Dark Knight Rises at Century 16 Cinemas in Aurora, Colorado, on July 20th, 2012. At that screening, in that exact theater, over 80 people were injured or killed by a lone gunman, at the time the largest number of casualties from one shooting in the US. This was the last time I saw my dog. I was going to go hang out with some friends one day, and I'd forgot my dog out in the rain. I ran to the backyard, and he was drenched. I got a towel, and started drying him in my garage. This part still fucks with my head, and it's really mind-faking point. As soon as I put him down, I got this really weird gut feeling. I was mainly feeling bad energy and a sort of eerie vibe inside the garage at that specific time. I started thinking in my head, should I put him inside, or should I leave it? But at the same time I was trying to figure out what the feeling was. It was like a voice that was telling me to do something, but at the same time I didn't hear a voice, so it was like a thought in my head that kept urging me to put him inside. Well, I spent about 15 minutes trying to figure out what the feeling was. I hadn't paid attention to time, and I was late. So I said fuck it, and I left him in the garage. The feeling grew stronger when I got inside my car. Part of me was trying to see if I should go back inside and leave him inside. I also ignored this, and I left chilling and smoking some bud with my best friends, and I get a call from my mom. Usually I wouldn't answer if I'm high and with friends, but something inside me told me that I knew what the call was going to be about. Even weirder, I pick up, and she's crying saying that the dog had died. He basically ran out of the garage like he always does, but he always runs around the car, and for some reason this time my parents ran his head over, so it was a quick death. At least I assume. When they were entering the garage they never question it, but they told me that they were purposefully going slow because they also had a thought that they might run him over. They also ignore it and just say he knows what to do. It's like every other time they both agreed and just entered the garage normally. They are slow drivers, so it's not like they just sped into him. My dad got out and started screaming and crying when he saw his lifeless little body on the driveway laying down, his poor head just squished by the sub tire. He grew to be 15 years old. Born on October 1st, 2002, died December 3rd, 2017. The whole situation still fucks with my head. Like, is there some external feeling that we don't know about? Some way we communicate with ourselves like that? Is it crazy to believe that we are all intricately connected to this universe in some way, not religious wise, but spiritual wise? If that makes sense. The story is also very dark. I'd never expect something that dark to happen in real life, at least in my life. I know dark things happen everywhere. The fact that I had this premonition, and this part of me that was telling me what I should do. My parents were very sad for about 2 to 3 months. They're okay now, but that's one of the hardest ways I'd seen a death affect them. I knew my dog was going to die because he was very old. I could feel it. I knew it was going to be 15. The number 15 as in his 15th year of life. This was when the year had started, 11 months away from his death. What's more faked is my dad loved this dog to death. He always played with him and cuddled him. He raised him feeding him with a bottle of formula when he was the size of my 7-year-old palm. We got him 2 years after we moved into our house where I would grow up in, and my dad was the one to run him over. What a scar that must leave, I think to myself all the time. To get out of the car and see that sight is soul killing. Irreversible heartbreak. This was during December, so for Christmas I just got a photo album of my dog with a large picture of him smiling widely in the picture. Looks straight out of a movie, so adorable. And now he lives with us as he sits on the table of the living room, forever bringing back memories with just one picture. I've had this a few times most recently. I had a feeling of dread all day long. I couldn't shake it. It was more than usual for me, and things seemed calm that day otherwise. It followed me to bed. I dream I'm drowning and can't breathe in different scenarios one after the other, and my eyes come open and awake and my now ex has his hands around my throat. He is sat up in bed. His eyes are blank, and he is choking me in my sleep at 4 AM. My eyes coming open start at him and he stops. I gasp and ask what the fuck he is doing, and he says he's just rubbing my neck. We went to sleep at 11. We did every night like clockwork. In fact he made me. He always usually slept till 8 AM. Things had gotten worse and worse, and he knew I was gonna leave soon, and had started acting a lot worse than usual. He was legit trying to kill me in my sleep. He ended up trying again during the day a little while after this, but I knew for sure I was going to die if I didn't leave. He was sat there so eerie calm, quiet. His eyes were so different I can't explain it. I will never forget that feeling. Another time my dad was driving me to school, and I felt intense feelings of missing him, and I worried about him all day at school. I miss my baby sister who at the time I couldn't stand. He never came to pick me up, and it turned out he was hit head on by a rap's truck, and it was a miracle he lived through it. He was never supposed to walk or talk again, but got lucky, and with time and hard work got back to normal. He was going to take my sister, but she couldn't get her shoes on fast enough. They said there's no way she would have survived it. Another time I was on Facebook before bed. I went to log off, and saw the chat and my brother was online. I felt the need to click and sent him a message, but I froze for a second and thought no, it's late. I felt like I really should but ignored it. I woke up throwing up and felt intense fear to check my phone. I check and I have hundreds of missed calls, and I just knew he had hung himself. I had felt something was gonna happen for a long time and tried so hard to talk to him about it, but he seemed so positive right before he had done it. I will regret not messaging him for the rest of my life. R.I.P. John. I've heard many, but these stick out the most. Way back, I think it was the summer of 1982, with a friend I climbed the east face of the Aiguille-de-Grapen. This is a rock face in the French Alps, some 800 meters high. We bivouacked near the bottom, started early with the morning sun, and were within a couple of rope lengths of the top by mid-afternoon. The weather forecast was excellent for the coming 3 days. The sky was blue, and suddenly a flurry of snow blew over us from the other side of the summit ridge. I got that something is very wrong feeling. It's a rocky summit. It was most unlikely that snow was blowing off the surface. But it absolutely shouldn't have been snowing out of the sky. Maybe 20 minutes later we reached the ridge and could see down the valley to where there was a colossal black wall of cloud rushing towards us with lightning striking the valley sides. We were only able to get one rope length down before it reached us. It is out of the question to rope down from an exposed summit in a lightning storm, so we spent the night on a ledge barely wide enough to sit on in a tempest of snow, waiting for the lightning to kill us. Although the strikes were constant and the noise was terrifying, after several hours it seemed to be passing. Then we did get hit. Fortunately not directly. The lightning struck the summit above us and grounded down a crack behind us. We were both badly shocked. 10 or 15 minutes later it happened again, and then the storm passed. It took most of the next day to get down. We were drenched, frozen and traumatized, and a thick layer of new snow covered everything including all our equipment on the ledge. We were okay in the end. We went to Geneva for a few days R&R, and to settle our nerves. Some others got off worse. Because of the good weather forecast many parties started out to do difficult climbs. The storm was exceptionally violent, and a few people died. By the way, you know how they say lightning never strikes in the same place twice? Nope. I'm going to preface this by saying I'm not religious, and I'm not much of the believed type. I've been working with my boss for 3 years on a big construction job. We are both engineers. We work pretty closely, and after about a year in our close-knit office we all got pretty comfortable. One day, the topic of paranormal stuff comes up. Stuff like this thread. My boss sort of hesitates, then proceeds to tell us that he doesn't usually tell people this, but he has premonitions and used to flip pennies with his mind when he was younger. As I mentioned, I'm a skeptic. My boss is very quiet and definitely an introvert. He proceeds to tell 2 stories. One time when he was a teenager he was sleeping and woke abruptly, feeling something had happened, something dreadful. He said he could feel it in his heart, something was completely off, like the continuity and energy constantly moving in life stopped. A few minutes later the phone rang in the dead of night. His brother had been in a catastrophic car accident. Years later he meets his wife, who for medical reasons couldn't have children. Like not very unlikely, one of those cases where you can't. Fast forward a few years and they get married. One day my boss gets a feeling, out of nowhere. He looks at his wife and tells her she's pregnant. Of course, she says that's impossible. She can't have kids. She wasn't sick. There were no visual signs. My boss, knowing his own premonition past, insists with 100% certainty that she needs to get a test. Turns out, she's pregnant. Doctor can't explain how. No one can explain it. They now have a wonderful miracle daughter. No children since. It doesn't end there. Fast forward to this past fall. My boss is going through a lot of family tragedies. His father-in-law falls off a ladder, breaks his leg. Okay, semi-minor, but then is in the hospital recovering. His wife has a lump on her breast, and it might be cancer. Anyway, they've been going through a lot. I'm in the office across from him and see him start getting super uneasy and frantic. He calls his wife. Is everything okay at the school? She's a teacher at a Catholic school. Yes, everything's fine. Are you sure? Yes. Is your father okay? Yes. My boss has this feeling of dread, despite his wife reaffirming that the school was okay, and his father-in-law he calls his mother-in-law. Turns out, moments before his father-in-law had a stroke. Then, shortly afterward, he gets a call from his wife at the school that an unknown man was trying to force his way into the school and that they were on lockdown. As I said before, I'm not the believe type. I wish I could regurgitate the few other examples he's told me, because they'd add to the story's credibility. I saw with my own eyes this go down, the panic, the running outside, before he knew anything was wrong, only the feeling. This shit was real. I can't explain it, but I believe him. Engineering is not spiritual, construction is rough, you don't exact work with the spiritual and the yogi types, which is why I believe this even more. Long time user and lurker, first time comment, so let me know if I'm doing this right or not. What brings me out of hiding is the fact that something happened last week I feel falls into this category. Long story, so bear with me. In 2014, I found one of my best friends and roommate dead from an accidental odd. Already at the time it was weird, but it was my golden retriever that was behaving oddly for 3 days before he passed, which was already enough to catch my attention in believing that there was something more to life. A couple years later I move out of state, cutting ties with a vast majority of people I know, as well as completely removing myself from social media, except for LinkedIn for professional reasons. So not only do I not talk to anyone, I don't see any of the activity one may see on their feed. I do however maintain contact with my deceased friend's mom on a semi-regular basis. Last Monday started off real badly. Spent all night going through a world of nightmares where 2 ex-GFs made an appearance. A whole lot of anxiety. The most soothing part of the entire ordeal, ironically I guess, is when there was a dead body mutilated in some street. I remember seeing it and being like, oh thank god it's just a dead body. The entire week was shot. My performance at work was non-existent. Boss noticed. Had some colleagues talk me down from the figurative ledge. Also for the first time called a crisis hotline as well as various DRs to set appointments to help work on anxiety, depression, whatever. But the odd part is that I'm not that person, or so I say to myself. I know how short and valuable life is. I know many more people out there deserve help, whereas, to me, my existence is minute. Regardless, Friday morning I feel bad but better. During the day I feel better. My intuition tells me it's because it's Friday and I know in a couple of hours I'll be home ready to sleep the pain away. I get off work, pick up some beer, get home and prepare my Geek Station for Friday afternoon GTAO stress relief. I sit in my chair and it hits me, what the fuck happened this week? Why now? What the fuck? And the first thing that pops into my head is someone died. Either today or in the next year someone will call me, and I'll match up that dates and I'll know something happened today. Not more than 5 minutes after the thought. Text message received. My dead friend's dog had passed. Now as I write this my mind again drifts to a dog. Really? But here's where it gets fun. Since that Monday, I found out after my call with the mom, the dog was sicker than usual. On the Friday morning the dog actually vomited blood, and by the time they got to the vet wasn't much they could do. Time of death around the same time my feelings started coming back to me. There's more. Monday was the day his mom had a nightmare with a dead body in it too. Wednesday was also, since her son's passing, her first time contacting a crisis line as well. And to top it all off she also conveyed emotions of self-harm. But granted it makes more sense coming from her than from me. Too many weird things. Gut instinct and just plain what the fuck news couldn't prepare me for being right on the money. I used to be atheist, have been spiritually open, since late 2014, and now, to me, there is no doubt that something makes our world go round. As the great ID once wrote, there's a natural flow / that's attached to your soul / it doesn't ask you to go / it just naturally pulls a dive. Part 2. Hope this was applicable. Hope I didn't come in too late for this one, but there you have it. My first comment. TLDR. Suicidal week for non-suicidal man turned out to be instinct predicting death of. I don't know if it belongs in this category, but it was my first day at uni. Every freshman had to go to the theater, where we were given celebratory speech about upcoming 4 years of the best education ever. Standard speech that starts unending. Brainwash about our university being superior. One that can become even better if we join some artistic groups, dancers, chorus, theater / etc. During that brainwash session there was a guy that sat 1 row in front me. He was giving me some bad vibes. Even though poor people who will share classes with this dude, I don't know why I thought that. He looked like normal dude and everyone would chill about him, but I felt like I was sitting near devil himself. So after that speech, each study group, I study scientific field, so all students got split up in groups of 20 so that we would fit in labs, got to see campus and classrooms that we were gonna use for upcoming years. And of course, that dude was written as part of my study group. The next day we started our studies. Everyone were pretty friendly and got along pretty well, except me and that dude. I don't know why, but he didn't like me either. However, he was liked by the rest of the group, so I stayed away from him and them. That was pretty nice and dandy for about a month, but one day we got into argument in group chat and he openly threatened me. The rest of the group did nothing. They reacted like it was normal occurrence. My anxious as thought that, since it was perceived so passively, I wouldn't be taken seriously by higher ups of uni. So I screenshotted whole speech of his and even put it in couple different backup places. Fast forward couple months full of even more arguments between us, and that dude got into argument with other student. However, since it wasn't online, he decided to make sure people got his opinion by hitting other girl in the face. In the middle of uni. In front of at least 18 witnesses. So after that I went to report as witness and even added his threats to me as a bonus. That dude got kicked out of uni and the rest of the groups were speculating how did I know that he will be violent. When I was about 15, I started hanging out with 2 other girls that were a year older than me, and pretty bad news. They smoked weed on the reg, and when they found out that I had never tried it, they made plans to change that pretty fast. On Friday, after school got out, one of the girls drove us to her house. The plan was that we were all gonna spend the night there and smoke a bunch of weed. I was super paranoid about this because she had mentioned that her parents would be home, but they would be cool with it. We get to her house and I immediately have a fucking awful feeling about how this night is about to go down. Her parents weren't home yet and nothing was seemingly out of the ordinary. But I just knew something was going to go horribly wrong. We invite some boys over and hang out with them for a bit. Nothing crazy. Then her parents and uncle get home and they seem pretty chill. The night goes on and the time comes for us to finally light up. My friend looks around her room for her pipe and can't find it. So she says, "No problem. I'm sure my uncle has one." I'll just go ask him. So she leaves the room and comes back with a pipe. Her uncle, who looks to be in his late 30s, enters the room behind her. He looks at me and says, "So, you've never smoked weed before? Let me show you how it's done." The douchebag sits on the bed, waits her faking close to me, and shows me how to properly smoke a bowl. He then starts flirting up our other friend. Hard. Saying mad creepy shit point at this point. I know this shit ain't right and this about to go south quickly. So I told my friend that I needed to go to the kitchen to get something to drink. I wasn't really thirsty, but I had to get away from my friends so that I could call my mom to get me the fuck out. At that point I walk through the living room, headed towards the kitchen, and her parents are sitting on the couch, smoking a joint, watching porn on their giant flat screen TV, knowing full faking well that they've got a house full teenagers. I stop and stare in shock. They just looked at me and say, "What's up?" I snuck into the kitchen and called my mom as fast and as quietly as I could. I asked her to come and get me, which was an issue because I didn't know where the fuck I was. My friend had driven us there and I wasn't paying any faking attention. So I had to ask the faking porn watching parents for directions to give to my mom. They get the picture pretty quickly that my mom is coming. So they turn off the porn, put out the joint, and act aggravated as fuck towards me. Point when my mom picked me up and she could immediately tell that I was high. She grilled me a little bit about what went on, but I didn't tell her anything. She asked me if I had smoked weed, and I told her that I had. She told me that I was probably just paranoid because sometimes that can happen. She was disappointed in me, but figured that my panic attack was punishment enough, so she let it slide. Point the next day I found out that the creepy uncle had sex with my 16-year-old friend that night on the bedroom floor of our other friend while she was asleep in the bed. So glad I noped the fuck out of that one. TLDR, thieving ex-roommate tried to get me and my manager busted for smoking weed while we closed down the restaurant we worked at. My ESP intervened and could have gotten him stuck with a filing a false report charge. Point I had a falling out with my ex-roommate at the time after I found out he stole my debit card to use at a gas station down the road. After I calmly called him out on it, he stormed out of the restaurant, disrupting diners and slamming door. This guy came from a broken home where his mom and dad slept in separate rooms, but his mom and his uncle slept in the same bedroom and all three under the same roof. He usually kept a level head, but sometimes the family damage did come out. I was a stoner closing the restaurant that night with my female friend who happened to be the manager. Our closing ritual was like any other couple of stoners. Get a little high, finish closing duties, then get the fuck out. As we head out to our car to smoke, I start to get the feeling that someone is watching me, but that wasn't out of the ordinary being a stoner. So I try to shake it off. Point I think we were chatting about my ex-roommate's dick move while rolling a joint when I get that feeling again. I told her I didn't really feel like smoking, and we went back and forth a few times about how I'd feel better after I smoked, but I just couldn't bring myself to smoke. Odd behavior at the time. Just then a sheriff slowly drives through the parking lot and stops behind her car. Two male deputies step out and come to either side of the car to order us out. My friend agreed to a vehicle search and I agreed to a person search, sheeting bricks the whole faking time. I remember the deputy who searched me asking why I was shaking so bad, and I played it off that I was cold. Windy town. My friend didn't allow herself to be searched as there were no female officers present. Point. After about 10 minutes they HMM and ha until they let us go, saying I didn't even smell marijuana. That's when it all clicked. My ex-roommate had new car, probably why he was broke, and I didn't recognize it sitting in the other parking lot until then. I told the deputy how I suspected him of stealing my debit card in the fallout afterwards, and then gestured to my roommate's car across the way. I was telling him how it must be some form of petty revenge, just as the car's headlights came on and it started pulling away. The deputies recognized that the car started moving only after I pointed it out, then apologized for the intrusion and quickly got in their car. They stopped him in that parking lot as he tried to leave. I don't know what happened after that and didn't care. Only saw him once in passing a few years later. I still waited to get home before my friend and I smoked that joint. Our emotions were a mix of dumbfounded and relieved, and all we could do is laugh at what a crazy night it was. Turned out she hid the weed/paper/joint in her bra, hoping that no female deputies were in that car. TLDR, thieving ex-roommate tried to get me and my manager busted for smoking weed while we closed down the restaurant we worked at. My ESP intervened and could have gotten him stuck with filing a false report charge. I had a falling out with my ex-roommate at the time after I found out he stole my debit card to use at a gas station down the road. After I calmly called him out on it, he stormed out of the restaurant, disrupting diners and slamming door. This guy came from a broken home where his mom and dad slept in separate rooms, but his mom and his uncle slept in the same bedroom and all three under the same roof. He usually kept a level head, but sometimes the family damage did come out. I was a stoner closing the restaurant that night with my female friend who happened to be the manager. Our closing ritual was like any other couple of stoners: get a little high, finish closing duties, then get the fuck out. As we head out to our car to smoke, I start to get the feeling that someone is watching me, but that wasn't out of the ordinary being a stoner, so I try to shake it off. I think we were chatting about my ex-roommate's dick move while rolling a joint when I get that feeling again. I told her I didn't really feel like smoking, and we went back and forth a few times about how I'd feel better after I smoked, but I just couldn't bring myself to smoke. Odd behavior at the time. Just then a sheriff slowly drives through the parking lot and stops behind her car. Two male deputies step out and come to either side of the car to order us out. My friend agreed to a vehicle search and I agreed to a person search, sheeting bricks the whole faking time. I remember the deputy who searched me asking why I was shaking so bad, and I played it off that I was cold. Windy town. My friend didn't allow herself to be searched as there were no female officers present. After about 10 minutes they HMM and ha until they let us go, saying I didn't even smell marijuana. That's when it all clicked. My ex-roommate had new car, probably why he was broke, and I didn't recognize it sitting in the other parking lot until then. I told the deputy how I suspected him of stealing my debit card in the fallout afterwards, and then gestured to my roommate's car across the way. I was telling him how it must be some form of petty revenge, just as the car's headlights came on and it started pulling away. The deputies recognized that the car started moving only after I pointed it out, then apologized for the intrusion and quickly got in their car. They stopped him in that parking lot as he tried to leave. I don't know what happened after that and didn't care. Only saw him once in passing a few years later. I still waited to get home before my friend and I smoked that joint. Our emotions were a mix of dumbfounded and relieved, and all we could do is laugh at what a crazy night it was. Turned out she hid the weed/paper/joint in her bra, hoping that no female deputies were in that car. This might be a bit long, so I apologize in advance. A little background before I begin. I grew up in a pretty poor community. We didn't really have much as a family, and most things that come easy to most families were just an absolute struggle for mine. School was probably the toughest part of it all, honestly. I remember my first few years of school being pretty terrible. Like, we always had teachers quitting, and there weren't enough books for everyone, etc. It just wasn't a very healthy learning environment. When I was in 3rd grade we had kind of like a job fair, which was weird considering we were in 3rd grade, but the school did it anyway. Well, we had people come into our classrooms and speak to us about their jobs, and it was really cool. We had the typical firefighter, police officer, EMT come in and talk to us about their jobs and how important they were. We were all pretty enamored by it all. Then this one guy came in. He was super weird. He was just really awkward around us and told really terrible jokes. I think he was overcompensating for how boring his job was compared to the other ones, so this is where it gets crazy. It was like he knew that we weren't interested in his job. In fact, to this day I have no idea what he did. All I know is that he was a local businessman. That's it. He was throwing candy bars at us and making buns. It sucked. However, just as we thought he was wrapping up, he says this: "You know what? Let's make this interesting. If you graduate from high school, I will pay for your college tuition." Our jaws dropped. Our teacher's jaw dropped. He just kind of smiled, gave 2 thumbs up, took a picture with us, and was gone. Just as quickly as he had come, he was gone. Well, flash forward to our senior year of high school and we all made it. We only had like one kid not graduate from our high school class, but it was only because he moved. Anyway, we threw a huge thank you party for him. He finally showed up after several attempts to do so, and he being so busy having to cancel on us. But we finally got him face to face with us, so we could shower him with the gratitude he deserved. He came in with this really cute, but somehow sexy, secretary. She was pretty funny. We did a fun little dance number and rap for him that we came up with, and he was really into it. His secretary definitely was. Anyway, he finally got up to speak to us, and I remember exactly what he said, as if he said it to us yesterday. I came here today because I promised you tuition, and tuition is very valuable. But, you know what's invaluable? Is intuition. You know what that is? That is the ability to know when something is about to happen. Does anybody out there have intuition and know what's going to happen next? Nobody? Okay, boom. Right there I knew that he wasn't going to pay for our college tuition. I just knew it when he said it. I ended up nailing it. We were pissed, but he did give us all a bunch of laptop batteries, so that was cool. This was back in the early 90s. My dad liked to invite all kinds of people from different groups into our home to talk philosophy. We've had communists, socialists, conservatives, Tea Party, Mormons, Masons, Shriners, Baha'i over at our house. I'm sure there were others, but I was a teen and not really interested. So one day my father sees an ad for the local populist party and invited them to send a rep to tell him all about the group. Please note, I know nothing of the official populist party and I make no claims that the story that follows is in any ways representative of that political group. For all I know, the people who showed up had as much authority as a fan club. This was a local group out of Philadelphia. Anyway, these two guys show up, and to my teen eyes they seemed both intense and shifty. One guy was short and petite and weirdly quiet, and the other guy was big, tall, and had a belligerent style of talking. I honestly didn't pay much attention, but they both seemed uncomfortable and antsy. They couldn't stay along, but since my dad loves to talk, they made plans to come back for dinner later in the week. Dinner was painful. The big guy prattled on at me about colleges for 2 hours at the table. Since I was starting the application process, I just felt really uncomfortable. You could tell that at least the talkative guy wasn't used to being around everyday people. After dinner, the adults were going to watch and discuss a documentary that the populist guys brought, so I was able to excuse myself away and take my little sister up to get ready for bed. It was a relief to get out of there. An hour later my mom comes up in a state of disgust. Turns out the documentary was about the Nazis. It was a propaganda film. The little guy was quiet throughout, but the big guy apparently at one point started crying, pointing at the footage of Hitler on the screen, and talking about mean Führer, and how the world didn't understand a great man. My mom came upstairs, while my dad asked them to leave. I don't know what their conversations had been about until that point. Probably history, knowing my dad, but to this day my parents refer to them as Mike the fascist, little guy, and Steve the Nazi, big guy. Steve the Nazi had a hard time taking a hint. He would periodically call our house or even just show up. He wasn't threatening, but I think he was really lonely, and my dad was the first person to listen to him in a long time, even though we did nothing to suggest that any of us wanted any kind of relationship with him. At one point my dad was in the hospital getting his aortic valve replaced, and Steve the Nazi found out, probably called our house, and heard from a relative, and showed up at the hospital to wish my dad well. It was weird. Eventually he just stopped and didn't come back. Once, I asked a guy friend to do me a favor, non-sexual and totally platonic, before we went to IHOP. Like, something along the lines of "Can you give me a ride home so I can get my wallet" type things. We get to my apartment, and my dog is growling and barking, and kinda hovering over my feet like a weirdo. Sometimes she doesn't like men in hats, so I passed it off as that. The guy asked to use my bathroom. I said yes, and he called me in there while using the bathroom with the door open. Then he said something like "Sorry, I didn't expect you to come all the way in. Sorry, but felt weird, so whatever." I pass it off. Fast forward a couple weeks. We all have this barbecue thing that was pretty casual. Said friend shows up and asks where my dog is. I tell him she's not with me because she's being babysat for the night. Later in the night, I have a drink of some kind of gluten-free whiskey and coke. I pour myself a drink and sit in my chair while drinking it. I drank everything and had an empty cup on the table. Where it gets faked up, I come back. The cup that was in my spot was full of something that smelled like beer. I have celiac disease, so that's a big no-no for me. I push it forward and another friend drinks it, since I don't drink beer, but he said it was whiskey. I thought there is no way I should be drinking that, and the smell of it made me want to vomit. About an hour later, this friend is slouched in their chair, slurring words, crying uncontrollably, with no motor function at all. Cannot move, cannot talk, drooling. He went to her, and they never found anything in any tests. I think the guy from above had figured out what I was drinking and slipped a drug in it when he refilled the cup. So when I got all faked up, he was going to say he'd take me to the hospital, but would instead go back to my apartment, where there was no dog, to defend me at the moment. TLDR, was 99% sure someone tried to drug me. What was in my cup was whiskey I had been drinking earlier, but with a heavy dose of drugs. My celiac disease brain probably subconsciously picked up on something different about the drink and read the drugs as toxic. Beer. I could have sworn it was beer in my cup. Thanks, celiac disease. Thanks, brain. My friends and I used to hang out in the woods near my house. We would build forts and go rafting in the river all the time. One day we went into the woods and all of the forts we built were completely wrecked. We also left some building supplies and they were scattered all over the place. Someone had found our spot and completely terrorized it. We went home disappointed, but the next day we felt like we should investigate and try to figure out what assholes ruined our stuff. We got to the woods in the evening, and it was starting to get dark. It felt sort of different now. It was really quiet. There were no animal noises. This made us feel a little on edge. We walked around the woods as it started to get dark, looking for any clues as to who messed with our stuff. At one point one of my friends threw he hear a voice, but we all called him a bussy. We were walking back home when I saw a flashlight moving in the distance. Everyone was already on edge from the creepy feeling, so we booked it out of the woods. In order to get out of the woods we needed to run past this house and get relatively close to it, probably about 200 feet. As we are running from the flashlight, someone calls out from the house, "Hey, stop running. Get over here." We comply and walk over towards the house. Great idea, I know. There are a couple of cop cars in the driveway and the owner of the house tells us that there are cops in the woods looking for us. They were the ones carrying the flashlights. Long story short, someone broken into a few houses in the town water treatment plant the day before. They also destroyed all of our stuff. They stole something really valuable from the treatment plant and the cops never caught him. That night they were looking for him in the woods. We were questioned about it, but the cops let us go after a few minutes. It was a crazy experience, and it taught me to trust my instincts. I get this feeling a lot, but a few specific examples. Most recently, I bought a car earlier this year and was in the process of learning to drive it. When I went to go take the driver's test, the administrator told me there was something wrong with the blinker and said this car shouldn't be on the road, and proceeded to let me take the test in it anyway for some reason, which I failed. But I spent the rest of the day with that line repeating in my head. I just got this really overwhelming feeling that that car really should not have been on the road. I was at work late that night, and around 10 PM it got significantly worse, but I was super busy, so I didn't get a chance to check my phone until nearly midnight. At 10 the car was totaled, while my boyfriend was driving it home from work. Then there's a guy I worked with like 2 years ago. He was a manager around 45 in a store that employs a lot of college-aged girls, and a lot of people liked him because he was really friendly and casual, but he just really creeped me out. He didn't do anything particularly lecherous, and he was honestly really friendly. The closest thing he did to bring creepy was giving nicknames to the younger girls, but he had 2 daughters of his own, and we found out later that he had started dating an older employee who had 4 kids. So a lot of people just assumed it was typical lame dad stuff until he was escorted out by police for sexually abusing his children and set on $1 million bail. Last I heard that he was engaged to the employee, but she broke it off a few months later because more evidence against him came out. Worst one was about 7 years ago. My dad had sent my mom money to take me and my younger sister out to eat because it was my sister's birthday and it had just come through that day. My dad and I didn't particularly get along and I didn't really like seeing him or getting money from him in the first place. But this time I really didn't like it for some reason, but I wasn't about to say that about my sister's birthday gift. We got a phone call as we were getting ready and I got this weird dizzy feeling and my stomach completely dropped. I walked to the other side of the house and my mom and sister were on the floor sobbing. He died the day he sent us money. The closest bank was a 2-mile walk and it was the middle of the summer and he passed sometime soon after that. Wasn't found until 3 or 4 days later. We still ended up going out to eat because we kind of figured that's what he wanted. I can't eat chilies anymore. My stepmom and dad dropped me off at a friend's house and were going to pick me up by 4:30 at the latest because I had to be at my mom's by 5 per visitation point, so 4:30 rolls around. Then 5. Then 5:30. Though this I keep asking to borrow my friend's house phone so I can call my dad's stepmom's cell phones. I was 8 and this was 2001, so I didn't have a phone of my own. My dad's phone keeps ringing but no answer. Now my stepmom's phone just says the call can't be connected, which was weird because I hadn't heard of that happening before. This makes me confused and worried, but I don't know what to do about it. There's just this impending dread that something is wrong. So I call my mom and tell her to pick me up from dad's because he never came back to pick me up. I chose my dad's house because I had this feeling I needed to go there and not wait at my friend's. Then I walk home in the blistering summer heat to get home and literally no one is there. Now I have 3 step siblings and they or their friends are always in the house. It's never empty. So now I'm really confused and worried. I grab a Diet Coke. Turn on the TV where Lizzie McGuire is starting. Then in comes my oldest stepsister who is shocked to see me and runs up the stairs to hug me, crying. My dad and stepmom were hit by someone blazing through a red light on his way back to work. Instantly killed my stepmom and left my dad almost dead, but to the doctor's amazement he survived though with permanent damage. As far as my step siblings knew, I was in the car too because me being dropped off at a friend's was a spur of the moment thing. The only reason I wasn't in the car was because my stepmom insisted I go play with my friends. I'd later find out my birthday present, which was 8 days after this accident, was in the car. They went out shopping and got my birthday present. So now, every time I'm waiting for someone and I call their phone and they don't answer, I panic. TLDR parents didn't pick me up from friends and their phones weren't working and I was worried. Later find out they were hit by another car and stepmom died and dad was left on the brink of death. I was heading home from work after a 12-hour overnight shift, 6 PM to 6 AM, and just as I'm getting up my street I notice an old lady on an adjacent street walking, but seemingly without intent or direction. At first I thought it was just an early riser heading to a nearby shop for a newspaper. Lots of old people in the area woke up at like 5:30 AM to get their paper at 6 AM when the nearest shop opened, but as I turned away to keep walking home I decided I didn't feel right to walk away without checking if she was okay, so I crossed and asked if everything was alright. Immediately I knew it wasn't. She seemed so lost, and when I asked where she lived she said a road that I knew was only 2 minutes away, but she claimed to be from across town and that she was currently lost trying to find her son's home. At that point I knew she had dementia or Alzheimer's because she was lost despite being only 500 yards away from her home. I then noticed she was in pajamas. I stood with her for a while and kept her talking so that she didn't get too scared or stressed before her son turned up in his car looking for her and took her home after thanking me. Turns out she was living with her son because she did indeed have dementia and that she had woken up and wandered out of the house without warning. The area, luckily, isn't a dangerous or busy one, but I dread to think what would have happened if I had just let her keep walking. I have two stories. Around 11 years old, first day of snow that December, so my friend asked me if I wanted to go sledding with her. We had that sort of difficult friendship that some girls have when they are that age, where she, trying to climb the social ladder at school, sometimes would ditch me in order to hang with some of the cooler girls, and I, having low self-esteem and a really bad depression, would always forgive her whenever she returned. So even though I remember that I for some reason didn't really want to go sledding that day, I agreed. The whole day something felt really odd. I remember thinking everything seemed quiet, even though it wasn't, and the familiar winter darkness seemed darker. When I finally got home, it became the quietness was deafening. That's the only way to describe it. Walking down the path to our house, nothing really seemed out of the ordinary. Looking into the house, my mum and dad were standing in the kitchen cooking dinner as they always did, but it just seemed so quiet. That's the only way to describe it. When I came into the house, I immediately asked my parents what was wrong, knowing something was really off, but having no idea why or what. My dad told me that one of me and my brother's dear friend, a boy we have known since we were born, had died that day, choked on his food and simply died. After he told me that, I'm blank about what happened. TBH, I simply don't remember anything other than thinking I knew something was wrong, and I knew it all day. The other time I was around 15, I think. I was, true teenage style, sitting in my room after dinner, playing on my computer listening to some music. Years later I remember it, as if that I'd been listening to How to Save a Life by The Fray, but it's likely my mind is simply connecting the incident to the song, as the song came out the same week. At some point I remember hearing the house phone ringing, and the same sort of feeling came over me that did when my friend died, so I turn off my music, sit in silence and wait. I just knew something was wrong, even though it really wasn't out of the ordinary for my parents to get a call early evening like that. Once again, my father came, this time to tell me that my oldest cousin had been in a car accident and was in a coma. His best friend, who I knew from having gone on vacations with my cousins and their mother often, as my cousin's mother is my mother's identical twins, and we are all really close, had died in the accident. In the end, I don't really believe in anything supernatural or anything like that at all. Never have and never will. But I most certainly felt as if there was a shift in the air that was tangible at those times. I can't really explain why and what did it, but at both times I just knew something was off. When I was maybe in 5th grade, my parents had gone out and left me and my younger, 4th grade, brother at home alone for a few hours. I had been talking to my friend who lived a few blocks away, and she said she was playing ghost in the graveyard with some of her, closer than me, neighbors. I thought I would be funny and walk up to her house and scare them. The sun was setting, and I started out to her house. When I got there, probably 5 to 7 minutes later, it was dark, and they had apparently all gone home. I started walking back home in the dark. She lived on a slightly busier suburban street than me, and a few cars had passed me by. I happened to notice a car with a loud engine had passed me twice, and it made me nervous. I started to pay attention to the cars passing by, and sure enough, it passed me a third time. After it had passed me that third time, I got the worst feeling. I waited until it was out of sight down the street, and I ran into a nearby large shrub on the side of a house and watched. The car passed a fourth time and stopped around the spot where I had been. It accelerated quickly and did a U-turn maybe 50 feet down the road to come back and look for me again. After that, I knew something was really wrong. Luckily a lady who worked at my school lived a few houses down. After the car had driven off again, I ran to her house. She let me in and called the police. The police drove me home, and that was it. I have no idea if it was a friend with their parent or older sibling trying to scare me, a concerned person, because a little girl was out after dark, or something else much worse. But I'm glad the car had a distinctive noise, and that I had enough presence of mind to hide from it and get help from someone I trusted. When I was maybe in 5th grade, my parents had gone out and left me and my younger, 4th grade, brother at home alone for a few hours. I had been talking to my friend who lived a few blocks away, and she said she was playing ghost in the graveyard with some of her, closer than me, neighbors. I thought I would be funny and walk up to her house and scare them. The sun was setting and I started out to her house. When I got there, probably 5 to 7 minutes later, it was dark and they had apparently all gone home. I started walking back home in the dark. She lived on a slightly busier suburban street than me, and a few cars had passed me by. I happened to notice a car with a loud engine had passed me twice, and it made me nervous. I started to pay attention to the cars passing by and sure enough, it passed me a third time. After it had passed me that third time, I got the worst feeling. I waited until it was out of sight down the street and I ran into a nearby large shrub on the side of a house and watched. The car passed a fourth time and stopped around the spot where I had been. It accelerated quickly and did a U-turn maybe 50 feet down the road to come back and look for me again. After that, I knew something was really wrong. Luckily a lady who worked at my school lived a few houses down. After the car had driven off again, I ran to her house. She let me in and called the police. The police drove me home, and that was it. I have no idea if it was a friend with their parent or older sibling trying to scare me, a concerned person, because a little girl was out after dark, or something else much worse. But I'm glad the car had a distinctive noise and that I had enough presence of mind to hide from it and get help from someone I trusted. This isn't as crazy or scary as other people's on here. But a few years ago I was going to visit my best friend. We are no longer friends because of multiple weird instances. It was supposed to be a girls' night. I'm driving to her house and she calls and says, "Hey, reroute to this bar. I want you to meet my work friends." I was one step away from PJS, let alone dressed for a bar. But I said I'd go, but for one drink, but I really wanted to just go chill. I'd already worked 55 hours that week. She goes, "It's all good. Also let me mention that it is 4/20 points, so I arrive. It's her and 3 guys from her work." She's clearly tipsy and her boobs were on display. Meanwhile I know her boyfriend is at work. I'm already uncomfortable. I finally get her to leave, but we have to take 2 of her coworkers and they need to stop for weed. I'm getting a little fed up and she insists on driving. But I'm half asleep and go, "Okay." We stop at the weed dude's house and for some reason we all have to go in because apparently Mr. Wedman has run out and we are waiting on a delivery. One of the coworkers is all over her and the other one keeps trying to corner me and get me to drink. My friend then suddenly disappears. I keep calling her, texting her, and am alone in a dealer's apartment with just a bunch of dudes who keeps trying to get me drunk in a bad part of Boston. 20 minutes later, after I tell the coworker to leave me alone and have stayed talking to a friend on the phone to keep me sane, and if anything happens, my friend comes back. She'd gone off and slept with her coworker. She drove me back to my car, but I was 10 minutes from her house and over an hour to mine, and it was like 1 AM. I go back to her house and she proceeds to be a massive dick to her boyfriend, causing a huge fight. I go to bed and leave in the morning without saying goodbye. I knew I shouldn't have gone, but did anyway. My friend and her boyfriend broke up for other reasons a few weeks later, and I think about 2 years later our friendship dissolved due to similar stunts and lots of lies. This isn't as crazy or scary as other people's on here. But a few years ago I was going to visit my best friend. We are no longer friends because of multiple weird instances. It was supposed to be a girls' night. I'm driving to her house and she calls and says, "Hey, reroute to this bar. I want you to meet my work friends." I was one step away from PJS, let alone dressed for a bar. But I said I'd go, but for one drink, but I really wanted to just go chill. I'd already worked 55 hours that week. She goes, "It's all good. Also let me mention that it is 4/20 points, so I arrive. It's her and 3 guys from her work." She's clearly tipsy and her boobs were on display. Meanwhile I know her boyfriend is at work. I'm already uncomfortable. I finally get her to leave, but we have to take 2 of her coworkers and they need to stop for weed. I'm getting a little fed up and she insists on driving. But I'm half asleep and go, "Okay." We stop at the weed dude's house and for some reason we all have to go in because apparently Mr. Wedman has run out and we are waiting on a delivery. One of the coworkers is all over her and the other one keeps trying to corner me and get me to drink. My friend then suddenly disappears. I keep calling her, texting her, and I'm alone in a dealer's apartment with just a bunch of dudes who keeps trying to get me drunk in a bad part of Boston. 20 minutes later, after I tell the coworker to leave me alone and have stayed talking to a friend on the phone to keep me sane, and if anything happens, my friend comes back. She'd gone off and slept with her coworker. She drove me back to my car, but I was 10 minutes from her house and over an hour to mine, and it was like 1 AM. I go back to her house, and she proceeds to be a massive dick to her boyfriend, causing a huge fight. I go to bed and leave in the morning without saying goodbye. I knew I shouldn't have gone, but did anyway. My friend and her boyfriend broke up for other reasons a few weeks later, and I think about 2 years later our friendship dissolved due to similar stunts and lots of lies. When I was 16 I worked in a local leisure center cafe. Being in school I worked a lot of weekends and saw the same crowd week in, week out. One Sunday I was walking to work and then I got to the street the leisure center was on. I suddenly had the strangest feeling that something bad was going to happen. I stopped for a moment and it looked down the street and everything looked normal, but something was saying don't go in, something isn't right today. Obviously I ignore this feeling and carry on in to work. I go in and it's quiet and my friend has already started setting up. I tell her about my feeling and she brushes it off. Suddenly I start thinking about one of our regular customers and think, he hasn't said hello yet, something isn't right, where is he? 5 minutes later my manager hears a radio call and jumps over the front desk and runs to the changing room bathrooms. All the lifeguards start spreading out and have their ears to the radio. Not long after paramedics run through the door and a lifeguard escorts them to the changing area. The whole time everyone's getting nervous, the center is getting busier and no one really knows what's going on. A short while later the doors bust open and a gurney rushes through. A friend of mine is helping the paramedics perform chest compressions as they race the man out of the center. It was the man I was thinking about earlier. I didn't recognize him at first because his face had swollen and gone a purple-blue color. He died on arrival to the hospital. That last image of him is etched into my brain. I can't forget it. I wish I trusted that feeling and gone home sick, so I wouldn't have had to deal with seeing someone I know die in such a way. When I was about 8 years old, I went camping in a tent with my family, both my parents, me, and my 3-4-year-old brother. It was at this campground by a lake. The night before, it had rained. Bad. Everything was sopping wet, all our blankets, clothes, everything. Our tent was full of leaves and pine needles and sheet. The tent had 3 rooms. My mom had left in her car to go back home, 90 minutes away, to get us all some dry clothes. So it was just me, my dad, and my brother left to clean up everything else. We strung up a cloth line in between 2 trees and my dad started bringing our blankets out to hang them up to dry on it. He told me to grab the broom and sweep all the leaves out to the tent. They were especially bad in my parents' room. I wanted no part of that sheet. My dad tried to insist and just acted like I was being difficult, which I mean, that's not far off the mark lol. To be fair, meanwhile, my dad's van, a big brown Chevy, not a minivan, like a full van, that looked like it was from the 70s, room for us to sit on the floor and play while we drove. The back doors, double doors that opened from the center outward, were open for some reason, and the keys were in it, but not running, so that my dad could charge his cell phone, big blocky flip phone. Again, my dad is trying to order me into the tent to sweep. Again, I refuse and declare that I'm going to help him hang the blankets instead. Remember the van? Guess where my little brother was? That's right, in the driver's seat, while the key is turned for the power to run. Moments after I come out and start helping hang the blankets, I look out of the corner of my eye and see the van start rolling backward. Now, behind our campsite was a hill going downward, obviously, with a pretty steep and sudden drop off where it got way steeper. The van is rolling toward this drop off. Also remember, the back doors were open and my tiny brother was in the front of the van, not buckled in or anything. The side sliding door was open too. My dad notices this about the same time I do and takes off running for the van, screaming my brother's name. He was afraid he'd stand up and get thrown out the back doors. His plan was to jump in the open sliding door, but by the time he got anywhere close the van had picked up a significant amount of speed, heading right for this slope that was lined with trees now. Between point A and B lied the tent and a full-size wooden picnic table. Before we could even realize what happened, the van smashed through the tent, flattening the back room I was supposed to be sweeping at that exact moment, simultaneously slamming into this picnic table and sending it flying to the side. My dad said about 100 feet and kept going. At this point, I don't know if I was shocked, professing, didn't really care, or what, but I just stood there and leaned back against the big tree that the cloths line was tied to and watched in fascination. My dad was still running and screaming his name. The van was barreling toward this slope, and I'm just leaned back watching like what in the actual fact, apostrophe as I said. This slope luckily had a bunch of smaller trees in front of it, and the van slammed into them so hard that the open doors on the back of the van got forced outward, like sticking out sideways on each side of the van. And they were wrenched stuck like that. We couldn't get them closed. People from all over the campsite nearby came running trying to help. Nobody could get those doors unstuck. Luckily my little brother stayed frozen in the seat with panic, so he didn't get catapulted out the back and no one was seriously hurt. The tent was flattened on the right half and completely faked. I remember the ride home. We had to stuff our tube, like for tubing off of a boat on a lake, in the gaping hole at the back of the van to plug it up. He obviously didn't have the van much longer and never let my brother play in a vehicle that had keys in it ever again. I'm almost 30 now and still give my dad shit for that time he almost doomed me to my death, and my smartass attitude and refusal to comply literally saved my life. Lol. Rip ugly old brown van and our tent. TLDR. Went camping as a child with my parents and brother. Brother was playing in the van that had keys in the ignition and somehow shifted gears, making the van smash through our tent that my dad had just spent 20 minutes trying to force me to sweep out. My refusal to comply saved my little HEO life. Lol. A couple years back, me and my whole family were supposed to go to Mexico. We were all gonna go in my dad's SUV. Everyone had the okay to go, but the day of my mom's boss told her she couldn't. My brother's son was also not allowed to go, and my best friend was also told the day of he couldn't go anymore. The morning of leaving I felt sick to my stomach. I was about to stay home due to diarrhea. It ended up going away, but the trip didn't seem right. We had been traveling for a couple hours and were in the Arizona desert. It was only me and my two sisters in the back seats and my brother and dad up ahead. We were laughing and joking in the back seat when suddenly my two sisters fell asleep almost instantly. I noticed they weren't wearing seatbelts, but said fuck it, nothing's ever happened before. For some reason I made peace with dying at that moment. I can't really say why, I just wanted to be okay with my god. Suddenly my brother screamed, oh shit. Hold on. Our back tire popped. We had been going about 70 miles an hour with a full SUV. After fishtailing for a bit we went airborne and flipped about 5 times while everything felt slow motion. When it was over I stood up on the back passenger window and we jumped out immediately. When we got out passengers had stopped and told us my little sister had flew out the window and slid on rocks. When we flipped her over I felt a black hole in my chest. We were all rushed to the hospital. After hours of surgery they told us she was gonna live and had no brain trauma. Her arms were cut up to the bone due to the rocks, so she ripped her tendons. She had a fracture in her spine and scarring all over. It's been 4 years. She's healed up pretty good and has been painting since she could grip a pencil. She recently had an art gallery. I'm proud of her. She says it's the best thing that's happened to her because it taught her life is short and to appreciate it. If my mom, nephew and best friend had gone, who knows what could've happened. I was in the Sea Cadets when I was younger. We had a weekend camp / training planned at Jonathan Dickinson State Park. I was 16 at the time and looked at this as an opportunity to hook up with one of the female cadets that weekend. Friday night my friend, a former cadet, 19 and on leave from the Navy, and I and 2 female cadets decided to take a romantic stroll down the main road. We are about 30 minutes in and see a van parked at the side of the road where it clearly should not have been. It was empty, but we decided to head back to the camp anyway as the bonfire had started and Arco would be expecting us. As we are walking through the woods, Following the paths to the bonfire, we hear what sounded like a hurt animal. One of the girls thought it sounded like a cat, but my buddy and I weren't sure. It was coming from just off the trail, and we stood there for like 3 minutes deciding whether to go check it out. Something felt really off, and our flashlights were not powerful enough to pick anything up, so we kind of freaked out and moved on to the bonfire point. About 3 AM I'm sound asleep in my cabin and we hear all hell breaking loose. My cabin mates and I jumped up and ran to the main cabin where the cafeteria was, and the cops were there. Apparently my older friend was more suspicious than he let on, and after we all crashed he informed the other adults of what he's seen. They all stood guard all night, positioning themselves out of sight. What happened was there were a group of men who were former cadets, like 19 and 20-year-olds, who had the faked up idea that they were going to kidnap one of the cadets and fuck with them. I never found out just what they wanted to do. It was their van parked on the road a mile away. It was them making noises in the woods trying to lure us in. And it was them who were caught on the grounds that night when everyone was asleep. These guys were from another unit and had been kicked out of the Sea Cadets for behavioral issues. They knew this was an annual training weekend and came up with the idea to fuck with us. I was 19 and it was the day before my best friend's 18th birthday. We were wild kids. Really wild. I think he had just gotten out of juvie or maybe even jail because he was so close to being 18. Anyway, he wanted to go to a party to celebrate, and I was the only one of us who had wheels. Usually, I would totally be down, even though we had different friends, and I didn't hang out with the people who were throwing the party. But that night, I kept trying to get him to just chill with me and smoke weed / drink a little. But he was persistent, so I finally agreed. While at the party, he ran off with some people I didn't know too well. We grew up across the street from one another, but he was a grade below me in school, so I did not associate with a lot of his friends. They were scummy friends anyway. However, there were mutual friends of ours at this party, so I stayed back with them while he was gone. I remember being on the porch of this house and noticing a girl from school who was very quiet. I remember making eye contact with her. She was standing in the corner all alone. I always thought she was cute, and I wondered why she was there alone. Not too long after, one of my best friend's friends, who I wasn't very close with, asked me if I wanted to accompany her, the quiet girl in the corner, and some other people, to go get booze from the next town over because nothing was open in our town. I agreed. I was bored anyway. However, moments after that, a kid who I knew quite well came up and asked me if I drove there because he wanted to pick up some girls and go to a different party. I would usually never agree to this. It was late and cops in that area of the world were insidious little fucks who pulled over any teenager driving past 10 PM. Seriously. And it was weird because it wasn't an intense feeling. It was just a gut move. Like, I just went along with it. I just said okay. I figured my best friend would end up passing out there anyway, so I didn't even tell him I was leaving, which ended up being the biggest regret of my life so far. I drank 2 beers at that party. When we got to the other party, after we picked up those girls, cops were already there because there had been a fight. For some reason, they swarmed my vehicle and I ended up getting a DUI. 2 beers / under 21 / zero tolerance. I had nothing to do with the fight and just got there and don't really know why they singled out my vehicle. Like I said, in that area of the world, all the cops were little beaches. Whatever. I went to the drunk tank. The first and only time I ever went there or was arrested for anything. In the morning, officers took me out of my cell because my mother was on the phone. She was hysterical. She asked if my best friend was locked up with me. I told her he was not, and I left him at the party. He ended up going with the other kids to get booze from the next town. The quiet girl was the driver. She got sheet-faced before they left because she had a crush on my best friend and he wasn't into her or something. He never talked about her, so I had / still have no clue, and they ended up getting into an argument while she was driving. Nobody really knows what happened, if she did it on purpose, or if she was just wasted, but she drove them into a tree killing herself, and my best friend instantly, while putting the other 2 people in critical condition. Weird turn of events for sure. I try to look back on it, and think of my emotions. Did I have a strong urge to not go with them? Why did I just leave like that? On a whim. It was just a split decision. Crazy how sheet works out. Edit. Words. When I was like 13 to 14, my friend invited some friends to her house one night to hang out and play games. None of our parents were home much, so we generally had free reign. Anyway, so they come over and we are all playing hide and go seek in the dark. This one guy I was sort of friends with, but not really. Always kind of gave off a weird vibe and made me uncomfortable. I always chalked it up to the fact that I was abused for a long time and had trust issues. But as I ran upstairs to hide in my friend's bedroom, he apparently followed me. I heard the door shut and knew she was still downstairs, so I peeked out of my spot and saw him come in. He shut the door and proceeded to lock it. I got out of my spot and just sort of stood there with this awful feeling settling in my chest. Really considered yelling or making for the door, but I told myself I was just being paranoid. Honestly, the memory is a bit fuzzy and sometimes I'm not sure how far he really got, but I remember fighting my way off the bed and climbing out of the window onto the roof and then jumping off and running home. I lived a couple streets down. I holed up in my house and just sat there all night, sort of in shock, I think. My friend called the house a couple hours later and told me everyone had been looking for me. Why did I leave, etc. I told her I didn't feel well and just never talked about it. He never acted like anything happened, and I just made sure to keep my distance after that point. Another time I was at a bar with my sister and got a creeper vibe off a guy who was lingering near us. We decided to finish out drinks and leave, but he must have been really quick when we turned away or something, because next thing I know I'm feeling really weird and like my body is heavy. I told my sister we needed to leave now and have someone go with us. She and my fiance at the time had to practically drag me to the car. Said I'd been drugged, can't remember what with, but I don't remember anything after stumbling out of the bar's doors. It happened 2 times to me and it still scares me today when I think about it. I live in a small town in the middle of nowhere, and on May 1st 2007 the town held a football tournament at night. Now because it was at night the players played on the handball field, they could only light up that part. Also it was outdoors. I was 10 years old and about 9:30 I had a really bad feeling. It was like death itself was standing behind me. It was a really scary and uncomfortable feeling. So I went home because I thought I was sick. The next day I heard from my parents that a 4-year-old kid died that night while playing hide and seek with the others. You see, just beside the field where the game was held there was a well which was covered up by concrete. But besides it the earth crumbled and there was a very small hole which was only big enough for that poor kid to slide in. After he went down the pure pressure suffocated him and he died not long after. The parents noticed he disappeared and everybody started searching, and at most in half an hour they found him. They tried to do CPR, but it was too late. He was probably alive while everyone was searching for him, but couldn't say a word cause the space there was so little. He was only 4 years old, for God's sake. The second time happened when I was 15 years old. You see, in my country/town kids start going out at night when they are about 13 over 14, and yes, they also drink alcohol. Now of course the law forbids that, but none really cares in such a far away place. Anyway, I was out having fun and drinking when I had the very same feeling I had 5 years ago when that kid died. I wanted to cry. It was so bad at that time. So I decided to go home and thought that it was only the alcohol that made me feel that way. Next day my family told me what happened that night. A guy, 23 years old, and a girl, 18 years old, decided to head out to the next town to get some hamburgers in the middle of the night drunk in winter. Also the guy was known for driving way too fast. You guessed it. On the way back the car flipped and they landed in the drainage. Not sure if this is the correct word. Almost everyone in town is a farmer, so they built a drainage. The investigation concluded that the driver, guy, got unconscious from the impact and drowned, while the girl was conscious the whole time because they found marks of hers trying to get out of the car. That is the reason that no matter in what shape, place and or time I have the same feeling I always go home straight away. This could have happened to me as well, and there is no way for me to know if the next time I will be the next one. Actually there was a third one which I will only write down if you guys are interested. I actually have never had a feeling about something that turned out to be true, as far as I can remember, but my mum and brother both have, on numerous occasions. This is just two I can remember from the top of my head. I was given a gold charm bracelet when I was born, and every year I was given a new charm. I loved it. It had my initial with a diamond, a Mary charm, jade from China, which was a gift from my cousin. I knew I wasn't allowed to wear it until I was 18. But when I was 13 my school year had a disco, and I begged my mum to let me wear it. She said no, that she had a feeling I would lose it. I begged, and she eventually relented. She must have told me 100 times to keep an eye on it. You know where this is going. It came off my wrist somehow, and I never saw it again. We searched that schoolyard until 1 AM, but it wasn't there. We assume someone at the disco picked it up and kept it. I know deep down my mum has never forgiven me for that, although I'm certainly over it myself. I was just a kid. The other is a story that has been told to me. I wasn't there. My mum had 3 kids. My brother was 3 years old. My sister was 18 months old and my other sister was a newborn. One day my brother said to my mum, "Why is newborn baby leaving?" My mum said she's not. A week later my brother came to her crying and said, "I don't want newborn baby to die," and my mum said she won't. Soon after my brother said, "If I'm really good I don't want a birthday present. I just want newborn baby to stay. That can be my present." My mum reassured him that he would get presents and his sister would stay. At 8 weeks old, the baby died of SIDS. My mother retold that story to me my entire life. I was born exactly 1 year to the day of my sister's deaths. She insists that my brother had a feeling that he knew. There are other stories of my brother having bad feelings about things, but this is the most prominent one. Around 9:30 PM, ended my day talking to my best friend on the phone, and she was telling me that she was taking her friend into town to bar hop for her 21st birthday. The downtown area they were going to is a college town that is always very active on the weekends and police presence is common, but I still didn't have a good feeling about it. I told her to be careful and to let me know if they needed anything like a drive home. Fast forward to around 1 AM, and I woke up with this weird feeling of something is off. I got up and started looking for my phone, and about 10 seconds after finding it, it starts ringing. It was a phone call from my best friend. I answered the phone immediately and all I heard was heavy breathing and the very scared voice of my best friend telling me that she was in danger and needed help. Her and her friend had accepted her invite to a guy's house and drove there expecting what was made out to be a large house party. When they arrived it was just the guy and his brother. They were there for about half an hour before the guy's brother was trying to sexually touch both of them and force them into his bedroom. After they had both denied him, he became extremely angry and aggressive toward them. He was threatening to injure them if they didn't do as he said. Somehow my best friend made her way to her car and that was when she called me. Her friend was still inside and I could hear the guy beating on her car window. During the last minutes of the phone call my best friend told me she heard a gunshot and was not sure what happened. Seconds later her friend came running out of the house and got in the car. Neither of them could return home, so I told them to come to my house for the night. They arrived at my place and were both in tears and shaking with fear. They both slept in the living room on and thanked me multiple times for allowing them to stay because they had nowhere else to go. It was a lesson learned for the both of them and proved my point as to why I did not like them going out alone to bars and places where they could easily be taken advantage of. Luckily both of them made it out alive and have not heard a peep from the guy or his brother. That's the only time I've ever been awake for a phone call during the night. I've received calls before but never has any call woke me up or disturbed my sleep. For some reason that night I was awake and heard my phone ringing. This'll probably be buried, but oh well. TLDR at bottom, since this was longer than I thought it'd be. February of 2016, while I was away at university, my dad went to a follow-up appointment for his chronic pneumonia, and something in my head screamed for me to call him that afternoon. I felt like that was the last time I'd be able to talk to him. We chatted, talked about my classes. He assured me everything was okay. His doctor said he was getting better. I visit home for a few days in the middle of March, went to vote, update my ID, celebrate my 21st and everything seems fine. Dad looks and acts really healthy, so much so that he took me out for dad and daughter beers the night I turned 21. The visit comes to an end. I leave promising to call while I'm in Italy on spring break, and he promises to send pictures of his finish to 2.10 days later. In the middle of Florence, I get a text from my mom. Need to let you know that dad isn't doing too good. In the hospital again, keep you posted. My blood ran cold. I just knew he wasn't going to make it through this, and I could tell he didn't have much time. I spent the last days of my trip agonizing. I prayed to a god I didn't believe in, and looked to my study abroad group I was with for any type of distraction. Mom kept me vaguely informed, and we planned out how I was getting home. When I came back to the States Saturday morning, on a layover in Amsterdam, my mom filled me in completely. Dad's appointment in February wasn't a follow-up, but a meeting with his oncologist. They'd found small cell carcinoma in his lungs, and had spread to his bones, liver, lymphatic system, heart, and brain. He was in the ICU, scheduled for hospice transport on Monday. My brothers and mom met me when I landed in Detroit on my stateside layover, and we made it back to Cleveland in an hour and a half. I made it in time to not only see him alive, but talk to him about everything I saw and found inspiration in. That night was the last time he was coherent and responsive. He passed 5 days later. TLDR, called my dad after his doctor visit because something felt wrong. 3 weeks later, mom sent a message that dad's sick and I should come home soon. I knew in my bones that he was dying when I read the text. Got home just in time to talk to him one last time. He died 5 days later. I will always remember that day. First, a bit of backstory. I was living in Tokyo, Japan, at the time, and was 14 years old. It was in March 2011. That past week I was regularly woke up by earthquakes, more than usual. We were living in an old apartment, so we could feel even the small earthquakes. One night I wake up in sweat, after having dreamt that all my family and I perished in an earthquake. I remember saying to my mom the very next morning, I'm afraid of the big earthquake that's supposed to come anytime in Japan, and I'm feeling it might come soon. She tells me to not worry as there is likely chance that it comes that soon. So as a 14-year-old dude I just agree with her and continue my day. Fast forward a few hours, and I'm in a geography class with a teacher that dislikes me. I still don't know why to that day, and will likely never know. He starts by telling us that we are starting another chapter and this time we are going to learn about Japan. So he starts explaining the culture, the population, the geography and why it has so many frequent earthquakes and so on. I don't remember now, but this might have recalled me of my nightmare that night before. Anyways, just before the class ends I'm having a weird feeling. I still don't know how to describe it. I just felt like there was something going on just like in my nightmare. I rushed down under my desk. We were taught to do that in school in case of any earthquakes to avoid head injuries, and scream with all my force, "Earthquake." I was 100% positive that there was something serious coming, because as a shy guy I would have never done that normally. Then the weird things happens. Everyone looks at me like I'm crazy. I remember my best friend who was next to me at that time laughing at me saying, "Erite decanepeticon," which basically translates to "stop bullshitting, you retard." Then all the class laughs at me, but I was just in another state, because at that time I was feeling, maybe it was still in my head, the earthquake. The teacher that didn't like me said, "You can't do that in a country where many earthquake happens. It's not a joke." So for at least 1 minute I was under the table and everyone in that class thinking I was plain crazy, except one girl that was behind me and saying in French, "He looks very serious though." I was freaking serious, and I think she could feel it in my voice. I was saying over and over, "Please believe me, believe me." Next thing that happened is our school building starting to slightly move, and people looking at me under the table and thinking to themselves, "Damn, he might be right." Then comes the confusion, what I would say 20 seconds, as the building moves more and more seconds after seconds. A few classmates start to go under their tables, my best friend as well. the teacher was still standing saying, "Don't worry guys." I still think today that he didn't want to acknowledge I was right, but after a few more seconds the building started to move a lot. And when I say a lot, it was a hell lot. I remember our tables moving from one side to another, pencil cases and notebooks falling, the helmets on the side walls falling. But what was the most impressive was how the glass windows were flexible, almost looked like water. Two of the windows shattered too. I also remember perfectly when the teacher decided to finally go under his table, his fat ass sticking out. He was in a dog style position, and he was definitely wearing pants that didn't fit him, so you could see half of his two butt cheeks. That made the situation so absurd and comical. I was going to die, but all I had eyes on was my professor's nasty butt. That, and also the fact that a guy in the class just next to us screamed, "It's 2012" in advance. He even made me giggle a bit. So that continued for what I would say 5 minutes. We then ended up putting our helmet and going outside with the earthquake alarm on. It was powerful. All I could think was if my two brothers and my parents were safe, and they were, so it all turned out well for us. Many of us slept at the school, and I remember seeing that teacher that night and told him, "See, I was right," but he didn't even acknowledge me. Turns out that earthquake was one of the world's biggest ever recorded, that created a massive tsunami, killing more than 10,000 Japanese and causing a huge nuclear accident in Fukushima. To that day I still don't know if it was a mixture of coincidences or that I had a sixth sense that made me feel before the others, but damn, it was a heck of a day. Anyways, if you're that far, sorry for any mistakes I made. I'm French, so English is not my native language, but thanks for sticking with me until the end. TLDR, I hide under the desk yelling earthquake. Everyone in class thinks I'm crazy 2 minutes after I'm a soothsayer. One of Japan's biggest earthquake. When I was 12, my parents were going through a divorce, so they shared custody of myself and my siblings. My mom worked in retail and my dad worked in the oil field, so he would be out of town for 5 to 7 days and only in town for about 3 or 4 days. Their custody deal was that on the days my dad was in town, we would be with him, and when he wasn't, we would be with my mom. For context, my dad was abusive, and that was one of the reasons why they were going through a divorce. The last time we were at my dad's, he had one of his violent spurts and was chasing my brother around the house, screaming and yelling, threatening to beat his ass. My brother ended up making it to his room upstairs and locking his door before my dad caught up with him, and so he called my mom crying and asking her to come pick us up or make him bring us home, her apartment. When he brought us back home, he was acting weird and very distant. Before he left that night, he pulled me aside from my siblings and said he loved me and that he was sorry, which I assumed was for what had happened with my brother, and he gave me a hug. While he was hugging me, I had a really bad feeling and a really intense urge to ask to stay another night and say that I could get on the bus by myself the next morning. However, I, for some reason, couldn't bring myself to say it. The next morning I woke up violently ill and had such a pit in my stomach that I couldn't go to school. My mom didn't want me to stay in the apartment alone because we were on the first floor and we didn't have much food, so she dropped me off at my dad's house. For about an hour and a half I sat on the couch watching TV and cuddling with our dogs until my dad's work phone started ringing. Obviously I found this odd and I got scared. Don't ask me why, I don't know, and so I called his phone about 6 times and left voicemails asking where he was and what was going on. Finally, I walked back to his room, with the dogs behind me of course, and found all of his work gear and bags and his work phone with all of his work buddies and coworkers asking where he was and if he was okay and what was going on. I got really shaken up and I still had the pit in my stomach. So I called my older sister and was crying and telling her that I thought something was really wrong. She told me to call our mom and I did. She reassured me that everything was lame and she would find out what happened. She left work that day to come over and we looked through his stuff trying to figure out what was going on. At one point she told me to go into the living room and call my sister again to tell her what was going on. That's when my mom found out one of his guns was missing. I don't remember if it was that night or the next, but my aunt on my dad's side had flown in and was helping my mom when we heard a knock on the door. They had found my dad's truck with him in it, dead. he had killed himself. Ever since then I have heavily relied on trusting my gut. The feeling I felt that night/morning was unlike any I've ever felt, and hopefully will never feel again. If you have a bad feeling about something, please trust it. I'm not posting this for sympathy or pity, simply to show that your gut is always right. Lesson learned. No more edibles for me, and always trust your instincts. TLDR, I ate an edible. Went to go make BLTs for me, my boyfriend and our friend. Felt really anxious for several reasons, and also slightly dizzy. I decided to move the hot grease-filled pan away from my reach, and grabbed the oven handle just in time to brace most of the fall from me passing out onto the floor. Cold ended up a lot differently. I could have a concussion and pretty severe burns from hot grease. This actually just happened yesterday, not even 24 hours ago. I had just eaten an edible with my boyfriend and his friend. About an hour later I felt it kick in. The normal signs: increased heart rate and my mouth feeling dry. And obviously some visuals. I had already planned to make BLTs for all of us for lunch, so when we all started to feel hungry, that's exactly what I decided to do. I got out all of the ingredients, and I was sure to be very careful when cutting the tomato. I finished cooking the bacon, and my boyfriend had just come into the kitchen to check on me, and he said I was being a little too quiet. I admitted I was feeling a little anxious, but that has been a normal reaction for me when high. But I was sure I'd be fine. I was just getting used to the feeling. Then our friend started to feel bad, like his stomach was hurting, so I became more anxious. My boyfriend went back over to our friend to take care of him and comfort him. I had just turned off the burner on the stove and moved the very hot grease-filled pan to the back of the stove away from my reach. My ears started to ring, and I felt slightly dizzy, and I had just started to think maybe I should grab onto something and lower myself to the ground. Thankfully I at least grabbed the handle to the stove. I fainted and hit the ground very hard, but not hard enough to give myself a concussion. Thankful for my moment of clarity before passing out and grabbing the stove handle. Now, after research, I have found out what happened. It's not very common from what my boyfriend told me, but when you're high your heart rate increases. I started to get anxious, normal anxiety, and then even more, because I was worried about my friend, then also worried that I would start feeling bad, increasing my heart rate even more. I was also dehydrated. This caused my blood pressure to drop and my heart rate to skyrocket, eventually causing me to pass out. I'm so very thankful that I for one moved everything out of my way that could have harmed me, and that I realized something was wrong, and that I needed to get closer to the ground in case I passed out. And finally thankful that I grabbed onto the stove handle, otherwise I could have a pretty bad concussion right now. If I would have waited 5 more minutes to cook that bacon, I could have gotten a concussion and some pretty severe burns from grease. Oh, and did I mention that my boyfriend and our friend didn't even hear me fall? I had the microwave fan on, along with the dryer running, both of which are very noisy. Neither of them heard me fall. Thankfully I woke up pretty quickly and yelled for help. Things could have been a lot worse than they were. I'm okay now, just a bit sore from the fall, because my grip on the handle only braced a little bit of the fall. Every day, since I was a child, I had something is very wrong here, or a feeling of suspicion that something is wrong here. After the first case that happened, I just started listening to it automatically. Avoided a lot of crises like that, so many that I'm starting to lose track of them. Heck, some turned out to be from a horror story. I remember once, while strolling down a park around dusk, after a meal, to digest food. There was little to no people here, as most people were in the playground area an avenue away, and this was where the tennis courts were. No one here after 9 PM usually. Sometime walking through around half the avenue, I saw the street light around 2 meters away starting to flicker a bit. My premonition immediately activated, and I knew this wasn't some regular flickering. I had the feeling of being watched. Since this type of thing isn't the first time it happened to me, I can pretty much trust the accuracy of my judgment. Something bad was going to happen. I thought about turning around, but midway from turning my head, I noticed from the corner of my eye the street light, whose light, probably 2 to 3 meters behind me, slowly started to flicker as well. I stopped turning back and decided to act calm and pretend I didn't notice anything. I started to speed up my walking pace, while my arms had goosebumps. The said street light began to flicker dangerously fast as I got near it. If you ever had the feeling of danger looming closer and closer as you get closer to what feels like the dangerous area, that's basically what I felt. I hightailed it out there the moment I was within a meter of the street light. I heard something break while running, and only sped up. Next morning I went to check what happened on my regular stroll, and the light bulb for that street light apparently fell and broke. A little too coincidental to be sure. Spoiler alert, this is about trusting your instincts in a relationship. Beginning of 2017. I was together with my ex for almost 4 years. We had quite a great relationship, living together and stuff. He has almost only female friends, without being a macho, and I was generally jealous. So once again, he made a new female buddy, whom I've never met, through a friend, he said. For some reason, I wasn't really okay with it from the beginning, but I didn't want to fully control his circle of friends. I'm not sure if I still had access to his phone or broke into it back then, but few months later I had a suspicion that he met her in another city when visiting his family. I actually had some evidence that was quite undeniable. But I decided to believe him and asked him to cut contact with her. Another month later, when we were on a surprise trip he organized for me, I realized they were still chatting. After a huge fight I decided to give him and the relationship another chance, and he was supposed to come clean about everything. Fast forward summer of 2018. We were abroad with some friends, and we had a massive fight over another girl in the group. Basically I was suspecting they were having some private chats, and instead of just showing me his phone, he was planning an elaborate way of spying into her phone, saying he doesn't even have her number. Next day they exchanged numbers in front of me, but it all seemed so staged. Anyway, the day after we returned from the trip I broke into his iPad, trying to find something about this incident. Instead I came across an unsent email dated April 2018, addressed to that girl we almost broke up for in 2017. It was something like, "Oh, I miss you. Can we get in touch again?" He wasn't at home, but I called him and broke up with him over the phone. After 5 years of relationship, it was confirmed that everything I believed is true was actually true, including the fact that they've met in this other city, things I've been called crazy about. He lied about the circumstances they've met, and a number of times. Other flirts have also been confirmed this way. In all this time I always had a black rainy cloud on the top of my head, feeling not happy, not good enough, or that I have to compete with almost any other woman in his life. And in all modesty, I'm good girlfriend material. Moral of the story, I know that I have to work on my trust issues, but after this, I promised myself I'll always listen to my inner voice and never neglect my instincts again. Funny thing, 1 month before we broke up, a girl at a party said exactly this about her previous relationship. I should listen to my inner voice. That totally echoed with me later on. P.S. He's on Reddit too. I'd be curious if he sees this. Working at a Papa John's back in 2008, and one random weeknight evening a guy came in trying to give us some flyers. He was genuinely worried and explained that his daughter had been reported truant from school, the high school I had just graduated from, and hadn't shown back up that afternoon. Everyone else in my store said what I imagine he had been told all evening. "I'm sure she just ran away with some boy or some friends, and she'd turn up soon." I took the flyers from him anyways, and said we'd keep an eye out for her over the next week. Those flyers were posted all over town, and her disappearance was the #1 topic of gossip wherever you went. You couldn't hardly get out of a grocery store line without being questioned on your opinion of the case. And yet everyone I talked to was convinced the girl had left on her own account. I would always chime in saying that I met her father the night she went missing, and my gut told me that something was truly amiss. Sadly, this young sweet girl, Amber D. Boyce, was not found until almost 2 years later, and not until another innocent young girl had also lost her life. This second victim was from an affluent family that hired a PI and ensured her disappearance stayed in the media. The killer was caught, and shortly thereafter, Amber's remains were also found. She had been picked up by a local would-have-been serial killer and murdered. This man hid in plain sight for so long, regularly getting pizza deliveries from us and retaining his residence right down the street from my old high school. I still feel ill thinking about how my entire town dismissed this young girl, and all seemingly because it was easier to believe the hype and assume she'd run. TLDR, a man told me his daughter was missing. Turns out his daughter was murdered, but no one believed him, and her murder wasn't solved for at least 2 more years. Sorry it's long, but background. I'm a very paranoid person. When I'm out of my house, usually scanning my surroundings to make sure everything is safe and sound. I'm 16 at this time, going for some urban exploration with 2 friends. One is 16, John, and the other is 17, Adam. John is very adventurous like me, but minus the paranoia. Adam is mostly paranoid when out and about. This happened about 2 months ago on a Saturday near sundown. About 6 we were on our bikes following some train tracks until I noticed an empty road parallel to the tracks and suggest riding on it. We follow the trail a good few yards until it turns. Unsurprisingly, when Adam sees the trail leads to an abandoned junkyard, he objects to us going in. After myself and John finally convince Adam to enter, this property has no keep out signs or really anything to ward off trespassers. We ride around a little bit to take in the sights and overall just chat. A little ways and Adam gets a phone call from his mom, so we stop behind some random building and look around. On a dare, I try to open a random truck. It's locked. Then keep walking past to take in the sights an old junkyard had to offer. I think my spidey senses kicked in or something, because I just happened to turn around and notice John's ears perk up, like he hears something he didn't before, and I was right. John begins freaking out, saying he hears a wind up music box coming from the entrance, coincidentally our way out. Of course I laugh it off. Thinking nothing of such a random noise, I keep walking forward and notice something odd. An abandoned junkyard with rusty cars and an old looking building has newish looking bikes that none of us own, parked behind some cars just in front of us. Of course, my quick thinking, I put 2 and 2 together and think something's up. See, I'm not a fighter. Heck, I'm a very scrawny guy who has a long chain of keys as more intimidation than a weapon, and John is slow, really slow and unarmed. Adam may be small, but he has gotten into a few fights and can probably handle himself. Either way, it would be 3 versus 2 who can't fight, and 1 trying to protect us. So we speed up Adam's call and try going around the building, as the path we took luckily goes in a loop around in case the music box player was getting closer. We ride our bikes fast, and when we get out from behind the building we lowered our defenses as there is no one there. I thanked heavens and laughed it off as paranoia. John realized he scared us over a nearby church when he sees one across the street. Odd how we saw no one entering, but oh well. We continue exploring and find a fence with a hole in it. Suddenly my gut just turns on its side and I had an urge to leave the junkyard overall that I couldn't explain. Of course, in order to decide on leaving or going through a hole in a fence, we argued again. However, this time I took Adam's side when he said let's get foe. So we slowly get back on our bikes and begin head out. On the way out, just past the fence to enter the property, I see a car and the driver, but I think fast again. This is no ordinary car. It's a Mercedes-Benz, and the driver is wearing a suit. At first I looked the other way when he passed us. However, as soon as he passed us, I asked John and Adam, guys, what rich guy goes into a junkyard at this time of day, or any time of day for that matter? The answer struck us like a bullet to the soul. At the same time, it has to be a gangster / mafia dude with our luck. That mofo went into the junkyard, turned around, and got right on our tails. Lucky for us, the train tracks were still next to us, so we did the only logical thing. Sadly, there is a bit of a massive hole between the road and the tracks that extends from one set of tree line to the next, so we jumped it. I managed to bust my seat in the process, but as pain aside, my adrenaline is rushing. For some unholy reason I'm enjoying it, while John and Adam are freaking the fuck out. Thank God there was no gun pulled on us. We ride the dirt path next to the rails and see a train catch up to us. Sorry it's long, but background. I'm a very paranoid person. When I'm out of my house, usually scanning my surroundings to make sure everything is safe and sound. I'm 16 at this time, going for some urban exploration with 2 friends. One is 16, John, and the other is 17, Adam. John is very adventurous like me, but minus the paranoia. Adam is mostly paranoid when out and about. This happened about 2 months ago on a Saturday near sundown about 6 point. We were on our bikes following some train tracks until I noticed an empty road parallel to the tracks and suggest riding on it. We follow the trail a good few yards until it turns unsurprisingly when Adam sees the trail leads to an abandoned junkyard. He objects to us going in. After myself and John finally convince Adam to enter, this property has no keep out signs or really anything to ward off trespassers. We ride around a little bit to take in the sights and overall just chat. A little ways and Adam gets a phone call from his mom, so we stop behind some random building and look around. On a dare, I try to open a random truck. It's locked. Then keep walking past to take in the sights an old junkyard had to offer. I think my spidey senses kicked in or something, because I just happened to turn around and notice John's ears perk up, like he hears something he didn't before, and I was right. John begins freaking out saying he hears a wind-up music box coming from the entrance, coincidentally our way out. Of course I laugh it off. Thinking nothing of such a random noise, I keep walking forward and notice something odd. An abandoned junkyard with rusty cars and an old looking building has newish looking bikes that none of us own, parked behind some cars just in front of us. Of course my quick thinking, I put 2 and 2 together and think something's up. See, I'm not a fighter. Heck, I'm a very scrawny guy who has a long chain of keys as more intimidation than a weapon, and John is slow, really slow and unarmed. Adam may be small, but he has gotten into a few fights and can probably handle himself. Either way it would be 3 versus 2 who can't fight, and 1 trying to protect us, so we speed up Adam's call and try going around the building as the path we took luckily goes in a loop around in case the music box player was getting closer. We ride our bikes fast, and when we get out from behind the building point we lowered our defenses as there is no one there. I thanked heavens and laughed it off as paranoia. John realized he scared us over a nearby church when he sees one across the street. Odd how we saw no one entering, but oh well. We continue exploring and find a fence with a hole in it. Suddenly my gut just turns on its side and I had an urge to leave the junkyard overall that I couldn't explain. Of course, in order to decide on leaving or going through a hole in a fence, we argued again. However, this time I took Adam's side when he said let's get foe. So we slowly get back on our bikes and begin head out point. On the way out, just past the fence to enter the property, I see a car and the driver, but I think fast again. This is no ordinary car. It's a Mercedes-Benz, and the driver is wearing a suit. At first I looked the other way when he passed us. However, as soon as he passed us, I asked John and Adam, guys, what rich guy goes into a junkyard at this time of day, or any time of day for that matter? The answer struck us like a bullet to the soul. At the same time, it has to be a gangster / mafia dude with our luck. That mofo went into the junkyard, turned around, and got right on our tails. Lucky for us the train tracks were still next to us, so we did the only logical thing. Sadly there is a bit of a massive hole between the road and the tracks that extends from one set of tree line to the next, so we jumped it. I managed to bust my seat in the process, but as pain aside, my adrenaline is rushing for some unholy reason. I'm enjoying it, while John and Adam are freaking the fuck out. Thank God there was no gun pulled on us. We ride the dirt path next to the rails and see a train catch up to us.